Perfect example of why you need good windows and doors at your home in the DMV. Saturday, absolutely beautiful. You wanted to open those windows up, let that perfect spring air in. Sunday, cold again, rainy again. You got to make sure you turn the heat on and it stays inside the house. Paul Henry redid all the doors and windows in my house, and the temperature stays perfect. If you got janky old windows, get rid of them. Call Paul Henry. This month, you get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door.
You know, as I found out that weather was going to be changing up tremendously, I was happy as hell because I knew I didn't have anything to worry about. Whatever I was going to put my thermostat on, it's going to stay like that inside the house. I think it was just, Friday? It was like 90 degrees. And then you come Sunday, you expect to be 30 overnight. And it was exactly that. And it went quickly from being cool in my house to warm, and it stayed like that because those windows and doors kept everything in. So you can call Paul right now. You get 10% off each window with the 5-window minimum and 10% off each door. So contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Big test tonight for the Washington Nationals. Bryce Elder has a 2-1 record with a 0.77 earned run average. The right-hander faces Jake Irvin, a right-hander for the Nationals. He's 1-2 with a 6.16 ERA. And of course, the Braves are in first place after taking care of business against the Phillies. That game is at 6:45 tonight on The Fan. Hey, let's have some fun. Here's a Curtis Mead homer.
And now the pitch. Swing and a long drive, deep left field, down the line, toward the corner, gone, goodbye!
The call on The Fan. NFL news today, 49ers and 12-time Pro Bowler Trent Williams, 2 years and $50 million extension. It's likely now that edge Kayvon Thibodeau will not be traded by the Giants. Commanders have picks 7 and 71 in the first 3 rounds starting April 24th. The big stunners from last night, Orlando beat the Pistons in Detroit 112-101, and Montreal shocks the Lightning 4-3 in overtime. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It's going to be a busy week with the NFL Draft starting Thursday night. All of the draft coverage on Odyssey Sports is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Is Liberty Mutual the one with the ostrich, the emu?
Yeah.
And Doug?
Emu or something like that?
Emu.
Who's
Limu
Doug?
the emu.
Doug's the guy.
And Doug is the guy.
Oh yeah, Doug
And
is the.
I like the little commercial when they got his little son. The teacher called him to school to talk to the parent teacher, and he say, "I know of your love for Liberty Mutual, but little Doug keep writing this." He say, "Insurance is stupid," and then Mama go, "At least he spelled it right." He say, "He didn't. He spelled INSURENSE." Those commercials are funny as hell, dude.
I like the one where they're trying to parachute into the stadium. Doug and the emu.
And he run, you hit the wall, the little trail outside or whatever.
Right. Interesting information. I think you heard Dan Duggan just mention it right there. Miami tackle Mawaga, who's widely considered to be the top prospect. Yeah, it's I need Dr. Beamish on this. Herniated disc in his back that is considered asymptomatic. What the hell does that mean?
Asymptomatic normally.
Asymptomatic means it's no big deal, right?
Normally, like you don't really. It's not nothing that's super serious. I would guess.
Back injury.
Yeah, but Jay, you have to realize, dog, it's still lion season, bro.
Yeah.
You know, and who put it out? Is it the team that really wants him? Get him a little later, you know, or is it the team that want people to back off of him so they can get him earlier? You know, all that stuff still plays, and I think as we get closer, we start getting the information. We react to it all, but I never forget the fact that this time of the year, you have to believe everything that you hear.
Far more untruths than truths. All right, Stallion.
Asymptomatic. Let's pull this up.
Asymptomatic Stallion. What do you got?
All right, so all the draft buzz this week, you got so many different things. We're going to see if B-Mitch or Finley are buying or selling the idea of some of the smoke around this. So you guys ready?
Yeah.
Are you guys buying the smoke around Jeremiah Love going as early as number 3 to the Cardinals?
I'm buying it.
What is White Bride? See if I'm locked out of my NBC email, and that's where I get all of my emails from the betting companies. So I don't have access to stuff I would normally have. See if there's an over-under bet on Jeremiah Love draft selection. I am not buying that Love goes 3 to Arizona. That's just too rich to me.
I'm buying the possibilities. Asymptomatic. I'm going to read this for you real quick, Brian. Sorry for interrupting. It's a medical condition or infection or disease that is present in the individual but does not produce any noticeable symptoms. You got a back injury, but you don't have no noticeable symptoms?
Something doesn't add up.
Asymptomatic don't seem to fit with this.
Neither of us are buying a back injury as asymptomatic. Yes, Dub B.
On FanDuel, Love is plus 350 for the number 3 pick. That's behind David Bailey and Arvell Reese. He's minus 105, the favorite, to go number 4.
All right.
Possibility, baby.
I do not understand how Robert Saleh, with his first pick in a new operation, is going to take a running back at 4.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem right there. And a lot of times, just because you're the head coach don't mean you decide what happens.
Sure.
And if I am a general manager right now, and I got a quarterback of that kid's ilk that's there right now, Ward, I am going to get me something to help him more than I am just worried about it. Robert Saleh, he should be a damn the defense whisperer.
We'll see.
White Bryant's favorite player in the draft is, we all know this, quarterback Ty Simpson from Alabama. And he actually had a one-on-one visit, I believe, with the Cardinals this past week. Are you buying that he could be sneaking his way into the first round?
I think he could be in the first round already, but later, I don't think he's going number 2 or 3.
No way do I think he's going 3.
But could a team trade back into the first round, like similar to Lamar Jackson back when the Raiders
I
did?
can see that. I can see in the 20s. I just don't see up there.
Yeah,
Because like quarterbacks, like JP always said, they get overdrafted all the time. And if he was considered to go second, somebody may say, "Let me get him at the end of the first."
And I think that could happen.
They keep him for 5 years at that point, right?
I think the earliest I could see that, like the Steelers at 21. Although they just did that with Pickett, I don't think they're going to do it again.
Well, he got big hands, so he might be better than Pickett.
Like, one of these teams that has multiple second-rounders, the Dolphins at 30. You know what I mean? The Dolphins at 30, I could see. If you're telling me over under 20 for Ty Simpson, I'll go over confidently.
That's a fair point. I don't know if he's a top guy, but I guess we'll just have to see for Thursday night.
Who even is QB desperate at this point? The Jets, certainly. Could the Jets take him at 16? Maybe.
That's kind of the take. Like,
what the hell do the Vikings have?
Yeah.
The Vikings at 18?
There's chances.
We know Cleveland is nuts.
They might draft another quarterback.
Cleveland's at 24. But if you look at the back half of that draft, Seahawks aren't taking a quarterback. The Pats aren't taking a quarterback. The Chiefs aren't taking a quarterback. Texans? CJ Stroud was bad.
He was awful.
Bad. Niners aren't taking a quarterback. Bills, Bears. Nobody's a wilder dude than Howie. Philly?
I don't know. Possible.
That article that came out about Hurts had some people inside the building spilling the tea about the quarterback.
Yeah.
Now, the owner says he loves him, but...
Well, that's the only person that really matters when it comes down to it.
Right. Ty Simpson ain't going ahead of 20.
I don't think so either. Well, speaking of spilling the tea, Brett Veach this past week while meeting with the media, he is predicting a ton of movement in round 1. We've heard the rumors. Nothing's really happening yet besides the Bengals making their move with number 10 with Dexter Lawrence.
That's a big move.
And it's a big move. But are you guys buying a ton of movement? And we've seen Matt Miller predict, I believe, up to 8 trades in round 1.
Listen, it's hard to say I'm buying it because we never know until one team finally makes a move. Then other people, they jump on it and try to get with it. I think it will be some movement. I don't know if it gets as high as 8. I'd say about 6.
Does the one that's already happened count?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll take that. Yeah.
Yeah, if it was a draft pick trade, that's one right there.
I think there will be a ton of movement. 8 seems like a lot, but this draft is really not considered to be a great one. And I think if teams can move around and move up even, and it only requires other picks from this draft, I think they're going to be more willing to do it. I think teams will be more willing to, all right, we love Lemon. He's available at 15. We're holding 26, but we give him 26 and 90, and we can get to 15. Let's do it. Like I do think there will be more willingness to move around picks in this year's draft.
Yeah, I just think like every time the draft is considered great, there's a lot of quarterbacks in it.
Sure.
But if 15 teams end up with top-notch players, that's great in my book.
The standout to me that differentiates this draft, you're completely right about quarterbacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
The draft as a vehicle is quarterback-driven, which could set up for an outrageous draft in D.C. next summer. But you don't have premium position studs. You don't have a corner that mandates a top 5 pick. You don't have a receiver that mandates a top 5 pick. Like,
See,
you know what I mean? Like the best left tackle has an asymptomatic back injury.
But I understand that. But see, for me, my process is different than I would say most. Everybody look at when you got drafted. I look at how the hell you produce.
Sure.
So I think we'll find out how good this draft was in about 2-3 years, 4 years.
Totally.
If let's say Mansour or Pons end up being picked, and these guys end up being two of the top corners
Darrell
out there,
Revis, right,
you know,
yeah, totally.
you look at Reese and you know, Bain and all these guys. We may be looking at this later saying, you know what, wasn't no damn quarterbacks in it, but they had nothing but studs in it.
Totally. What else you got, Stallion?
All right, so Carnell Tate has been kind of the wide receiver that it feels as if people aren't really talking a lot about right now. Like, he is still the big name Ohio State guy, but before the draft, or really before the offseason started, he was the consensus #1 receiver. And now it's like Jordan Tyson. There's a couple of other sexy names in there. Are you still buying that Carnell Tate is the top wide receiver in this year's draft class?
I still buy it. I just think that other people like other guys or they like their talent. All of them say this: if this hadn't happened, he'll be #1. If that hadn't happened, it happened though. So does it seem like have they succeeded him, or someone is saying what could have been if these things weren't there? Yeah, just like they say, if Uncle blah 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 blah, you know what I'm saying, my aunt was there, would be my uncle. Same thing right there. Just trying to keep my job.
I get it. Yeah. I don't know that Carnell Tate is a consensus #1 wide receiver in this class. That doesn't mean for me, with Carnell Tate, I think he has the highest floor of any of these receivers we're discussing. I think you have a better chance of Carnell Tate being a 1,000-yard wide receiver in the NFL than Lemon or Tyson. But I wonder if Tyson doesn't have the highest ceiling. You're fighting hamstring injuries, right? And that could be something that lingers through his whole career. That could be something that he didn't think he was making that much NIL and just didn't want to play that much at Arizona State. Like, the calculus for looking at a perhaps down season in college or a player not pushing through injuries in college, I think it's changed some.
But what do you think the question pop up is that he was in college, if he wasn't getting top dollar, then he might not have been that top dude.
It's a fair question.
How about that?
So the Jugs had this dude Daniel Kelly on this morning, who's a former Jets scout. He compared Carnell Tate to Art Monk. That's pretty crazy. Coming up at noon, Charlie Campbell, draft analyst for Walter Football. Charlie thinks Washington wants to trade out of the 7th pick. Bad. You'll hear Charlie at noon. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate everybody on the YouTube stream. Appreciate our friends over at Rude, the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. You only got 10 days left. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. Brian, I can't remember. What is it they say about Rude? If it ain't Rude?
It ain't right.
That's correct. Pretty interesting time of year with the NBA playoffs and the hockey playoffs going on. And I think for sure the biggest surprise in the NBA was the Magic beating the Pistons.
Yeah.
In game one. They're showing highlights here. I mean, the Magic have a ton of young talent. They just, like, I follow a couple of people that are Magic fans, and they've complained about coaching throughout the season. Mm-hmm. But damn if they didn't look good in game one.
Well, you just say this, man. Like, Detroit has gotten much better. When was the last time they were in the playoffs?
Right.
When they were playing against Jordan?
Maybe. I mean, remember the Rip Hamilton Sheed team?
Yeah, but I'm just saying. It's been a while, dog.
Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I was trying to watch some NBA over the weekend. I don't think there was a single close game. Like, now it's only the first game of all these series, basically.
Yeah.
But, like, I feel like they were all double-digit comfortable wins. Like, I
well,
tried to throw
I think
on
the Lakers game was
Rockets.
that way because KD wasn't there.
Like, I put that was Saturday night, right? Like, I put that on. I guess that they only won by 9, but they were pretty comfortably ahead throughout. I'm sure close games will arrive, but there really hadn't been. By far, the craziest game of the playoffs thus far, I would say, was on the hockey side of things. And hockey playoffs tend to almost always result in crazy close games, right? Like, hockey is just a unique sport. I am going to root for Edmonton, but it's kind of hard in round one because they're going against the Ducks and having Carlson there. Like, I had the Battle of Pennsylvania on Saturday. I think was Penguins Flyers. I think it was Saturday, and I don't know who to root for in that joint. Penguins versus Flyers.
You don't like either one of them. Just don't root for anybody. You don't have to root for somebody.
Well, a lot of people, I posted that on Facebook, and a lot of people pointed out the Flyers kind of knocked the Caps out of the playoffs.
So you're going to cheer for the damn Penguins?
I don't think I'm cheering for anybody.
Yeah, that's the way. I mean, just get to that point where you see a game, enjoy it. You don't have to enjoy it. Now, if you're betting on it, then you cheer for the team you put your money on.
Who are you cheering for in the hockey playoffs, Jeff?
Good hockey. Some highlights. That's it.
I think in the East, I'd be cool if a Canadian team won the cup again. Like, I'm a root for Edmonton. I'd be all right with Montreal, even like Ottawa. I think Ottawa's just going to get trucked by Carolina, though. But the easiest story to root for are the Buffalo Sabres. They hadn't made the playoffs. Is it legit 15 years?
I believe since 2010.
16. I mean, Tim McDonough, like, this is crazy. And they were down 3-0 in the third period. 2-0. Okay. Stallion wants us to hear this because the recap is pretty outrageous. Set it up for us, Ryan.
So this is the 3 goals the Sabres had. This is their TV broadcast, and I mean, the place in Buffalo erupted.
Here's Thompson, passing it to the slot. Shot is blocked. Byron behind the net. Krebs takes a hit. Taves TNT Thompson sweeps it in from the near post, and it's a 1-goal game with 7:58 remaining in the third. It's clear behind the goal. Tuck and Thompson fighting for it. Thompson comes away with it. Thompson scores! Greatness from Taves Thompson. Quinn walks it out to the slot. Shot scores! Matthias Samuelsson! Are you kidding me? 3 straight from the Sabres. And they've erased the deficit and taken their first playoff lead. It's 3-2.
I mean, those guys were going nuts.
And like in Buffalo fashion too, before the game, did you guys see them? Like, they were fighting mannequins outside, like just drunk jumping through tables.
Were they doing the table bit?
They
They
weren't
do
doing
that
it.
all the time.
And it was snowing still in Buffalo. I mean, they are different.
It's
Yes.
snowing still in April?
It was snowing in Buffalo
That's
during
crazy.
that game.
That's a crazy place. I don't want to live there.
Yeah, I've been to Buffalo.
I've been in
enough.
and out, and I'm good with that.
I will root for the Sabres, dude. I don't have a dog in this year's fight. I'm rooting for the Sabres coming out of the East. I think that would be incredible. I'm glad they came back because that building, I watched the beginning of it. Place was electric. Boston got a quick early goal, and then it just kind of, that negative energy kind of starts to creep in. But if anybody can fight off negative energy, it's people from Buffalo.
Hell yeah.
You got to be an optimist to
You
live
get
in Western New York.
optimist and just, you got to be a strong thinker.
But dude,
That's not snow.
the hockey playoffs are just such a grind. I mean, it's starting today, and it's going to be it started over the weekend, and I think first week of June is usually the Stanley Cup. It's also so bizarre the year the Panthers had that they're just like nowhere to be seen. I know they had injuries and all sorts of stuff, but like they won 2 in a row, right? And went to 3 in a row. And it makes it feel like this year's Stanley Cup playoffs are just so wide open. And it kind of, that to me makes it hurt a little bit more that the Caps didn't get in, especially the way they had that kid Hudson playing late. They had young Protus playing late. Mm-hmm. But, you sleep in the bed you make.
That's it.
I want Edmonton to get through. They've lost 2 years in a row to Florida in the damn finals. Connor McDavid, greatest player of his generation. Like, Connor McDavid is starting to get the Ovi treatment before Ovi finally got his cup.
Yeah.
And I'd like him to be able to lift one up.
Well, if they beat them, yeah. But if they go and they face somebody like that again, you got to play your best hockey at the right time.
What are the betting odds in the East? I kind of feel like the Hurricanes might come out. I don't know.
I just like, whenever I watch hockey, bro, and I understand people always say, oh, yeah, only in hockey, the HC could just go and win it. Hey, man, if you've been playing the best hockey all year and you get into the playoffs and you keep doing it, I'm cool with that.
Dude, the Sabres.
If you stink when you get in the playoffs, then that's what you get.
The Sabres were awful in like December. Like the Sabres got absolutely red hot, but it wasn't like around Thanksgiving, it looked like another terrible year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's.
But what you got to do, you got to find out what it is that you're missing and make it work.
I want futures on hockey. Can we get that way, Brian? Where the hell would that be?
I mean, I've got Stanley Cup Finals odds. The Avalanche are plus 280 to win it all. With the Sabres are plus 1,200, the fifth highest team, and then we've got the Oilers. Your Oilers, JP. I believe they're eighth at plus 1,300. Like,
who do they have coming out of the East? Who's the highest odds coming out of the East? Buffalo?
The Hurricanes at plus 420.
Okay, that's what I figured. That team is good.
They're good.
They're fast. They play a very specific type. All right, when we come back, Charlie Campbell thinks Washington's going to trade back on Thursday night. Is he correct? We'll find out.
update brought to you by Reynolds, Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. News of the day in men's college basketball. Paul VI grad Patrick Ngangba is going to stay with Duke basketball. Former Iowa State star Audie Crooks is going to Oklahoma State. 49ers left tackle Trent Williams a new 2-year $50 million extension. The Giants are now less likely to trade edge Kayvon Thibodeau after Dexter Lawrence was sent to the Bengals. The NFL draft begins Thursday. The Commanders have picks 7 and 71 in the first 3 rounds. Jordan Reed mock draft has the Commanders getting Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. Also, Sonny Styles is going to go to the Commanders according to Todd McShay. Nationals baseball against the Atlanta Braves tonight. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Root is now the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to a high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner near you at rude.com. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Damn right. All right. In just a minute, we're going to be joined by Charlie Campbell, draft analyst for Walter Football. Charlie's got a lot of draft stuff for us to get to. All of our draft coverage is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Charlie, how are you, man? Thanks for making time for us.
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We are good,
man.
dude. We are good. Walter Football is a website I've looked at for many years, frankly. You guys do a really good in-depth look at kind of all of the prospects, which I always enjoy, not just the top of the list. But you had a tweet, I believe, this morning, or maybe yesterday. I'm just going to read it, and I'm going to let you kind of explain. Speaking with some league sources, Washington badly wants to trade down from the 7th overall pick. The Commanders are without a second-round pick. If they can trade down, a top target for Washington is LSU corner Mansour Delane. How bad is bad? How much are they looking to move out of the 7th pick?
I mean, they're serious about it 100%. You know, with giving the second-round pick in the Tunsil trade, they'd really like to get, a second-round pick or, a combination of day 2 picks, something like that to help kind of address needs and add depth and talent to the roster. So they really would like to move down. That is preferred option A, and it was clear that was like hands down what they would like to do the most is move down. And then if they do move down, the cornerback and Mansour Delane is really a guy they would target in a move down, say if they drop down 5-6 spots, in that range in the early teens. He would be there. I think if they're forced to stick and pick, it would be Sonny Styles, assuming he's there at 7. But that could be, he could be off the board. In which case, I think you'd look at Caleb Downs and Delane there at 7 if they're forced to stick and pick. A lot of teams want to move down every year in the draft, and it's always easier said than done because you need someone willing to pay to move up.
Has any dance partners popped up that you're hearing that some people that may be looking to move there that they may have opportunity to work with?
I have not heard of a lot of teams in that range looking to move up aside from Dallas. I've heard that, Dallas has some interest in moving up. I'm not sure it's as vigorous as the media has kind of portrayed it to be, because I don't think Dallas wants to give up pick 20. I think they want to hold on to that. So, and they don't have a second round pick. So I'm not, Dallas is going to have to get creative to move up and hold on to 20 when they don't have a second rounder to give up. So I think realistically, they might have more of a chance to move up in a shorter trade, like say with Kansas City at 9 and only giving up like a third round pick, at that part, where you're only moving up a short amount, a third round pick could get it done. But other teams, right now haven't really emerged as just, pushing hard and really driving to try and get into that range of the draft. But, teams are going to be discreet about it, and they don't want the price to go up on them as well. So I you could have some lurkers out there that are just, keeping it on the down low.
Charlie, when you have quarterbacks in the draft, you seem to have a lot more fireworks. But This draft here doesn't have the quarterback cachet, but they have multiple positions that have a lot of cachet. Can that make this thing begin to be something crazy? Someone predicted about 8 different trades. Do you see something happening like that as the draft starts?
Well, I will say, for me in doing this, I've 15 years now, and having been, one of the most accurate mock drafters in the world, this is a very challenging draft for me to figure out and mocking, because there's a lot of variables. Like you said, it lacks kind of a group of quarterbacks that kind of can anchor the top 10. It doesn't have say a group of prospects like 5 years ago with Jamar Chase and Penny Sewell and Kyle Pitts, that kind of, where those guys are going in like the top 7 of the 10, in the top 10. So this draft has a lot more variety. It's exciting. I'm really excited for it, but it is tougher to predict. And some of these position groups, I think, are a little thin, and that could cause teams to be aggressive to move up and address it because they don't want to get left without, having something to help them at a key spot with a talented starter.
Charlie, is there any doubt for you that Carnell Tate is the first wide receiver drafted, that he's the top wide receiver on the board?
Yes, there is. I think Jordan Tyson's going to go at 5. So anyone out there listening who is interested in draft prop kind of action, I would strongly consider that. So I think Tyson is going to be the first one off the board, and I think the Giants are going to snatch him up.
Wow. Expound on that, man. That would be a real headline. One, if Tyson's the first guy off the board, but if the Giants take him at 5.
Well, I think just from size perspective, he's a little bit bigger than Tate, has shown, on tape, more speed and shiftiness as a route runner in terms of creating separation, has more similarities to, Malik Neighbors, who has, played well for them aside from the injury. And obviously Neighbors is coming off an injury. They have a lot invested in Jackson Dart, their GM, Joe Shane. If Jackson Dart doesn't, play well and pan out, he's going to be getting fired. So they need Jackson Dart to play well, and he needs help. Neighbors is coming off an injury. You lose Wan'Dale Robinson in free agency, and all the teams picking at 6 could take Tyson, potentially. The Browns need a receiver. Washington needs a receiver. Saints, Chiefs, all could go receiver. So they know that if they pass on Tyson at 5, there's a serious possibility he doesn't get to 10. So I think that they're going to just take him at 5 and protect themselves. And then at 10, I think the Giants could, if Sonny Styles made it there, I don't think he will. I think he would be the pick, but I don't think he gets there. So they might look at a cornerback like Delane at 10 then.
So what's interesting, in my brain, when I saw the Giants make the trade to get 10, and now they're sitting 5 and 10, I very much thought that allows them to just be very aggressive with that 5th overall pick and take the guy they want. And I was kind of thinking it might be Love. Mm-hmm. I was even kind of thinking maybe it's Tate. But Tyson there, I know the story. Joe Shane flew out to Arizona to have dinner with Jordan Tyson. Where are medicals with him? Where is kind of the explanation on his last season with the Sun Devils?
So with Tyson, the medical isn't, damning in that it's like he has a neck injury or a knee injury that's like flunking him on boards, across the league. It's not one of those. It's just more of a general durability. Like each year in college, he had some banged up issues. He had a knee injury early at the beginning, but then, seemed to overcome that fine in the years since then. And then the years since then, it's just been the, kind of the naggy stuff that, players can deal with. So it's just a question of that more so than a specific injury that like teams are flunking him and pulling him off the board because they think he has like arthritic back or knee or something, so it's not like that. But, he just from the tape, some teams feel he's the best receiver in the draft. They love the shiftiness, the run after the catch, the ability to create separation. So I think that, it varies by team, obviously. Some teams like Tate and Lemon more, and, some are, adamant about Tyson being the best one. So it really, kind of varies by team when I talk to them as to who is the top receiver.
But you think the Giants like the young man from Arizona more?
Yes,
okay.
I think they like Tyson more than Tate and Lemon. So I think that Tyson's going to go 5 to the Giants.
Wow, dude! Planting a flag. I like it. We're talking with Charlie.
Save it, and you can hold me accountable on Friday. You can pat me on the back, or you can go ahead and rip me. But I'm happy to either way. I deserve it.
Talking with Charlie Campbell here, draft analyst at Walter Football. You can give him a follow at Draft Campbell. Saying that Washington really wants to get out of 7, saying the Giants could take Jordan Tyson as high as the 5th overall pick. For Washington to get out of 7, what does that compensation have to look like?
Well, I mean, ideally they would want a second-round pick, so then they can, address some issues, whether they move down and get a corner. Then in the second round, there could be a nice group of receivers there, for them to grab something to help Jaden Daniels. So I think that that's the ideal form of compensation would be to get a second-round pick. So, there are some teams that really are reluctant to give those because in this, salary cap era, those picks are gold because you're getting a potential quality good starter at a super cheap rate for 4 years. So some teams are really reluctant to give those up. And, so I'm not sure who would be the right trading partner, who would move up for what and who's willing to give up the ammo it would take. So that's kind of elusive right now, but I do know Washington would love to do a deal like that to move down, get a 2, and potentially land a cornerback like Delane to help the defense.
Where do you see Jeremiah Love going? Because that seems to be the most all over the place evaluation, and now you're hearing about Arizona at 3.
Yeah, I think he's going to go off the board at 3 or 4. I think Arizona is a possibility. Monty Ossenforth, their general manager, is on the hot seat, and a player like Love, who you could point to tangible success pretty quickly if Love hits the ground running in the NFL, which I think he probably will, assuming he has some blocking around him and quality help in that form. Then I think he's going to have a good rookie season, and that could help save a guy. So I do think he's in consideration there at 3, and I think the Titans would take him at 4 if Arizona does not, because they need to help Cam Ward. Similarly, Bergonzi and that front office, I can feel the seat warming up there. The ownership was very impatient with Rand Carthon before them. So I definitely think that, they want to do, a lot to help Cam Ward. And there's probably no player in this draft that could help Cam Ward more than Jeremiah Love and, setting up better down and distance situations and giving them a running game so it's not all on Cam to, move the ball through the air.
So Robert Saleh being a defensive-minded coach is outweighed by, you think, the front office and ownership wanting to help Cam Ward out in Tennessee?
Yeah, I think so, but I think he's practical in that, that with the Jets, they took Breece Hall not in the first round, but early in the second. He's, been in San Francisco and seen what Christian McCaffrey does and how that helps a quarterback who might not have the most elite skill set, and obviously Cam Ward has a good skill set. So I think that, that background won't, being a defensive coach won't preclude him from going high on a running back or, obviously they took Garrett Wilson in the, high in the first round. So he wasn't opposed to going that route with a playmaker. So I think that won't hold back Tennessee.
All right. Charlie Campbell joining us here from Walter Football. Give him a follow at Draft Campbell. All right. So you got Love at 4. Tyson at 5. Washington wants to trade out of the pick per your reporting. That's not really a surprise for a team that only has 6 draft picks, only 2 in the top 100, to want to move back. Let's say they don't. Who do you have Washington taking at 7?
Well, I have them taking Sonny Styles if they're forced to stick and pick. And while, Carnell Tate would potentially address more of an immediate need, I'm not sure the love is there to take him at 7. I think Styles is just a more, following the board and going with best player available, most talented player, rarest player, harder to get. Styles would fit that bill more. And you have, I think, Luvu in the last year of his contract. You have some other veterans there. I think McGee is a really talented young player that they're excited about and are bringing along well. But you're going to need more. And I think Styles, for the long-term planning, makes a lot of sense. He can lead that defense for the next decade. He's dynamic in coverage, good run defender, very assignment sound, a great fit for Dan Quinn. And I think that it's a safe pick to turn into a quality starter with the upside to potentially be a great starter. So if they're forced to stick and pick and Styles is there, I think that's the direction they would go.
Styles is a baller, man, but what do you make of his last season at Ohio State versus how outrageously he tested at the Combine?
Yeah, I think that's a good question because the testing was, I guess, more dominant than the tape was. The tape wasn't bad by any means, but it wasn't as eye-popping as his testing numbers were. So I think that's a very good point. But, I think with Ohio State, some of their players I feel like are uber talented, and it doesn't always show up in the numbers because there's so many guys that are, big grabbing at that pizza, of big plays to make. And so, I think sometimes that affects some of their players, but I think he's still, on tape, if you forget about the workout, you're still getting a good, solid starting linebacker that is, assignment sound, is a 3-down starter. He can do a lot for you in coverage and a lot of things in coverage that other linebackers just physically can't do. And so I think that, he brings that to the table that makes him more special and unique just from a tape scheme perspective.
It's going to be so interesting. Last one. Where do you have Ty Simpson going?
Well, I have him going to Arizona. I think they move up similar to Jackson Dart and the Giants last year. I think that's the most likely scenario for him. So I could see him going late first round with Arizona moving up from their second round pick.
So no chance at 3, but they jump up to 29 to get him and have the 5th-year option.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Hey, Charlie, this has been great,
Appreciate
man.
you, brother.
Good luck with the mocks, and we'll be watching. Dude, if you nail that Jordan Tyson thing, I will Venmo you $10 to purchase a beer. That'd be a hell of a call.
Hey, I love that. I can use a beer at the end of each draft night, and especially a few on Saturday night after the marathon. So I'm ready.
A couple myself.
I might
All right,
tip
man.
me one before the draft.
Thank you, dude. Take care.
Take care.
All right. Charlie Campbell, Walter Football, good stuff right there. Haven't been able to open the phone lines up yet. I want to get to that at some point, let people weigh in. Everybody's kind of getting draft mania coming here. We also have each day this week, one of the boys is going to give their mock 1 through 7. What's going to happen 1 through 7. Brian, B. Mitch is going to go Thursday. I'm going to go Wednesday. Today we get Jeff and White Brian giving us their mock. Stallion Manana. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. Spring is here, and I'm finally back outside riding my bike. With Autism Acceptance Month kicking off, it's the perfect time to talk about Bike to the Beach. I'd love for you to join my team on June 19th as we ride to support autism and disability inclusion. It's an incredible experience, and we finish with a beachside celebration in Dewey Beach, just steps away from the ocean and right in the heart of the action. Let's ride, make a difference, and start summer out strong together. Join my team or start your own at biketothebeach.org.
This update is built by paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Serious money for kickers. Now it is Brandon Aubrey. He is the highest paid kicker in the NFL with a 4-year deal worth $28 million, a record-setting extension with $20 million guaranteed. Tackle Trent Williams re-ups with the 49ers, 2 years and $50 million. Nationals avoid the sweep and shut out the Giants 3-0 tonight. First place Atlanta Braves are in town. Game 1 of 4 at Nationals Park. Jake Irvin versus Bryce Elder, 6:45 on the Fan. Upsets in the NBA. Orlando stunned the Pistons in Detroit 112-101. Montreal shocked Tampa Bay 4-3 in OT in the Stanley Cup playoffs. This month, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5 Stars Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. A lot going on right now, man. NFL draft is coming. All of our draft coverage brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. B, how big of a deal is it that Washington doesn't have a second-round pick?
I would say it's not a big deal because the second-round pick is Laramie Tunsil. So if you know what you're getting from him and you just signed him to an extension, you got something better than that second-round pick. If you didn't get Laramie, it would be a big, big deal. Now, if they can get another one, it'd be a help. I don't think it would solve any issues or problem at that point. But the fact that you got Laramie Tunsil out that deal, that's where you say, okay, we got a legitimate potential Hall of Famer blocking for our star quarterback at left tackle. Or we can go get a guy we don't know what he's going to amount to.
I don't know if you saw this. Jeff is my guy for this. Did I see a video over the weekend, Jeff, of Jaden Daniels squatting 4 bills? I think he had 3 plates and then like a 25.
Front squatting at that. He had it on
3 plates, 45 with the bar. That's 315 at that point. And then you put the 225s on each side, 365.
Yeah. Maybe it was more.
And if that's a front squat, but if that's for a front squat, that's hella strong.
That's a lot, man.
Well, he was here.
Yeah.
Or did he have the bar?
He had it like this, B. Like he had the bar across his arms like this.
Yeah, that's front squat. Yeah.
That's serious.
That's insane.
You got that picture?
I'll find it. I'll find it. Go.
We can find that, boys. We got a crack
Yeah, but
team
I mean,
in there.
but listen, bro. The people that always say what he needs to do, the dude does all that. Some people's bodies are not going to just get bulky like you think they're going to be.
I'm not saying he has to get bulky.
I'm just saying some people's bodies aren't going to get bulky. But I'm talking about people who always say what he needs to get. He could probably go gain 5, 6 pounds, 10 pounds, and you wouldn't know the difference. You know what I mean? Just the way he's built. So his thing has to be not being forced to try to be Superman. Just be that game manager and be Superman when we're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Ideally, you put him in a situation where he's not forced to be Superman.
That's what I'm saying. That's,
You know what I mean?
where we need to be.
And I think they've done a good job of that this year, this offseason. We won't know until they play games, right?
Yeah.
I think not having a second round pick is it's not good. Let's not pretend like it's a good thing. But having Laramie Tunsil is certainly a good thing. And there's a lot of ways to look at it, right? And you've pointed this out that, like, remember how the Stallion got when Lisa Ann was running around?
Yeah.
Lisa Ann,
You get like that
woman,
anytime anybody run around.
beautiful woman that made her fortune in pornography. And Stallion
can't do nothing with that.
Sure. But he allowed himself to get intoxicated by the idea of it.
I understand.
Right?
Yeah.
Because he was that close to Lisa Ann. And he had
Drunk in love.
He had probably watched that many of Lisa Ann's videos that he allowed himself to get intoxicated at the thought of his own personal conquest.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What happened with Adam Peters and Dan Quinton ain't all that different. They got to the NFC title game.
Yeah.
They got smoked, but they were in it. Just a ton of turnovers. And they got intoxicated with the thought process of being in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's just the reality.
True.
And then they got away from their core principles
You know
of
who else
building
was
through the draft.
intoxicated by? Me.
Everybody.
Yeah.
We were like the Stallion drooling over Lisa Ann. Like, winning, the potential of going. When you and I stood on the field before the game in Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
There were only 2 teams on the field. One of them was going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's intoxicating.
Very much so.
I also think Adam Peters. Dude, if I can talk to enough informed people and they tell me this draft's good, that draft isn't, this draft's great, that draft's okay, I don't think it's an accident that AP used picks from this draft to go get Tunsil. He's an excellent player.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they also used them to get Lattimore the previous season. I understand that. Like, I think what you have in Peters is somebody willing to be aggressive and make moves, which I support. You're not always going to hit. It's just part of life. But the other thing, last year, it looked like Washington absolutely nailed their second-round pick with Trey Amos. And it also told me a lot of how they felt on Amos because that was their last chance to trade back.
Mm-hmm.
When you have 61 and you don't pick again until 128, that's the aforementioned Lattimore trade. You could have moved out of 61 and picked up a third-rounder. You didn't because you loved the player. And he looked awesome. Then he broke his leg. He should be totally fine. You go back, though, to Peters' first draft where they had firepower, 5 top 100s. To me, you almost separate Jaden, right? That number 2 overall has got to be a hit. It's a hit. They were taking Jaden. Johnny Newton at 36. Then they did trade back, right? Allow Philly to draft DeJean. They take Samerstill. Then they get Sennett. Then they get Coleman. Then they get McCaffrey. You need Mikey, his rookie season, ball hawk, made a lot of plays. He did lead them in interceptions last year, but a down year, he said it himself. Of those 5 dudes, Newton, Samerstill, Sennett, Coleman, McCaffrey, you need a legit emergence from 2 of them. And not like we could talk ourselves into it, like it's obvious. Eliminate the wiggle room. Be a really good player on it. Have an important role on this team.
Yeah. It's that time. I mean, they're in the years now where you begin to make that move. You know, they brought back Diami. We know he can stretch it. We know what Terry is going to do. And I think when you look at Luke and also Jalen now, one of those guys got to say, hey, it's mine.
What's crazy, B, if you look at that draft from 2 seasons ago, Jaden's in a separate category. Dominique Hampton, I think they released, right? I don't think Hampton's still here. And JJB, who was the 7th rounder in 24 out of Notre Dame, looked like he could be a pretty decent player. He had a bad injury last year, too. Of the non-Jaden division, the dude I might feel most comfortable and or confident in for this year, I don't want to lead the witness. Newton, Samerstill, Sennett, Coleman, McCaffrey, McGee, JJB returning from injury. It might be McGee. That might be the dude I feel best about.
But McGee has been the guy that they've talked about for 2 years strong.
That just wouldn't put him on the field.
I mean, wouldn't put him on the field, or was he not ready to be on the field?
Year one, he dealt with a ton of injuries.
The questions for me this time is either you force yourself away on the field, this is year 3 now, you force yourself away on the field, or if they're not putting you out there, something's up.
Probably over.
Yeah.
Who do you feel? Looking at the 26th season, who do you feel most confident in? Newton, Mikey, Sennett, Coleman, McCaffrey, McGee?
I'm still with Mikey. I think Mikey showed me what he's capable of. Then you move him into the inside where guys got two-way directions. But even though in a down year, nobody else could take the ball. The ball is what they wanted. He took the ball more than anybody else. I believe now that he's been a year through that with that, Mikey is a guy to me that once he goes through something, he doesn't falter the next time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's going to figure it out. And he had a whole year to figure it out. So I think he's going to be back to what he was. When he first got in on the outside, we didn't think he could handle it. And then he became as good as anybody on the damn team. So I think it's Mikey.
Mikey's fair, Newton's fair. I like McGee, man. But at the same time, I think there is 30% chance they're drafting Sonny Styles Thursday night.
Yeah.
What does that do to Jordan McGee?
Yeah, but like for me, I've seen McGee in practice.
And you add Chenal.
I've seen him in practice. I haven't seen him consistently in games.
I've seen
Mikey consistently in games.
Yeah, when he's gotten opportunities, I think he's been really good. But football, at least by design, is a meritocracy. Like, you should get your opportunities because you're good.
Yeah.
And if, for whatever reason, those haven't happened, you also had Bobby Wagner, who was a future Hall of Famer, at least in year one, playing at an incredible level. Last year, the level wasn't the same, but he was still playing well. I also think the change at defensive coordinator is going to make a big impact and improve things. I think the secondary was consistently, I don't know if it was the scheme, I don't know if it was the coverage designs. They were awful. Everybody involved was awful. And so you got to cast a pretty wide net on that, and then to me, just throw it out. Because last year, I mean, the numbers are the numbers defensively.
Yeah,
like, everybody was bad.
Yeah.
But that doesn't
mean
necessitate it has to be the same thing.
Yeah. I just think that, just like we said, we always talk about when stuff happens good, we got to forget about it and move on to the next.
Right.
Same thing when something happens bad. It's not going to dictate what this year is going to be.
Let's do this. When we return, Jeff Too Funny and White Brian present their 1 through 7 mock draft. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere.
One whole brain. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude's systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Listen, it's draft week, so I'm going to stay on topic, but Chris Russell's nasty. That's all I can say. All right, B. It's mock draft season.
Yeah.
Commanders have the 7th overall pick.
Yeah.
All the boys are going to make their official picks today.
1 through 7?
1 through 7. Today,
We all make them 1 through 7, or we all make them?
we're all giving our version of 1 through 7.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Gotcha, son.
Today, Jeff and White Brian will lead us off. Who do you have a preference of the two of them?
Don't like both of them.
Okay. Jeff says him, duh. So I'm tempted to go with that. All right, dude. Fine.
I think B come before J.
Brian is younger, has more hair, and a wife.
You go first. I don't care.
White Brian, state your case to go first.
I don't care either way, but I'll go first.
B does come before J.
That is true. Facts don't lie.
All right. Dub B, you are on the clock.
With the first pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Raiders select Fernando Mendoza. Most surprising pick ever.
Wow.
So the only thing, Jeff seemed a little apprehensive about doing this, and I said, I will not clown anything unless you don't have Mendoza going 1.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I just didn't know.
We'll get to you. I don't know what you didn't know, but here we go. All right. White Brian, number 2.
The Jets need an edge rusher, but they're the New York Jets. They're going to take David Bailey.
You don't like Bailey?
I like Bailey. I just think Arvell Reese is the correct pick, but they're the Jets.
All right. Number 3, Arizona Cardinals.
Jeremiah Love.
Wow.
Woo!
What Charlie said about the GM really needing a guy that's going to be good right away makes a lot of sense.
Self-preservation league, man. Self-preservation league lands you a running back at number 3. Last running back to go that high was Saquon, 2nd overall in 2018.
He's proven himself.
Who's the last back to go 3? Was LaDainian drafted 3rd overall?
I don't know. Proved himself.
Certainly. All right, Dub B. Tennessee Titans.
Robert Saleh gets the best defensive player in this draft, Arvell Reese.
Woo!
Okay.
State your case, son.
I think the highest ceiling defensive prospect is what I could say to you about Arvell Reese.
Fair. All right, at number 5, my New York Giants. Harbaugh loves his safeties. He's going to get the better Kyle Hamilton and Caleb Downs.
That is I think if Love is gone, now who knows? Maybe they're going receiver. Charlie Campbell certainly believes so. If Love is gone, I think it's either Styles or Downs to the Giants.
Can you let him pick his stuff and you wait till you pick yours? You know what you're doing.
Right.
You can't go through everything and go through all this stuff.
We're talking.
No, he put this stuff down. You got Jeff. You basically giving us your whole thing.
All right, number 6.
6, the Browns select Francis Mauigoa, the tackle. Francis
Mauigoa, I think.
That's the Giants, you said?
That's the Browns.
Browns, okay. Let's go.
And then at 7, the Commanders pair up their Ohio State wide receiver with another Ohio State wide receiver, Carnell Tate. Come on down.
All
Wow,
right.
all right.
I like it.
White Brian's on the board. Fernando Mendoza, David Bailey to the Jets, Jeremiah Love at number 3 to the Cardinals, Arvell Reese at 4 to the Titans, Caleb Downs at 5 to the New York Football Giants. Cleveland takes the big Miami tackle at number 6, and the Commanders at number 7 take Carnell Tate. All right, Jeffrey, can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
What did you not understand about I want your picks 1 through 7?
I didn't see that text at first.
Okay.
And then I just saw Jeff and WB tomorrow 1 through 7. And I was like, huh? And I didn't see it at first. That's it.
Okay. And what was the word you wanted me to not
No,
be?
I told
Emphasize
WB
you?
I told WB don't emphasize because he emphasized the message of we're going to get all your picks.
Okay.
But number 1, of course, the Raiders take Fernando Mendoza.
Okay.
I think the Jets are going to take Arvell Reese.
Okay.
Just because, for some reason, they love picking up D linemen. They did that with the guy, I forgot his name, that they traded to the Cowboys. The Cardinals, I think they need more playmakers on their defensive side. They're going to take David Bailey. They need an edge. I think the Titans are going to tap back in to their Chris 2K days. And they're taking Jeremiah Love as a running back to give Cam Ward another weapon out that backfield.
Okay.
The Giants. Do I hate the Giants? They're going to take Caleb Downs. They're building that defense. I think they're going to be the ones to take Caleb Downs. The Browns, they need a wide receiver. They're going to take Carnell Tate, and with the number 7 overall pick of the draft, the Washington Commanders, Sonny Styles. He will be our linebacker, baby.
All right. I like it, Jeff.
All right, Jeffrey.
I do feel like Jeff's draft. Number 1, Fernando Mendoza to Las Vegas. Number 2, the New York Jets select Arvell Reese. Number 3, David Bailey goes to Arizona. Number 4, Jeremiah Love goes to Nashville. Number 5, Caleb Downs to the Big Apple. Number 6, Carnell Tate to Northeast Ohio. Number 7, Sonny Styles lands at Dulles Airport, buys a house from John Leahy, and is the green dot for the Washington Commanders. A little bit of consensus for the boys there. Obviously, Mendoza, they both had at 1. Both the boys had Downs at 5 to the Giants. Does that just feel like a John Harbaugh pick?
Yes.
I can see that one for sure. Both the boys have Love going ahead of 5, B.
Yeah, what?
Both the boys have Love going before the 5th pick.
I think so. Hey, listen, man. I think when you have a certain talent, all that stuff that people talk about, value and position gets thrown out the window. So
I looked up previous running backs taken 3rd overall. I believe the last running back to go number 3 overall was Trent Richardson, Alabama to the Browns. So what do they call him? A bowling ball full of butcher knives? Certainly did not have the career many expected.
I wouldn't go down the lane very easy.
No, sure wouldn't. Another running back that was selected 3rd overall, B. Fellow by the name of Barry Sanders.
He didn't prove himself. I mean,
favorite
you shouldn't have
player
taken
ever.
him, man. Can't take a running back up there.
Trent Richardson only lasted 3 years in the
He
NFL.
wasn't like, and see, but that's the thing about it. Like, what happened with Trent Richardson can happen with any position. We've seen it. We can go through a draft and pick receivers, cornerbacks, quarterbacks, first 10. And there have been some of them who fell flat on their faces. But a lot of them have been extraordinary. So
Number 3 overall pick, played 46 NFL games, averaged 3.3 yards per carry, averaged 44 yards per game. Cleveland. Cleveland rocks, man. All right, we haven't had the phone lines open all day. We're going to do that for the final hour, okay? We got to hear from some Todd McShay on what he thinks could happen for the Commanders. We're starting to really hear about trading back as an option for Washington, even though Adam Peters last week said more likely than not we're going to make the pick. Do you want him to trade back? Do you want him to make the pick? Phone lines open, 800-636-1067.
This update brought to you by Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. Defending champion John Carrera broke the Boston Marathon course record today, riding a tailwind to outrun the strongest field in event history, 2 hours, 1 minute, and 52 seconds, the fifth fastest Boston Marathon of all time. Cowboys kicker Brandon Aubrey signs a 4-year deal worth $28 million. It's an extension for 49ers left tackle Trent Williams, 2 years and $50 million. Commanders have picks number 7 and 71 in the first 3 rounds as the NFL draft begins Thursday night. Nationals against the Atlanta Braves tonight, 6:45 on the Fan. Jake Irvin against Bryce Elder. NBA playoffs, Toronto at Cleveland, Atlanta at the Knicks, and Minnesota at Denver. Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game and get an experience of a lifetime. Let your kid be a kid. Put down the screen and go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Washington has the 7th overall pick. The New York Giants have the 5th and the 10th. For the Commanders, there's a report that they really want to trade back. We know they don't have a ton of picks, only 6 picks this year, only 2 in the top 100. They have number 7 and number 71. How vital is it to get a trade back, or do they need a stick at 7 and get their guy? Let's go to Trey in Virginia. What's up, Trey?
Hey, how's it going?
What up, man?
Hey, so I was just thinking when you guys were asking about trading back, I think that if you're a Washington fan, you're hoping that this is the last time for several years that you'll be picking this high. So, you know, we've used these last couple of drafts. You guys have mentioned a couple of names already of picking up pieces that may just turn out to be depth pieces. So I think you use this 7th overall pick, get your blue chipper now, and then hopefully these other guys will pan out and they can either become stars themselves or be, you know, depth pieces behind whoever you get at 7.
Yeah, I mean, I asked AP. It's an interesting call. Thank you, Trey. I asked AP about kind of the magnitude of having the 10th over, like a top 10 pick, having the 7. And he said, obviously, you don't ever enjoy the circumstances to get this pick. You never want to be in it. And obviously, that sucked. But it's a great opportunity for us. It really is. It's a great opportunity to get better and to get an impactful player. So it's a big pick. I agree with that for sure. I don't know. I asked Peters also be the buzz of Dallas possibly wanting to trade up, right? And Dallas is in a position, if they wanted to move up, having 2 first-rounders, they probably could.
Yeah.
AP said, I can't think like, oh, I can't trade with that. I can't trade within the division. But he added that it does increase the scrutiny if there was a division trade. What do you make of the prospects of actually making a trade with Dallas with the 7th overall pick?
If there's someone that you don't want and they are going to give you picks and an extra pick to do it, forget about that they're in the division. Now, if they're going up and take somebody that you want, that can make a difference. If you're not picking the person, you can't be concerned about where that person goes. Because they can still get him later on anyway. But if they move up, take him, and then give you a first and a second, take it.
Yeah, man. Dallas is sitting there at 12. If they want to go from 12 to 7, and you get, they have 92. Ironically, they have a Niners 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get, the problem with the Dallas trade conversation is they don't have a second rounder. They have 12, 20, and then 92.
Yeah.
Now,
but if you get another 3rd, you can possibly move into that 2nd.
Well, and if you go 7 to 12, and say they are eyeing Delane, You could probably get him at 12. It's funny. I was listening to Zabe over the weekend. It's fun. Sundays, I'm just driving kids to sports all day, so I'm in the car a lot. And it's fun to get to listen to Zabe on the weekends. And he was kind of running through his like good draft rules, I think he was calling it. And one of them is like, don't overthink it. Don't try to outsmart everyone else and just take the pick.
Like, I think the better drafters are guys who decide what they're looking for and they stick to that. They don't care what you did or what somebody else did. They know what they need to build. And if they build their team, then they compete against you. But those that want to always adjust their thought process based off what somebody else does don't have a lot of success.
Adam Peters talked about what goes into the decision to maybe trade back.
If you're there at 7 and you have some trade offers, if you're trading back, what are the factors you weigh? What goes into that decision possibly to do that? What might entice you to do that?
Yeah, I think with any trade, whether it's at 7 or anywhere, it's who's available. How far back are you going? What are you getting for it? Who do you think will be available wherever you're going back to? And obviously you certainly can't predict that. It's a little easier to predict at the top of the draft than it is like in the second or third round. You don't really know who's going to be available. There's a lot more variance at that point, but all those things that factor in, and just if there's someone like last year, we got a lot of offers when we picked Josh, and there's a lot of offers, but we said before the draft, if Josh is there, we're going to pick him, and certainly happy we did that, and so that's a window into kind of how we look at it. But if that wasn't the case, then we would have weighed all those other things that I just talked about.
Interesting to me that they said that, because he said that then that they got offers for Josh and they wanted Connerly, right? Mm-hmm. I think clearly at 61 last year they wanted Amos because that was their last chance to trade back and even recoup the pick from the Lattimore trade.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they have a dude at 7 that is a hang up the phone, we're taking this guy? Do you think they have multiples, or do you think they don't?
I think they have something in their mind of what they would trade for. But if you don't come, they have a guy that they will pick. You know what I'm saying? We're taking this guy unless you blow us out the water.
I think they probably have.
And you have to be in that situation because if you are thinking about trading, but you don't have somebody you're willing to pick, when they come to you, you lost. And you got to rush and take somebody. But if somebody comes with the trade, you can take the trade and know that, okay, well, they're going to move here. We're going to be moving here. We have these 2 to 3 people that we'll take in that position.
I think they probably already had some baseline conversations with other teams that may be interested.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, too, that the clock on the first round now has gone from 10 minutes down to 8 minutes. So everything's going to be that much more condensed.
They probably could have did that 8 minutes 4 years ago. They just like to go to the end.
Will it drive you crazy that my guess is
yes.
the Raiders will still take all 8 minutes?
Yes. Well, no, I'm not going to much watch it. I already know who's going there. I don't need to see them play around.
Where will you be draft night? Are you going to be there, or do you guys have like a dinner? Or?
We're going to be in the building.
I think it's an outdoor.
Wherever it's at, the outdoor building, the in building. We're going to be there. We're going to be at the draft. And when they pick, once they watch them pick, we have a show. I think our show starts.
Who's going? UTAN and NBC?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were on like a glad handing tour. I didn't know you were doing media stuff.
Oh, no.
I thought you were going with like sweet holders for like. Didn't you do that in Nashville? It was like a big old party.
Yeah.
That you enjoyed yourself.
We got
on that
some
one.
other stuff too. They got some dinners and stuff. So I'm gonna drop in.
I'm sure you will.
What up?
Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Do you want them to trade back? Do you want them to stay and pick, assuming, hopefully, that they're not picking in the top 10 again? Is there a player that they should just add a stud in this draft? Let's hit these phones. I'm going to let my man Luke in D.C. lead things off. What's up, Luke?
Hey, what's going on? I really want David Bailey. That's what I really want because I think he might fall to us. If he falls to us, I think that's just a no-brainer. I mean, come on now. Like, he has the intangibles.
Luke, I've said this before. I want a Range Rover. I drive a 4Runner. I love my car. I would love a Range Rover. But
he falls, I don't think he's falling all the way there.
I don't think he gets.
But if he was to fall over there, then I'll be concerned. What's going on?
Would you?
To be honest with you, yes. He has been projected as the next pick and as good as they come. If he falls all the way to 7, now I'm thinking about what the hell is going on here.
Now, Luke, in your defense, Tankathon is one of the biggest draft websites in the world, both NBA and NFL. I think they do everything. I think they do hockey and basketball and women's basketball. Tankathon has the Commanders getting Bailey at 7. So, I mean,
they have getting Bailey at 7.
Tankathon goes Mendoza, Reese, Muago, Love, Styles, Tate, Bailey.
Okay.
Should be pretty wild, man.
We'll see.
I like Bailey a lot. Thanks for the call, Luke. Appreciate you, bud. We'll let these phone lines weigh in here. Jim is in Tyson's. What's up, Jim?
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, dude. Man. How are you?
I'm doing great. I do not believe we should trade back, and I'll tell you why. If you look at Peter's first 2 drafts, the first draft is the one I look at carefully because you've had 2 years of experience with the players. The coaches know who they are. But we haven't gotten out of the draft a number of really blue-chip starters. So I would really feel better with Peters taking one of the proven top 10 players with that first pick. Just honestly, I don't really trust him that well to trade back and to be successful.
Listen, man, your sentiment is based in some questionable decisions. So I get it. Like, if you just want him to make the pick, I can understand it because the odds are overwhelming that you've got a better chance at 7 than you do when you move down. And
yes. Well, no, I completely agree, and I just think we need to have some players that are undisputed, like game changers. I think.
I don't think anyone of them walking to the league like that, bro. Seriously, I don't.
You don't really believe any of the. I mean, you guys are the experts.
No, I'm not an expert. I'm just a guy where I sat there and I know guys that were drafted in the first round, and they sucked. They were drafted high, and they sucked. No one is guaranteed to be anything. You still got to get there and make it happen. So just because he picks somebody in the top 10 doesn't mean they're going to automatically pan out.
But don't you think and I could be correct. So you had LeVar Arrington and Chris Ambles go number 2 and 3, I believe, or maybe it was 1 and 2. Both of those people, even though you're saying those are top 3 choices, they came in the first month and they were a wrecking ball. I mean, you don't think in the top 7 there's a player who can come in and just be not a fantastic, but a solid starter?
I would say this. Chris ended up playing as well as people thought. I don't know if LeVar reached what everybody thought he was going to reach. I think he was damn good, but I don't think he was great.
But you don't feel in the beginning that he was really strong?
It's not the fact of me thinking he was strong in the beginning. What I'm trying to tell you, the problem with people is you think where the person is drafted is going to depict how good they are. No, it tells you the potential they have to be great in the long run. Just because you're drafted first round don't mean you're good. Listen, my man James Harrison was an undrafted free agent. He was as good as any damn first round in the draft rushing the passer.
Appreciate the call, Jim. Thanks, dude. I mean, there's no guarantee that the pick at 7 will be the right guy, but you got a better chance the higher up you are. But the flip side of that is maybe you got a better chance with more chances.
And when you draft that guy, you got more pressure on yourself to make sure he gets to where you got to go, right?
For sure. All right, this is a call from a dude named Redskin Steve. What's up, Steve?
Hey, how you doing, brother?
Doing good.
I just want to say hey to my 2 main men, Badman Mitchell and Radar Finley.
Thanks, dude.
And you guys are always sitting there talking about trading down. I mean, if it was me, I would try to trade up to get the man from Notre Dame, Jeremiah Love. he would bring the love like Saquon Barkley did to the Giants. You know, I think that's a real
What do you
good
have?
idea.
What are you going to trade? What are you going to trade with it to go up though? That's the question. Then you won't have no draft picks basically. If you trade up to get Jeremiah, if you trade up to get him, you're gonna have to give up what, 2 of those draft picks at least?
Well, I figure it's going to be a swap in the first round for first rounder. And me personally, with the impact that Jeremiah Love can have on this team, since we did so good in the free market with picking up the other guys, I mean, I would give up a first rounder next year and maybe a third rounder or something else with it to be sweeten the package. But that guy is a game changer.
I don't think they could trade up, dog. But I appreciate the call, and I appreciate your excitement for Love. He's a heck of a player. Maybe he'll be there at 7. Thanks, dude.
Well, maybe he'll be there at 7. But you guys stay cool and keep them cool nicknames I gave you, baby.
All right, baby. Dude. Thanks. Let's try Ron in South Carolina. What's up, Ronald?
How we doing, boys?
Good, man.
Good, man.
I think that you entertain anything, kind of what B. Mitch said, unless, something that blows you out of the water comes around. But I think if Love or Caleb Downs are there, you got to take them because those are day one starters for you. Nick Cross and Downs would be an unbelievable safety duo for the next 4 to 8 years. So I think you really just need to get something special with that pick.
Yeah, man, I like Downs a lot. If I had $100 and I could spread the board on who I think they're going to get, I think my biggest bets would be on Styles and Downs. I think those guys make sense. We have heard
you can always trade back to 17 and get Jordan Tyson. Sorry to cut you off, but someone like that at the end of the draft.
I don't think you're getting Jordan Tyson at 17, dude. He just had his workout out in Arizona. I think there were like 20 teams there. He's been flying all over the country. He's got GMs flying out to Phoenix. I don't think Jordan Tyson's going to be there at 17. We'll find out. Appreciate the call, Ronald. Thank you, man.
Yeah, man.
A lot of this depends how things shake out, obviously. Let's go to Chris in D.C. Chris, what's up, man?
Hey, good. How's it going, fellas?
Good, man.
I'm kind of like you. It depends on how things play out. Now, if I can get Jeremiah Love, somebody that could be a game changer as far as like helping JD5 in the backfield, taking some of that attention off him and spreading out the field a little more, I think I would definitely take him. But if I can even trade back and get like somebody later in the first round or maybe somebody in the second round, and I can kind of like just build a foundation, because really if even with no offensive line, you're not going to have, unless you bury Sanders, some, like you say, some kind of freak of nature, then, a running back, for him to kind of make that kind of way on his own without that solid offensive line, that's a pretty hard task. And so I think even if you can get a good solid player, like later in the first round and maybe a pick in the second round, if you can get 2 for 1, then I think that's would be the ideal choice.
Appreciate the call, dude. It's interesting.
Call.
Most guys don't want to trade back. Most of the callers haven't. I thought that was a really good call.
Yeah.
You gotta have faith.
You gotta weigh all the options. Like I hear a lot of people who say we gotta do this, we gotta do that, and I'm like, you have many opportunities, many different directions you can go, and still be successful in this draft. It's not 1 or 2 guys in my book.
Totally, especially at 7.
Yeah, you have to pick someone that fits, and when you pick them, you got to make sure they have every opportunity to fit.
Steve is in Columbia. Steve, you want to trade back or stick and pick?
Hello, fellas. I'm staying with the pick at 7, and I am drafting for who I believe is the best player for this team, and that is Mr. Mansour Delane from LSU.
Silver Spring product. He might be. Thanks for the call, Steve. Appreciate you. Let's hear what Todd McShay believes Washington will end up doing with the 7th overall pick. Taking your calls the entire hour. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's draft week.
This update brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Nationals baseball tonight against the first place Atlanta Braves. Start of 4 in a row at Nats Park. It'll be Jake Irvin against Bryce Elder. First pitch, 6:45, live play-by-play right here on The Fan. The Brooklyn Nets have signed head coach Jordy Fernandez and his entire coaching staff to multi-year contract extensions. Defending champion John Carrero broke the Boston Marathon course record today, riding a tailwind for the win. Cowboys kicker Brandon Aubrey signs a 4-year deal worth $28 million extension. 49ers and 12-time Pro Bowl left tackle Trent Williams agree to a deal 2 years and a $50 million extension. Patrick Ngangba has decided to return to Duke basketball in 2026-27. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf, 5-star sports desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Michael Jackson, B's doing the Thriller dance. We're vibing at 1:30 on a Monday. Grant and Danny getting set to take over at 2 p.m. Those guys, lots of draft talk to get through, man. I want to let the phones do the talking here. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. A lot of talk about Washington maybe trading back. Adam Peters said more likely than not we're making the pick at 7. Could that just be a bluff to let people think he wants to stay at 7? So maybe the trade offers go up.
Offer you more money.
It also depends who's there at 7.
More picks.
Well, maybe
higher.
Maybe they want Jordan Tyson at 7. Who knows? Alex is in Silver Spring. What's up, Alex?
What's up, fellas?
What's happening, man?
Here it goes, man. Man, look, man, we staying put. Let me take you back to memory lane. Remember Mike Vicker with New Orleans gave the whole farm for Ricky Williams?
Yeah, man.
Uh-huh.
As a matter of fact, he gave it to us, if you really think about it.
Oh, yeah.
And it didn't, one player doesn't make, I would love for Love to come down here if he's there. But, nah, we can't afford to trade. Remember, 2027 draft is deep. And for those that were trying to last year talking about let's win some games, now there was no point in winning some games. But I'm gonna leave it at that.
Appreciate you, bud. Thanks for the call, Alex. He wants to stay and make the pick. B, you'll appreciate this. What do Adam Thielen, Chris Harris Jr., Wes Welker, James Harrison, and Antonio Gates all have in common?
Weren't drafted.
Undrafted.
People don't they don't remember those days. They just think you have more of those stories. You have a lot of those stories, just like you have a lot of stories of other people not making it. But you spend a lot of draft capital on those other guys. These guys, you gave them a ham sandwich and they came into the training camp.
Micah is in Ashburn. Micah, what's up, man?
Michael Parsons?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say Adam Peters, we brought him here to do what he do, and our team, we need more picks than just the 7th pick. And if him and Coach been at that combine and they see that if they drop back, they can get a couple of steals, I'm willing to do that because I feel like I already like all of the picks that they picked in the free agency with Chason and Leo, Chanel, and Claw. If they feel like they can get a whole lot better by dropping back a few picks, I'm all for it. And Brian Mitchell just said it a few minutes ago. B. Mitch just said it. He said, ain't nothing guaranteed. Ain't no stud. I've seen quarterbacks get drafted number 1 and turn out to be bust. And I'm going to let y'all finish from there, fellas.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate it, Micah. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, I just saw people fussing about first-round draft picks. And what's the guy? The 2 brothers that do media now.
Tiki and Rondé?
Nah. They got the funny haircut. The one that was in the story with the Joy Taylor girl.
Acho?
Yeah, he and Leonard Fournette been going at it. He said, yeah, I was a 6th round pick. My career was less than thorough, but you were in the first round. Yeah, I would have to say yours was not.
That's funny. I did want to get to this Todd McShay audio. Todd McShay is with The Ringer now, I believe, was with ESPN, worked in NFL front offices, widely considered a draft expert, analyst. Todd McShay talking about Washington's options.
And I can tell you this for a fact. If you want Sonny Styles, you got to get him at 5 because he's not going 6 unless Dallas were maybe to trade up there if that's what their intention, and we'll get to all this later. But he's going 7. So I'll just tell you that right now.
To the Commanders, right?
If Sonny Styles is sitting there for the Washington Commanders, I'm told him pretty damn good authority. Dan Quinn, that's his guy, okay?
That honestly corresponds to everything I've kind of been hearing over the last week, 10 days.
If you look at the D coordinator right now, you would think he fits his mindset too.
Super athletic guy that can move all around the line of scrimmage. Do you have any? You are not a big combine guy. Styles is, I don't know, recognition. Styles is the discussion surrounding Sonny Styles, I would say, has increased significantly since he went absolutely bananas at the combine.
Mm-hmm.
Does that give you any pause?
I think, but the difference is he was already considered an outstanding player. He had played safety for a while, then he moved to linebacker, and he was as good at linebacker. Then he goes to the combine and he showed you his capabilities. He wasn't like when Mamula was. Mamula didn't do, he wasn't damn good at all. He didn't make a lot of noise at Boston College his last year. But then he went to the combine and people were like, whoa, he ran a 4.5? And they had never heard him doing that. But Sonny has shown his athleticism the whole time. So that's why I don't really have to pause with him. But, you know, I hear everyone else saying the position. If that dude can be a middle linebacker and also pop out and check your tight end like Monty Coleman did, says enough for me, because if he could, there ain't too many tight ends going to run past him. If he has the hips and the burst to get out of breaks and stuff like that to check those guys, he could be that guy that comes in and be your run stopper, and then on third down, he could be, okay, I got him. You know what I mean? And not many tight ends, not many linebackers have those capabilities. If they're run stoppers, they normally get cooked in pass runs.
And here's the thing with Styles. It's not like he had the great numbers as a safety and then switched to linebacker. He had great numbers as a linebacker in 24 when Ohio State won the Natty.
Mm-hmm.
Played 16 games, made 100 tackles, 10.5 tackles for loss, 6 sacks, 5 passes defense, had a fumble recovery, forced a fumble. Last year, played 14 games because I think because Ohio State lost in the playoff. Like, their season didn't go as long. I don't believe he missed time. Maybe somebody can look that up for me. 82 tackles, 6.5 TFLs, and a sack and a pick. They also had a change. When did Matt Patricia take over their defense? That was just this past season, right? So, like, schematically, some things changed. When I watched Ohio State play, and you watched Ohio State a lot. They were on national TV a lot,
all the damn
right?
time.
One thing I noticed offensively and defensively, and I kind of think this is to their detriment, they are so loaded with talent that they play really pretty basic and like simple.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe you aren't able to showcase a dude like Styles that has freakish.
But when you stand out playing basic, that should tell the people at the next level what your capabilities are. If I were to put you in a specific position to do a specific thing, you know what I mean? If I'm not scheming you up so great in college and you still are standing out, when I start scheming you up and giving you the matchup advantage, you should be great at that point.
His athleticism score, the RAS score, is a 94. I mean, he ran a 4.46 with a 1.5 split, a 43.5-inch vertical, an 11-foot broad jump, did the 3-cone in 7.09, and did the 20-yard shuttle in 4.26.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, just a monster. And for me, what do we know about Peters? He likes athletes. And I did like, he got asked a question about, like, drafting athletes. And he kind of said, he's like, yeah, well, don't we want the best athletes? Like, I kind of liked how he was, not that he was dismissive, but he was like, yeah, I like athletes.
I recall getting drafted as an athlete.
Right.
And then every time they say, try this, try that, I just did it. So, I mean, sometimes that guy works because he don't fit in a certain box. You know what I mean? I think when you're looking at football, you want super athletic guys that can play. I'm not saying you just want track guys because they're athletic, but some of them can't put their foot in the ground and go one and change direction. But they can run straight ahead, fast as hell. But when you find a guy who can put his foot in the ground and change directions at a high speed, you want something like that. And as a linebacker, if he just has the change of direction, that type of gift in he can have in this game, he could be special at this next level.
Todd McShay says Dan Quinn looks at Sonny Styles and sees his guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Adam Peters loves athleticism. Styles is off the charts. I pulled up Lance Zierlein's scouting report on Styles. Do you know who his comp is?
Who's that?
Fred Warner.
All right.
Who Adam Peters was part of drafting. I think
he's more athletic than even Warner, I would think. Don't you think?
Yes.
He got more. He's taller. He's taller.
6'5", 244.
And
10-inch hands.
Yeah.
NFL pedigree.
He brings a little more than Warner, I believe.
At this stage, right? You got to see what.
But Warner has proven to be very good. If he could come in there with like a Warner and match something like that with that size and speed, special.
More and more, it feels like it's going to be Styles. Kind of what you hear with Downs is that doesn't seem to be where they're aiming.
I think many people.
I wonder about Tate.
They shy away from, I think, Downs. When you start thinking about the safety at that high in that position, you think of people like Sean.
Yeah, you want the
and
size.
Minka, Fitzpatrick. And which comes 5'10", what, 190?
Downs, I think he's closer to 6, but yeah.
So, like 5'11-ish, 5'11 and a half, something like that. About 190, 195. But when you look at a guy, you start thinking about when Sean rolled in, he was 6'3", 238. He ran 4.3 something. Minka Fitzpatrick, another one. Ed Reed was just a straight ball hog. The ball was in the air, it was his. I think those people will start comparing him to those guys. But when I look at his Sonny Styles, and I absolutely adore Monty Coleman. 6'5", 251, 4'5", 40. Isn't that closer to Sonny Styles?
Yeah.
And that dude covering tight ends and running backs out the backfield like he was glue, and he stuck to you. That is what I know. People like to just throw the people that are recent, but people I'm talking about who I've seen a lot of people. He's the best cover linebacker I've ever seen. And I played after Money was gone. I've seen guys since then. I don't think anybody was better than him. That's what Sonny reminds me of. Now, if he has that ability, that's something special for you.
Sonny's a baller. Quick break for us. We're coming back. We got to make some bets. Looks like wild card. Scotty's on the line. Stay there. Grant and Danny start at 2 o'clock. Must be the money. All right. The wild man, wild card Scotty, is on line one.
Oh, boy.
Hello, Scott. How do you do?
Oh, I'm spectacular.
You know what?
Fellas. How are you?
You know what Scotty did that pissed me off today?
What?
We were talking about Popeyes earlier, and he went to
Oh,
Popeyes
yeah,
and
yeah.
sent me a photo. Why don't you bring the Popeyes?
Yeah, bring the damn chicken
that
in
doesn't
here,
put the
Bama.
crackers in my stomach.
The hell?
Listen, you know that if I could, I would. I had a busy day today.
How about
A
we hear
very
about all
busy
your
day.
busy day?
Yeah. We don't want to hear about
Don't send no damn pictures if you ain't gonna bring the chicken.
Just rubbing it in. Do you have an
Next
NFL
time, I
draft
definitely will bring
comment?
You got to go. It depends who's there, but if Styles is there, that's the move. I think you take Styles over Love, honestly.
I do too.
I think you go Styles. He's a freak. He fits too many. He fits too many different positions, and he's just.
Don't
coming
you know
into
his
zone
daddy
right
or
now.
something like that, Scotty?
I do. I
That's
played
why he's
against.
saying it. He don't normally say nothing unless he got a connection to it.
Absolutely, that is so far from the truth.
That's so far the truth.
Kind of true.
Nope.
Yep.
How are they going to hear me talking about this right here? They're in Atlanta. Anyway, he's a beast. He's a monster.
As soon as he ran, you sent me a text and told me everything about his daddy. So I kind of now I remember the whole thing.
His dad ran me over.
Well, it ain't hard to run you
That I
over.
believe. Goodbye, Scotty. I like this. This could be a fun exercise tomorrow, Stallion. Hogs Haven.
All right.
Has maybe this is Rigo's Rag. Forgive me. I'm trying to credit the right people here. They have a Adam Peters smoke meter. Okay?
Okay.
The meter. 1 is a spark. 2 is a flicker. 3 is a small flame. 4 is a steady burn. 5 is heating up. 6 is gaining heat. 7 is hot. 8 is very hot. 9 is blazing. 10 is full blaze.
I think that's too many damn things to choose from.
We could just say scale 1 to 10.
Yeah, because people, it's going to be hard to remember all 10 things.
I think we run through a bunch of prospects and see where the smoke meter is on a scale of 1 to 10.
All right.
I love that.
But we could also just, this would be frowned upon. We could just pull up pictures of good-looking women and then rate them on the smoke meter too. But we'll stick to the NFL
like that
draft.
too.
I'm going to stay out of that one. I'm going to let you do that. and I want to see how you look the
I
next day
think
you come
just
back.
you and I can let Stallion and Jeff do it. I don't even think White Brian wants to.
No, he don't want to get beat
White
up.
Brian, do you want to?
Man,
get
Rose got a mean left
hook.
hook. Rose got a mean left hook. He not going to. He's scared of that.
I think it'd be funny to let Stallion and Jeff, the two young single fellas, just rate women.
Hold on. Jeff can do it. Stallion, he hold on to the belt loop.
Yeah.
Come on, dog.
Stallion, how whipped are you? How was your weekend? You said you were hanging out with your girlfriend this weekend.
Yeah, it was a great weekend, and I went to the Nats game on Saturday. Saw the boys blow a 5-1 lead. I called that, by the way. I actually bet money.
Lord, have
I
mercy.
bet money on the Giants coming back to win that
You
game.
live bet San Fran down 5-1?
Yes.
Well, that
How much you
paid
win?
pretty good.
It was not bad. I won $25 off it. So
On what? Like a $4 bet?
yeah, $5 bet.
Before we get out of here, I got to talk about just something that's absolutely just despicable.
Yeah.
White Brown, why'd you bet 5 cents to win 75 cents?
That was a free voucher. I didn't even
I
bet the
don't
5
give
cents.
a damn. I would have walked away from that. You bet 5 cents on how many parlay was it?
It was one of those FanDuel DFS things, and you pick you get a salary cap, and you pick a bunch of
You
different
can't
players.
buy a damn soda.
It should have been more. I came in 62nd place out of 60,000 people. I don't know how that math works.
Wait. You came in 62nd place, and all you got was 75 cents.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even waste my time with it.
I do.
Jay, he can't buy a soda.
Yo, you legit can't buy a soda with your winnings.
He's talking about, and he even said it
And
in the
that's his
text thread.
winnings.
He said, "What you say? You know this was bad or something." You said.
It said this is lame.
You're right. Lame as hell.
I got one better. You never know when B is going to respond in the text thread just quite aggressively.
I might respond 2 days later, but I'm gonna still be aggressive.
So Joey, our producer from Monumental, was texting us, what days are we going to Pittsburgh this week, blah, blah, blah. Then he brought up that the Pistons were in the playoffs last year. B said, well, they got knocked out quickly. Joey said they lost to the Knicks but gave them a good fight. B said 4-2 is not close. Joey said, yes, it is. 4 or 5 games isn't close. To which B responded, you're a geek. You don't know what the bleep you're talking about. Oh, dude.
That's what I like, Joey.
I know. Stallion, doesn't B have to wear the hot dog hat?
No.
I think he does. That sounds about right.
It don't sound about right to me.
White Brian.
I wasn't here, so y'all ain't make me wear nothing.
White Brian, doesn't he have to wear the hot dog hat?
Didn't have a bet?
No, he does.
No, because I think
Yeah.
our last official bet was Thursday.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, it was.
We didn't make
No.
one Friday.
Yes, I
Yeah.
did. What happened on Thursday?
You lost.
You lost.
Everybody
Badly.
You lost bad.
I'll
It was
bring it
bad.
in.
What team? Y'all must know who I bet. See, y'all trying to make up something when I'm gone. see, and I'm gonna tell you one thing about JP. JP can't hold on to stuff. Y'all say we gonna tell B he gotta wear the hat. We gonna tell B he gotta wear the hat. And JP said, "Yeah, we gonna
I hope the
fool
people
him."
watching on Monumental right now see Bemis is just dikembeing the hot dog hat.
No.
This was we came up with this plan on Friday.
I know.
To try to convince you to wear the hot dog hat.
See, but if you keep talking, you just start. But you bust out laughing. I knew you were lying.
Well,
so.
My gut told me it was going to go like this. That we were not going to have any success with it. Now,
But actually, I did win Thursday night because I'd already looked at it.
let's make some bets.
Gather around. Trying to set me up.
That was funny. We'll give Jeff. Jeff can text the pick in because we'll let Jeff text the pick in. I got mine.
What you got?
I'm going over 5.5 goals. Carolina, Ottawa. Bang. That's a winner right there.
Winner, chicken dinner.
I've got Dale Lyle 1+ hit tonight. That's at -195 going up against the Braves.
Damn, you're barely sneaking that in.
Barely sneaking
Stallion.
that in.
Barely sneaking that in.
Timberwolves +7.5.
Okay. So far, we got baseball, hockey, and the association. Brian?
Well, I'm going to go with the Atlanta Hawks, New York Knicks. I'm going to take the under 217.5.
There you go. Who will wear the hot dog hat tomorrow? Jeff will text the pick in. Thank you to everybody that listened to the show. Thank you to everybody that called
Switch
in.
that to the over.
Oh, I like that. B is now on the over. Thank you to Dan Duggan, Giants reporter from The Athletic, and Charlie Campbell, draft analyst at Walter Football. Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. All your beer.
Boston Marathon winners are coming across. Defending champion John Carrera broke the Boston Marathon course record today, 2 hours, 1 minute, and 52 seconds. Kenya's Sharon Lokedi repeats as a Boston Marathon winner. To the NFL, where Dallas Cowboys kicker Brandon Aubrey signs a 4-year deal worth $28 million. 49ers and 12-time Pro Bowl left tackle Trent Williams gets 2 years and $50 million. NFL draft will begin on Thursday. Commanders have picks number 7 and 71 in the first 3 rounds. Nationals baseball against the Atlanta Braves live on the Fan tonight after a win over the Giants 3-0. The Braves, though, are in first place at 15-7. Bryce Elder versus Jake Irvin. We join the coverage at 6:15. The Brooklyn Nets have signed head coach Jordy Fernandez and his entire coaching staff to multi-year contract extensions. Paul the 6th grad, Patrick Ngangba, has announced he's returning to Duke basketball. And former Iowa State star Audie Crooks commits to Oklahoma State. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on The Fan, taking you up to 6:15 in Nats baseball tonight, over 4 hours from right now, pregame, ahead of the Nats and the Braves as they kick off a 4-game series. An hour from now at 3, Logan Paulson joins the show. My Take Command co-host just put together his draft big board. We'll do a deep dive into the NFL draft with him, which, Danny, we've reached draft week.
It's draft week, my friend.
3 days away. The countdown is officially on to the NFL draft. The Commanders pick 7th Thursday night in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. To pull the curtains open a little bit and just give you some behind the scenes, we were going to be there. We were thinking about going. The way that the schedule broke down with the Nationals playing a day game, us only being on for the last couple of hours on Thursday, we actually decided to stay put here in the DMV, and you and I are actually going to be out and about celebrating the draft with listeners on Thursday night.
It's going to be awesome. So we are in Sterling, and we're going to be hanging out all evening after the Junkies do kind of a pre-draft show. If I could say that, it's sort of like a lead up to the draft, the path to the draft, so to speak. You and I are hanging out the rest of the night. It's going to be awesome. So we'll be able to go through, hopefully, Washington's picks leading up to it, picks surrounding it as well. If there are trade backs, we'll be on the air reacting live with fans.
Honor Brewing in Loudoun County is the site of our draft coverage as a station. It's going to start at 6:30 as soon as we get off the air with the Junks. Then we'll get out there a little closer to 8, and we're live for much of round 1 and then some breakdowns after the draft. But 8 to 11 East time. It'll be a late night for your boys, so come on out and hang with us. We've done a draft show more years than not, and they're always a blast. I just think it's the argument I make for going to the movie theater over sitting at home and streaming a new movie.
Mm-hmm.
Being around people, getting that human interaction, feeling the energy positively, negatively of whatever happens. And I actually think it's going to be fairly captivating. I mean, either Washington's going to hit a home run with a pick everybody loves, or they might even trade back, and everything in between is on the table. It's a complete unknown as to what's going to happen at 7. This is not the night where you and I knew they were taking Jaden Daniels or so many other evenings like it. It's an early pick. You could get a blue chipper, but they could very well trade back as well. So all options on the table.
Indeed. There's a lot of dependence, but that means mystery. And the cynical way to do it is going, you're at the mercy of the first 6 teams, really the 5 teams after Fernando Mendoza, and what they feel like doing, it's going to dictate what you do. But the intriguing part of that is, this is a mystery box. I have no idea right now where I would go place my money on who Washington's taking, because I have no idea what Cleveland is going to do. If you can predict what Cleveland's going to do, God bless you. How sure are you about this new Giants regime? They just pulled off a mega trade over the weekend. They now pick at 5 and 10. How sure are you about the Titans in their new regime, new defensive-minded head coach Robert Saleh? The Cardinals at 3 have a myriad of options. That, if it's best player on the board, if it's a right tackle at 3, which is, in past years might not have been the smartest thing. Now maybe it is. I have no clue what's going to happen at 7. That makes it fun.
You mentioned the Dexter Lawrence trade from the Giants to the Bengals. I want to start the show there. This went down on Saturday evening. I was out to dinner with a couple of neighbors who are moving out of the area. who were kind enough to ask me and the wife to go out to dinner before they leave town to go to Rhode Island. So my phone starts blowing up with the group chat, and I'm like, what the heck is going on a random Saturday night? The Nats game's already over. And sure enough, Dexter Lawrence is being traded out of the NFC East. But how about this trade? This is one that you don't see a lot of. A Pro Bowl player, a perennial, one of the best in the league at his position type player, straight up for a top 10 pick. There's not a lot of these, man, in this sport. The Bengals gave up 10 for Dexter Lawrence. They're getting killed from what I've seen for this trade. I don't really know why. I like it for both teams. What I would say is I like it for the Bengals, and I kind of love it for the Giants, honestly. But the Giants are going to take a significant step back defensively, and namely on their defensive line, in the short term without Dexter Lawrence. The Bengals need to make moves, Danny. They are awesome on offense perennially. They have a chance to be a playoff team and a Super Bowl team if they get there because of their quarterback, Joe Burrow. But at some point, they've got to actually take a leap forward here. And the defensive tackle group in this draft is not good. At 10, they probably weren't going to get a stalwart defensively unless Caleb Downs were to fall into their lap. I'm not sure if he changes your entire defense at the safety position. And the growing speculation from the outside on the Bengals is that Joe Burrow is frustrated and that they feel like they need to improve the defense and get back to the playoffs, or maybe he'd ask for a trade or start to be annoyed enough to want out. So I think there's an urgency for them where they went and got Lawrence, who had 2 years left on his deal.
Yep.
There's not a player in the country that's going to impact the defense as much as Dexter Lawrence this year or over the next 2 years. They've already extended him for $28 million. So now you've got Lawrence for at least 3 years. I have no problem with that for the 10th pick, just based on the needs that they had and the fact that their offense is Super Bowl caliber. They're trying to raise the tide with the defense.
Just to have something on defense. You don't have to be even good. Just be okay. Just be not the worst in the league, which is kind of what they've been at times. But, you look at their salary commits, you can see where their bread is buttered. It's Burrow, it's Higgins, it's Chase. That's half their team's money. Not even joking. Like, that's really where half of it goes. So you got to figure out other places, and you kind of get in where you fit in.
And they've got a talented running back who's on a rookie deal. They don't have to pay a lot in Chase Brown. Their tight end position is not star-studded, but it's good. They've got Drew Sample, Mike Gesicki, Eric All. I mean, it's 3 deep at tight end. What they did this offseason, though, pretty obviously is, now with the Lawrence trade, they've completely rebuilt their front. They signed Boy Mafe from Seattle to be their edge rusher, moved on from Hendrickson to load up in terms of draft picks. They paid a bunch of money to Jonathan Allen, who's still making $20 million a year at D-tackle, believe it or not. And then they go get Lawrence. So you've got Lawrence and Allen with B.J. Hill and Boy Mafe up front. They signed a new free safety. They signed a new nickelback. They are trying their best to do what you said, which is get to a league average level on defense where they can go 10-7 or better and get Joe Burrow into the postseason.
Yeah, that's the plan. You force a turnover to create a little bit of pressure. You're going to get some yards. You're going to get some touchdowns and scores against them. But they get you one extra possession for that incredible offense and Joe Burrow and company. I'll take my chances. And in that division, they're zagging where everyone else is zigging. I mean, you think of that AFC North, it's the black and blue division. It's run the dang ball and running this and running that. And maybe the Steelers won't be exactly that, but this is now a high-flying, wide-open offense and like a turnover defense instead of everybody having a pushing contest.
You mentioned the North. I also kind of feel like it's time to strike a little bit here. The Browns are down, always down, but
the Browns are brownsing.
The Browns are brownsing, and you've got a Ravens team that has gone through a transition.
Yeah.
Different coach. I think it's actually going to work out really well with Jesse Minter. Lamar bounce-back season coming, and they'll win the division. But they just fired a coach. You don't do that when everything internally is great. And the other team in that division is Pittsburgh, who as of right now, they showed up to work today with a new head coach in Mike McCarthy. First time they haven't had Mike Tomlin to make sure the bottom doesn't fall out. Their starting quarterback is Will Howard today. And they will not be getting, according to reports, any indication from Aaron Rodgers pre-draft as to whether or not he's going to play or not. Now, I think he's going to start for them, but even still, is that some savior? The 22nd best quarterback in the NFL over the last few years is going to be your starting quarterback? Yay, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm the Bengals, I'd be pushing to try to get into the playoffs too.
So I got no beef with that from the Bengals' perspective.
Me either.
I don't.
But the more important side for what we do here in the nation's capital, the most powerful city in the world, Washington, D.C., home of the Commanders. The New York Giants have 2 of the top 10 picks in the draft now.
Thank goodness for that.
And it's funny because the draft kind of goes through New York at this point. The Jets also have 2 first-round picks. They choose at 2, at 16 with Indianapolis. So a quarter of the top 16 picks in the class belong to the two teams in New York. Be fun to be covering them as we're 3 days and 5 hours and 48 minutes out from the NFL draft. But the question with New York is, how does acquiring pick 10 change what they might do at pick 5? The way this would help the Commanders, there's some thought that now that they got 10, they might be more inclined to go offensive tackle at 5, get the safe, like higher floor player you can plug in right away, dramatically upgrade the offensive line for Jackson Dart. Because now at 10, where you have this new pick, you can get a playmaker, say a receiver that you like, or if you're not drafting a Jeremiah Love at 5, you get a weapon on offense, or a defensive stalwart if that's what you're looking for. Maybe it's Caleb Downs who falls, or Reuben Bain is there, or something like that to replace the nose tackle, D tackle on your D line, the presence in Lawrence that you just lost. So I'll be fascinated to see what this means for pick 5 and how it changes things for Washington.
Yeah, I never like it when I look up at a division rival that hasn't been good and everybody's got them categorized because based on their last couple of years, the Giants are going to Giants. Don't look now. They're assembling something up there. Malik Neighbors missed pretty much all last year with that knee injury. They've got a few pieces now. They'll add here in this draft. I know they're going to miss Dexter Lawrence in the middle, but they've got edge rushers galore. They're about to add 2 top 10 picks this year at positions that, again, they now are so flexible, kind of to your point. They could go Styles and Jordan Tyson. They could go Jeremiah Love and Caleb Downs. They could go wherever they want because there's no, we're not going to be able to fill another need till 37. You now have 3 of the first 37 picks in this draft for a team that's on the rise with a head coach that's got a pretty good track record of putting some good stuff out on the field.
I wonder what their emphasis is. They've got their franchise quarterback in their minds in Jackson Dart, who they traded into the first round to get last year. Yep. It was the 7th time since the 60s that we've seen a team trade into round 1 to draft a quarterback, where they got Dart at 25. Do you feel like you need to fortify the offensive line in front of him and give him a weapon with those 2 top 10 picks? Because if you came out of that thing with like Mekhi Lemon, let's say, at wide receiver, or Tyson, who I think they're going to take at 10. Joe Shane was at that pro day. Yep. Everyone's been talking about how intrigued they are. And I remember asking people last week, like, if Shane's there and they seem to be obsessed with him, are we sure Tyson at 5? I know that's crazy, but everyone said it doesn't make sense because you can't take him at 5. Well, now you traded for the 10th pick. So to me, the light goes on where you go, okay, well, maybe all along they knew they were making the Dexter Lawrence trade.
Well, Tyson to me is first team all. I'm not sure that I want him in the top 10 because of the injury concerns, but I also don't want my rival to have him either. Does that make sense?
If you were guaranteed health for him, he would be going before Carnell Tate.
I think so.
I don't even think that's debatable.
I think so.
He is the most explosive, talented player at the position, probably. It's just a guy that you can't touch because of the injury concerns. But maybe you feel a little better about swinging for the fences at 10 if you can get a sure thing at 5.
Yeah.
Who's a little safer. And that's where I'm thinking maybe O-line, tackle, something along those lines. But while trading a defensive tackle who's unhappy for a 10th pick feels like a slam dunk and a win, again, I think it's going to benefit both teams pretty well. Another story today in the NFL was, did you see Trent Williams got a juicy extension from San Francisco?
Still chopping wood, by the way. So $50 million over a couple of years, I saw?
2 years, $50 million for Trent Williams, 25 per, kind of elevates his overall money moving forward that he'll be making. He'll get $37 million fully guaranteed, including 22 in signing bonuses. His agency said that he will become the first non-quarterback to surpass $400 million in career earnings and $225 million in guarantees. Good for Trent Williams, who is the one that got away for me in my time around this thing with Washington. Mm-hmm. There's others, I'm sure, on that list, and we could do that topic tomorrow or something. But at 37, same age as me, came out of college at Oklahoma when I was finishing. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer. This is a 3-time first team All-Pro. This is a 12-time Pro Bowler. He is the one for me. If you could just hit the mulligan button, that I would use it for.
So all the drama that happened at the time, back a couple years ago, whether it was, I don't know how much of it, and Trent could tell you how much of it was. I really would. This is all solved if I get a new contract, or what. I don't know what I don't know there. I don't know how. If he would never have re-signed it because he was so upset with the medical staff and the organization and whatever. Here's what I do know. That Bruce Allen, Dan Snyder tandem, the boobs, those idiots, those buffoons, those horses' asses, decided, you know what the best thing for us to do is? Let's pick a fight with Trent Williams. Let's have a hard line with Trent Williams. Now, if he's insubordinate, if he's, doing Brandon Ayuk stuff where he's driving by the facility, flipping you the bird going 200 miles an hour and filming it or whatever, okay, that's a different story. What was the end game? What was the goal? If the goal was to have a great player, a gold jacket future, a guy that was going to go to the Hall of Fame as a, Redskin, WFT, stupid name now, he played for all of them. He could have been here his whole career as one of the best players ever at a premium position. What was the end game? To irritate him, piss him off, and devalue him? You did that great. That was one of those fights where, congratulations, I guess you won, but did you? He's going to end up in San Francisco just as long as he was in Washington.
It got to a point where it didn't even matter what he was upset about. He was never going to play here again as long as any of the people that were influential behind the scenes during the falling out were still there. And that meant Bruce Allen, who was gone by the time they traded him, by the way, and Dan Snyder. He was over and done with both of them. And how can you blame the guy? So were most of the fans that listen to this program, by the way. They were on Trent Williams' side. But I remember at the time when they traded him saying, you got to move him. It doesn't really matter what you get back. The well has been poisoned, and every team in the league knows he's never playing here again. So you were trading this thing that had almost no value. Think about saying that about Trent Williams. Because everyone knew you had to get rid of it. If I know you're just dragging it out in front of your house, to the trash can, basically, and that they're going to come by and pick it up tomorrow, or I can just get on Facebook Marketplace and buy it from you.
Yeah.
I'm not spending a whole lot of money. And so they got a 2020 fifth round pick and a 2021 third round pick. And at the time, it actually felt like, okay, you'll take it because you got a 3 out of this. And it's such a bad situation that feels like you salvaged something. By the way, the picks turned into, by my recollection, Khaleke Hudson, who was that linebacker, who was like a tweener safety type from Michigan. And then the following year in the third round, Benjamin St. Juste, I believe. But to get a 3 and a 5, looking back for the that Trent Williams trade, one of the most bungled scenarios in team history, right up there with the Cousins contract fiasco. And it was in short order.
Yeah.
Within the same few years with the same
It wasn't
group.
too long after, yeah. What a great sequence of events.
They just ran this thing into the ground. You have a quarterback with legitimate value that a lot of teams want, and a future Hall of Fame left tackle who might be the best in the league. And you come out of it with basically 2/3 and a fifth. Imagine that.
I don't have to. I loved it. We were there. How stupid. Again, it's the myopic, petty, small nonsense. That's what it was. It was the short-sighted nonsense. Remember, they could have traded Cousins to San Francisco for a pretty hefty haul, and they said, "No, we can't have that because he might succeed there." And how would that make us look? You know what I mean? The goals weren't aligned with being an excellent franchise. Thank goodness that's over.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, the 7th pick is Washington's on Thursday night. Adam Schefter basically just emptied out his notebook today with a bunch of what he's hearing about the draft. And there's a lot of intel, including that the Patriots are likely to trade for A.J. Brown, that the Eagles could actually make another blockbuster deal this week. We'll give you some of those nuggets and especially the Commanders-related items as soon as we return on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. NFL Draft is 3 days away. Other news in the NFL, the Niners signed left tackle Trent Williams to a 2-year deal worth $50 million, and the Cowboys signed kicker Brandon Aubrey to a 4-year extension, 4 years, $28 million, $20 million guaranteed. Basketball playoffs continuing on tonight. The Raptors taking on the Cavs in Game 2 of that series. Cleveland leads 1-0. That'll tip off at 7 o'clock. The Hawks taking on the Knicks, Game 2 of the series. The Knicks lead the series 1-0. That'll tip off at 8. Then Timberwolves and Nuggets, the nightcap at 10:30. Game 2 of that series. Denver leads the series 1-0. Baseball, the Nationals won to salvage a game against the Giants yesterday 3-0. They begin a 4-game series against the Braves at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45 right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Bryce Elder. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan, 3 days away from the NFL Draft. All of our coverage ahead of the NFL Draft on The Fan's presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay what you need. I wanted to get into some of the things Adam Schefter's hearing ahead of the draft, so let's go through some of his big observations. He emptied out his notebook, and there's some things in here that are Commanders related, some other things that aren't, but it's all fascinating to me. So we'll start with the Eagles and the Patriots. This A.J. Brown trade is going to happen. It's just not happening right now.
Could they take their time at all with that?
So here's the deal. Schefter basically said expect it on or after June 1st. And the line in the sand is for good reason.
Yeah.
After June 1st, the Philadelphia Eagles can basically defer the $40 million in salary cap that hits over 2 seasons. So if you were to trade him now, you cost yourself $20 million more this year up front. So this is going to happen on 6/1 or after, for bookkeeping purposes, but the Patriots are the favorites to land him. It seems like it's all but a certainty. He did say other teams could swoop in. I mean, nothing's done. There's nothing written in Sharpie here. There's no contract that this trade is a done deal. But that is basically what's happening, and he points to Philadelphia trading for Dontavian Wicks, signing Hollywood Brown, signing Elijah Moore. They've obviously been beefing up the receiver room for life after A.J. Brown, which is going to happen sometime between after the draft and the start of training camp.
Yeah, they've set the stage, certainly. That amount of dead cap money or that's going to end up happening here for Philadelphia, to me, would make this something that I wouldn't be doing, right? They seem very anxious to do it, and it's post-June 1. I understand you're not thrilled with them, but I would try to build more bridges. They seem to be just so done with his act. They don't want him to be a part of it anymore, and kind of that's that. The Patriots change the scenery. They're all too happy to get a number 1 wide receiver for Drake Mann Company. But that dead cap hit is, to me, is prohibitive. I would go, let's try to work a couple more bits of counseling and some pathways to try to make this go.
It's a toxic situation. There's no improving it, in my opinion. If you read that story in ESPN about their quarterback, Jalen Hurts, his relationship with A.J. Brown, the relationship just overall on the offensive side of the building, there's no salvaging. There's no reason to try. It's over.
Yeah.
He's talented. Yes, he is. That's great. And also a problem child. So keep it moving. One thing I've been advocating or saying is they have to do it before the draft because the value of picks next year and the year after, just down the road, it's not the same for a guy. Schefter actually said they prefer their picks in 27, better draft class, and in 28, based on, I guess, just when contracts are coming up and some of the bigger picture like chess that Howie Roseman plays.
Yeah, he gets to play because he's better at than everybody else. They can afford to go, we can wait till next year. Everyone else is going, oh my God, we need something.
But how about this on the Eagles front? Philly should be expected to be working other deals this week, Schefter said. He actually thinks they could be trading for Jonathan Grenard, the pass rusher that I love from the Minnesota Vikings, by way of the Houston Texans. 12 sacks in 2024 in his first year in Minnesota. Just 3 in 12 games last year. Very solid pass rush win rate, though, of 23%. The Vikings have been asking for a day 2 pick for Grenard. Guess who's got 3 of those? The Eagles. Picks 54, 68, 98. He says Howie Roseman is going to be making a lot of calls, that is probably going to be involved in a deal or two, and do not be surprised if Grenard is one of the big names on the move.
So, just on that front, he is not with the Vikings today. I believe they started or have their offseason program either today or yesterday. I can't remember when it's begun, but he is not posting. They're like doing the normal thing where they go, talking about Minnesota, we expect him on the roster. We expect him here. I don't know that you do. It sounds like trades are in the works here.
He's one of the most likely players in the league to get drafted, to get traded during the draft, I should say, and to be one of the biggest names of non-drafted players in the next 7 days. Here's some other names that Schefter says he's hearing could be traded in the days ahead in and around the draft. Couple of quarterbacks, young guys that have fallen out of starting roles. Anthony Richardson, Colts. Will Levis, Titans. Spencer Rattler, Saints. Of those three guys, start, sit, cut. Richardson, Levis, Rattler. How would you go?
Whew, man, which is the least stinky sock? Levis, to me, had the best deposits. Not a lot of them, but there were some decent games that we've kind of now forgotten about. It's a punchline. I'm going to sit and try to develop Anthony Richardson. Because, again, that athletic skill set, he was thrust into play when he wasn't ready. I'm not saying he's ready now, but I'll see if I can do something with a guy that's that big, that fast, with that kind of arm. So I guess I'm cutting Spencer Rattler.
So we're on different wavelengths. I would start Spencer Rattler. I thought he played okay for the Saints last year before they went to Shuck, who was better than him, obviously. And for good reason they went to Shuck, who they just drafted. But Rattler was okay. I mean, there was some, not just passable games, there were some decent games. His PFF trends and things were up. I would sit Will Levis probably. 6 and 1/2 dozen in the other.
No good answer there.
Levis and Richardson. You're banking on the Richardson athleticism, but I guess I've seen the least from him, plus the durability concerns, so I would probably cut him. Here's an interesting name, and this matches something I heard earlier in the offseason. Falcons tight end Kyle Pitts is available in a trade and should be someone to monitor. Now, if the Falcons were to trade him, he's getting ready to play on a franchise tag. They would probably then have to draft a tight end pretty early in this draft. But I'd heard when they tagged him that they were going to probably sign one of the best tight ends available as well so that they could dangle Pitts. They didn't do that. It didn't work out that way, so I kind of had moved on. But Schefter says he still hears that Kyle Pitts could be traded.
Fascinating. Again, this is one of those, I can't pay the full freight, so I don't know if the franchise tag has to be rescinded or something. I'm not giving up multiple first rounders for Kyle Pitts. I'll trade something nominal because I would have signed him in free agency for maybe less than he would have commanded otherwise. But that's the ultimate buyer beware. The talent is so tantalizing. There's no other way to put it, right? Someone that's that big, that fast, that strong, potentially a matchup nightmare. It's just never really consistently materialized for him. As a rookie, went over 1,000 yards. Still single-digit touchdowns on an annual basis for a guy that should just be cooking people in the red zone and between the 20s.
Other names that could be traded include Giants edge Kayvon Thibodeau, kind of a man without a starting spot. And then this one won't surprise you, 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk, although we all know he ain't getting traded. Nobody is taking on that contract. All right, here's your Commanders-related nugget. Jeremiah Love. Adam Schefter thinks could go as high as 3 to Arizona. I don't want to hurt ourselves with any back padding, but this is something I've been talking about for the last couple of weeks. I keep hearing the Cardinals are in on Love at 3. We'll see if that comes to fruition or not. But he says that not only could the Cardinals take him at 3, the floor is going to be number 7 in the Washington Commanders for Jeremiah Love. He thinks he's likely going to go in the top 5, something that has not happened for a running back that high in the draft since Saquon Barkley in 2018. And here's what's pretty compelling on Washington. He says he thinks they're all over Jeremiah Love. They wanted, according to Adam Schefter, Aaron Jones. They were planning on hoping to sign him when he was going to hit free agency before he stayed in Minnesota. He thinks they have not yet checked the running back box to the extent that they would like to, despite going and getting Rachaad White and Jerome Ford.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, you've committed, now, not a lot of resources, but you got some bodies there. You don't owe Ford anything. It doesn't really matter. And you've got McNichols on your roster as well. But to me, I think Krosky Merritt showed enough and Rachaad White's got enough deposits where I feel pretty good about the running back spot. It seems to me, and I like this thinking, and it's not the way I would build it in terms of running backs, but it seems to me they go, we're now very concerned with adding weaponry to the offense. Enter Chigakonkwo at tight end. They went after Pierce. They went after Dobbs unsuccessfully. You don't just sign someone to sign them. So we're going, okay, where else can we make it easier for Jaden Daniels? And it may be that running back spot. I give them credit for at least that approach.
All I've wanted all offseason is a weapon that could change the offense. Jeremiah Love would be that guy. It's starting to feel a little bit like the dream is dying.
Jeremiah Love.
Maybe it's a smokescreen for the Cardinals, a couple of the other teams, but Shefty says if he doesn't go 3, he's probably going 4 or 5. The team he thinks that is the most likely to make a trade in the top 10 is the Cleveland Browns. Says look out for the Browns. The problem for Cleveland and any other team trying to move back like Washington is that there are more teams that want to move down than move up, which is almost always the case, but is certainly going to be the case this year with the lack of blue chippers at the top of the draft board. Schefter, emptying his notebook, says that if you look at recent trade numbers in years past in the first round, this year's probably going to be lower. So I looked it up. 2024, 5 trades. 2023, 7 trades in the first round. 2022, 9 trades in the first round.
Man.
We've basically gone down 2 trades every year. There were 5 last year as well. If you're setting the over-under at first-round trades at 4.5 right now, I would take the under. What happens a lot of the time, though, is we get 3 or 4 in like the 24 to 32 range.
That's where it sneaky makes up, yeah.
And then everybody goes, oh, there was 6 trades in the first round. I think you might get 1 in the first half of the first round. Like, I shouldn't say that, but like the top 12. 1 or 2 is probably the high watermark. And then if we get a few later, they all count the same. But we know when we're talking first-round trades, we
it, but just the lack of quarterbacks that are going to go in the first 10 to 15 picks just to me governs my thinking there. But yeah, we'll get to that number of 4 or 5 based on what you just talked about. From 20 to 32, there'll be some maneuvering around.
The most likely trade-up candidate right now, from what Adam Schefter's hearing, the Dallas Cowboys, who have picks 12 and 20, thinks that they could package those 2 to go up the board. The Browns' 6th pick overall, he says, is the spot to look for in terms of teams trading up. Why that's interesting for you guys as Commanders fans and for me and Danny is it makes it a little less likely you're going to get whoever you want. If somebody knows you're likely to take them and the Browns pick is for sale, they can get in front of you because Sonny Styles fell. Or he mentioned Dallas. He thinks if the name he threw out there was David Bailey because he's got Reese going too. He says if David Bailey's available at 6, the Browns are on the clock. Expect the Cowboys to leapfrog Washington to get David Bailey as an example.
Be smart for the Browns. They end up with then they would have 12, 20, and 24 in this draft, Cleveland would. So I would certainly do that if I was them, knowing that I don't necessarily need a defensive end or whatever. I mean, maybe they'd like to stick and pick, but being able to move up like that from Dallas's perspective, maneuvering around the board based on some of their trades, etc. The problem for Dallas is I don't think they have a second rounder as part of this. So they have to do something major. If it's trade up, it's their 2 first rounders. You probably can't do we'll give you a first rounder and a 2 or a first rounder and a 3. It's going to be that heavy price to pay, which means they're not moving up 2 spots to 10. They're going to go way up probably.
Big storyline for Thursday night is going to be quarterback Ty Simpson from Alabama. The Rams were apparently sniffing around on him, and everybody thought before they traded their late first-round pick at 29 that they were going to use it on Ty Simpson to stash him behind Matthew Stafford. Remember we saw them do that a couple rounds later with Stetson Bennett a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Well, they traded that 29th pick in the blockbuster deal with the Kansas City Chiefs when they gave up the first-rounder for Trent McDuffie. So now they don't have that pick, so everybody's wondering, what's that mean for Ty Simpson? The 2 teams Adam Schefter thinks are most likely to draft the Alabama quarterback are the Jets and the Arizona Cardinals. The Jets have 16 and 33. 16 feels rich to me. I think 33 is probably your spot for Simpson. And then the Cardinals, who have the 34th pick, Jacoby Brissett not showing up at their OTAs, once out, once a new deal. He's their projected starter. They could draft Ty Simpson at 34 as well. There have been 7 examples in the past of teams trading into round 1 to draft a quarterback. If you want to leapfrog the Jets at 33, the Cardinals at 34, it would actually make a lot of sense to go into that 30 to 32 range to try to get Simpson because you get the 5th-year option before he gets paid if you hit a home run on him. And you also just get the benefit of going into the first round with that 5th-year option, the certainty moving forward and kind of the idea that you're going to be able to send the message, hey, we wanted this guy, we went and got him, we'll start him a little bit sooner, a la Jackson Dart last year. The other 6 guys who have ever been acquired first-round draft picks after a team traded in, Jordan Love, pick 26, Lamar Jackson, Ravens, pick 32, Paxton Lynch, Broncos, 26, Teddy Bridgewater, Minnesota, 32, Tim Tebow, Denver, 25, and Jason Campbell.
Jason Campbell.
Pick 25, Joe Gibbs' Washington Redskins.
So interesting to me also that Miami wasn't among those. I know they signed Malik Willis, but that would seem a nice little draft and stash. But yeah,
Just
to me,
paid Malik Willis good money.
They paid him decent money. You're basically, if you're in the second round, it's worth it to me just to swap with Seattle, New England, maybe Kansas City, offer a little something. That pick you'd have to give them to move up a couple of spots or move back in the case of the team that's receiving it is worth that extra year at a really affordable price for a quarterback for me. Getting into the first round just makes too much sense.
That's the Shefty notebook. So he does all the calling and the reporting, and then we just take his notebook and tell you about it.
We just Spark Notes it for you.
Absolutely. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Logan Paulson is joining us in 20 minutes with his big board. We'll talk draft with him. Next, one of the lead draft analysts that we have on the show has some rumors about the Commanders that are surprising. That's next on the Fan. Logan Paulson, less than 15 minutes away. I'm Grant Paulson, and Danny Ruiz alongside as always. It's G&D on the Fan. Thank you for making this program part of your day. We're taking you up to 6:15, and Nats baseball tonight. They're taking on the Braves, start of a 4-game set. They only got one of the 3 against the San Francisco Giants over the weekend.
It's a bummer.
James Wood homered in the first 2 games of the series. Their Saturday game against the Giants was the most deflating. Friday, they didn't play very well. They kind of got tattooed. I thought Zach Littell missed way too many times middle of the plate. They got rocked pretty good by a bad offense they got going. The Saturday game's the one that kicks you in the teeth and costs you the series. A lot of little mistakes, mental mistakes, to the point where, kudos, Blake Butera, the manager of the Nationals in year 1, the 33-year-old, he had a team meeting before the game on Sunday afternoon when they shut out the Giants and got a win to save one of the 3 games in that series. But basically, they showed a bunch of the tape to the whole team of guys doing something they weren't supposed to do from the last couple of days going, let's clean it up. This is the big leagues. I loved that.
I love it too. It's, sometimes you miss a little of that, right? Where I know it's the big leagues and it's not as if these guys are bad players or anything, but the type of stuff that you get benched for in high school, the type of stuff that wouldn't fly at Madison High School for Pudge Dorman. You know what I mean? You have to sit on the bench and sit next to him and have an explaining done to you when you can't get the bunt down, you can't get the runner over, you can't hit a cutoff man, you don't know how many outs there are, you get thrown out at third base with 2 outs. Just all sorts of stuff that are cardinal sins, and it's like, whoopsie daisy. No. It's the big leagues, dude. Let's go.
It was even worse than that to an extent. This is, a couple of them were effort things, like why didn't you slide when the base coach is telling you to get down and you're trying to run to the bag, you get tagged out? Why didn't you take off at contact to beat a play out so that we could walk off winners instead of having to go to extra innings? Like little tiny things like that, enough of them happen. You get picked off a couple times, Dalen Lyle. We're going to talk about this. And in the past with Davey Martinez, that just wasn't always how they did it. Speaking of things we need to talk about, though. So Charlie Campbell has long been one of our top analysts over the years talking NFL draft on Grant and Danny. He is with Walter Football. And he said over the weekend that he was hearing 2 things. One, that the Commanders wanted to trade down desperately, that this is their priority. And 2, that they like a player a whole lot more maybe than people think. He was on B. Mitch and Finley earlier today. This is what Charlie Campbell had to say.
They really would like to move down. That is preferred option A. And that was like hands down what they would like to do the most is move down. And then if they do move down, the cornerback and Mansour Delane is really a guy they would target in a move down, say if they drop down 5-6 spots, in that range in the early teens, he would be there.
The only thing that he said there that I don't completely buy is that he'll be around at 13.
How sure are we?
I think he's going 7 to 10, and Washington might take him, but I think the rest of it makes a lot of sense. I completely buy what he's selling, that the Commanders would like to get out of the 7th pick, depending on what happens. If Jeremiah Love is actually going before them, which everyone seems to think is happening now, and if, let's say, Sonny Styles is not there, because he's a stick-and-pick guy, then sure, you could convince me that they don't want to make the pick at 7, that they'd like to go back. But I think if you're trying to go back and get Delane, you probably go back to 9, maybe 10. I don't know how much longer than that he's there. You still got to be lucky. We haven't talked a lot about him only because of the scheme they're running. From just a sheer prospect standpoint, a corner with good tape who is about 6 foot and 190 and played at 2 schools, picked up a defense quickly, runs a 4.36 40. That guy's not going to last long outside of the top 10.
Yeah, you wouldn't think, right? So he solidified that. If he had played the way that he did, and not tested particularly well, you go, okay, this is more heady, smart corner over guy that can be, has makeup speed. Sorry, you just ran a 4.3. That's a top 10 pick as far as I'm concerned. Now, maybe I'll be surprised and he slips out, just, whether it's someone loves Downs too much or Tyson, or there's enough math that maybe gets him to 11 or 12, but I can't imagine moving down 5 or 6 spots to where the Rams are at 13 and having him still be on the board. If that happens, that's a coup. If you can do that, tip of the cap, that's amazing. That's great calculation, but that's the only thing I don't have confidence in, is that Delane would be there past 10.
I've had a few people hit me up today, both just buddies and then also like people in the media and other markets, and they're gauging this idea now, the buzz that Washington's going to try to trade back. yeah, I completely buy it. I subscribe to it. They have to get more picks. It makes sense. But I will say it will only happen if whoever they don't love isn't there. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, or whoever they love is not available, I should say. So if that's Jeremiah Love, I think it probably is. Sonny Styles, I think, would be right at the top of their board. Reese and Bailey. Like, those four guys are there. I don't think they're trading back. But after that, I'm not so sure. I think now all of a sudden the possibility becomes more intriguing to them. And I don't know how many more stick and pick guys there are for Washington.
So I heard Adam Peters reference last year where he said we had a number of offers for Josh Connerly, but we decided before the draft
Exactly.
if Connerly was there, we were going to take him.
He said that in his presser just this week.
Now, I like Connerly just fine, but I didn't love hearing that. I don't like the idea that you're so in love with somebody at 29 that you couldn't possibly add more picks. Again, we don't know what was offered and what they rejected, but it just kind of tells you that if it's the window, if we love fill in the blank player and we're on the board, we're taking him.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Let's talk to Logan Paulson next. He just finished his big board rankings. We will ask him about that. Plus, want to get his thoughts on the latest on the Commanders and the possibility of a trade back right here on The Fan.
NFL draft gets underway in 3 days. News in the NFL today. The Niners signed left tackle Trent Williams to a 2-year deal worth $50 million. Cowboys signed kicker Brandon Aubrey to a 4-year extension worth $28 million, $20 million guaranteed. Hockey playoffs continuing on tonight. The Flyers taking on the Penguins in Pittsburgh. It is a 7 o'clock tip-off. Game 2 of that series. Philadelphia leads the series 1-0. The Senators taking on the Hurricanes in Carolina. Game 2 of that series at 7:30. Carolina up 1-0 in the series. The Wild taking on the Stars. Game 2 of that series in Dallas. Minnesota leads the series 1-0. That'll be at 9:30 puck drop. And then the Ducks taking on the Oilers. Game 1 of that series at 10 o'clock. In baseball, the Nationals getting set to take on the Braves for a 4-game series. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 1-2 with a 6.16 ERA. He'll take on Bryce Elder, who is 2-1 with an 0.77 ERA. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D on the Fan, brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kondori and Murad. They'll help you to draft your last will and testament and set up a living trust for you, among other important paperwork. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. They're good buddies of ours, and they will take care of you. You got to visit kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. They're good eggs, Danny.
These are good people.
They have been great to the show. I've got the mother-in-law working with them. I'm going to be sending her their way. So we trust our families with Kondori and Murad. We will send you to them.
Yeah, here. They know what they're doing. They know what they're about. It's tough stuff that you got to do. That's very grown-up stuff. A lot of those words I have to look up. I'm always like, yep, probate. Not really sure what that is, to be honest with you, but they do.
Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Talk to our pal, Logan Paulson, who's been working hard on his big board about Thursday night's NFL draft. Logan, is your big board done yet?
Yeah, just finished it. Had to put it in last night, and old Zach Selby, the staff writer, put it on the website today. So it should be up. Everyone should be able to look at it. It's at commanders.com. So that should be exciting. Everyone, let me know what you think. Actually, don't just comment on the website.
Only if it's good.
Yeah.
Who are in your mind the best players in this draft?
The best players in this draft. So my top 3 players are Jeremiah Love, Sonny Styles, and Fernando Mendoza. He gets a little bit of a bump for the quarterback, but those are my top 3 players in the class.
And just for point of clarification, if not for the QB bump, let's take Mendoza out of it. Who would be third non-quarterback?
David Bailey.
Okay, so let's start with Love. The opposite of a quarterback bump, I guess, would be a running back push down the board or something.
The running back, weighted running back, yeah.
How good is he
running
really?
back minus.
Yeah, exactly. How good is he?
I mean, he's the best player. He's the best football player in the draft class. I think when you look at him, we've talked about this on the Take Command podcast. There aren't a lot of questions about him as a player. I think he's got the home run ability. I think he's good in the pass game. He's good as a pass protector. He catches the football well. I think he does well through contact balance. I think obviously those iconic runs from Penn State 2 years ago. He's got a great one versus Miami. It's a 3-yard gain, but his ability to get his shoulders square, break tackles, keep his feet. He's got everything you want. And I think that consistency of play over the last 2 seasons, the durability, again, the explosive playmaking ability, there's not a lot of questions. And yeah, he does play running back, but I want good football players, and I think he's a heck of a football player.
So compare him to the last guy they got taken in the top 5 at running back, Saquon Barkley in 18, or, the other 2 that are explosive, recent top-of-the-board picks, Bijan Robinson, Atlanta, Jahmyr Gibbs, Detroit.
Yeah, so I think with he kind of, there's a little bit of Gibbs to his game in terms of his running style. He's kind of got this kind of narrow track kind of base to him. I think Bijan's a little bit more laterally shifty. I think his vision's that's his elite trait. He's special in that regard in terms of making people miss. But I do think that home run ability it makes you think of Gibbs. And I think with Genti, for example, that contact balance, I think there's a touch of that in what you see from Jeremiah Love, right? His ability to break tackles, run people over. Gibbs has grown into that player. That was not a defining feature of Robinson when he came out, but I think that's something that Love brings that maybe those other top flight backs haven't had in the last couple of years.
So is there a scheme that he might fit better in? Like I'm thinking zone blocking scheme, Shanahan one-cut system, power. I mean, is there something where you'd go, this is a team that runs a certain subset of things that he would be an even better fit in?
Yeah, I mean, I personally would love to see him in like an outside zone scheme, kind of like some of the runs that you see Derrick Henry run in the last couple of years, some of the stuff you see with Jahmyr Gibbs, like where they're able to kind of stretch the defense horizontally, the defense over pursues, they're able to stick their foot in the ground and just hit it downhill, going 1,000 miles an hour. But I think that's the fun thing about Jeremiah Love is I do think there is a lot of flexibility in terms of what he can do because his vision is so solid. Again, maybe not as good as like Robinson from a couple of years ago, but I do think like he's very, very good. I think he's got a good feel for runs. He's got good patience. So to me, he's scheme agnostic. I would personally like to see him in an outside zone scheme, however.
So I think back years ago, Logan, to Reggie Bush coming out of school. Now, this is obviously a different player. Talking about Love, I think there's a lot more power between the tackles type stuff, but the consensus was at the time that Reggie Bush is so dynamic as a receiver that you're not just drafting a running back. And that's kind of what I hear ascribed to Love an awful lot. Go into that part of it as, okay, if we like the matchup, we'll put him in the slot. We'll put him in motion. Or he really is a receiver, not as prolific at Notre Dame, but how do you see that part of his game?
Yeah, I think a better comparison would be like a Christian McCaffrey in terms of like utilization. And so again, like when you're in 21 personnel, like so tight end, two backs, or even 12 personnel, 21 or 22 personnel is probably a better example because you're going to get a base response from the defense. You're going to get 4 down linemen, you're going to get 3 linebackers, you're going to get 2 safeties. And if you can draw that matchup defensively or as an offense, like that means that if you were to line up Jeremiah Love in the slot, for example, he's going to be covered by a linebacker. And that is a matchup that he can win. He can win it vertically down the seam. I think he's got enough suddenness in the short area to win on a choice. And when you look at like how Kyle Shanahan deploys Christian McCaffrey, he deploys him in those types of matchups. And so, again, he would still be playing running back technically. But again, offensive football in 2025, 2026 is all about finding those advantageous matchups. And I do think that Jeremiah Love allows a offensive coordinator with great foresight to find some of those easy buttons for the quarterback, for the offense by finding good matchups. And I think his skill set and his twitch, Jeremiah Love I'm talking about, allows you to get some of that stuff done.
Logan Paulson on the draft. Let's say, well, first, before we move on from Love, do you think he's going to be there when Washington picks at 7?
No, I don't. I think as we get closer and closer to the draft, like he's the best player in the draft in my opinion. Like he's going to go. Someone's going to take a shot on him, whether it's Tennessee, whether it's Arizona, whether it's New York. I just think there's too many teams that are going to recognize his talent, and I think it's very unlikely that he gets to Washington at 7.
All right, so then let's move down your big board then. So you had Love 1. At number 2, you went with Sonny Styles. Same question for him, because I feel like if he's there at 7, he'll be the Commanders' pick, and they won't think twice about it. But it's been unlikely the whole time that he was going to get there. The momentum's kind of opposite Love, though. Whereas it seems more and more likely that Love goes before Washington. There's some whispers that maybe Styles as an inside linebacker gets pushed down a couple more picks.
So I was all about that. I thought, the New York Giants are going to go offensive line. Cleveland's going to go offensive line. If that's the case, then Styles is going to be the odd man out. He'll be sitting there nice and pretty for Washington at 7. However, I think now with the fact that this Dexter Lawrence trade and the fact that the Giants, have another pick in the top 10, the pick 10, I think that they can be more flexible with 5, and I think they're going to be really aggressive to get one of the better defensive players in the draft, especially losing Dexter Lawrence. I think Sonny Styles is going to be their pick because I do think there will be an offensive tackle there at 10 when they're picking again. So now they can kind of have their cake and eat it too. And so I think, again, this becomes kind of an unfortunate circumstance for Washington because I don't think Styles ends up making it down to 7 any longer.
Let's go to David Bailey, the guy that you've got ranked 4th. That includes Fernando Mendoza. I love him. I'm a Rube, but I could watch a Texas Tech game and right away go, oh, that's somebody. We need to pay attention to him. Seems to have the entire package at this point. Where do you have him maybe compared to Reese? Do you buy the notion that maybe Reese has a higher upside, but Bailey's maybe a higher floor, or is there maybe more in the tank there? Just kind of going to what you see in David Bailey.
Yeah, for me, I have David Bailey with a slightly higher grade than Arvell Reese. That's not a knock on Arvell Reese. I think he's a very good football player. I just have a hard time projecting players to new spots. Like with David Bailey, like you were talking about, Danny, like you've seen him. Like you've seen him get 15 sacks. You've seen him get over 70 pressures. You've seen him have 19 TFLs. Like you've seen that production. You've seen him give good offensive tackles at the college level, absolute fits. And people are going to kind of nitpick this and be like, oh, he's only a speed rusher. He doesn't have elite power. He can't play the run well. You don't get 19 tackles for loss if you're not playing the run at some point, right? And again, he is a little bit of a boom and bust prospect for that kind of for the NFL. But I think there's something there. He's got good length. He's got good weight and mass to him. So to me, like it's kind of straight up. And Arvell Reese is strong. He's powerful. But if you are projecting the edge, which I am, like you haven't seen him do a lot of the edge things. You haven't seen him rush more than 10 times in a game as an on-ball player. Obviously, you've seen him blitz and do some of those other things. So I think that's where, for me, the difference is one, I feel like I know, I've seen it. He can do it at a high level. The other one is a freak athlete, and I understand why the Jets might be enticed to take him at 2. But also, there is a projection to that skill set to the NFL game.
Logan Paulson, I do Take Command with Logan 3 times a week, dropping Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Deep dives, X's and O's, and a lot of draft content this time of year. Logan, I was stunned based on all of our conversations on Take Command. I kind of feel like I know where you would have ranked everybody, but you had Caleb Downs higher than I would have thought. And it's not higher than a lot of people have him. You have him 5th, the safety from Ohio State. But you have been a little lower on him as an overall prospect, it feels like, than the industry for much of the time leading up to the draft. How did he work his way into your top 5 on your big board?
Shoot, man, like I just kind of went back. This was a tough, sometimes the big board kind of does itself. Like I've got really strong conviction on a lot of players, and this one it was close. And so ultimately, like I went back and just watched like 3 or 4 games, and was like, this dude is maybe the second best football player in the class. The questions we have about him are his height, weight, and speed. But the instincts, the football IQ, the physical toughness are all there, and I think he's going to be a heck of a pro. And so ultimately, like I just said, like I'm going to trust the tape over the lack of physical measurements that we have, and just trust my gut on this one a little bit. And again, like I don't do that with every player, but with him, the tape is just that good. It's just so fun to watch him against Miami in the national championship game or whatever it was, the semifinal game, like where he's like hitting receivers, the ball's coming out, he's making plays on the football, he's in the run fit, he's in coverage. I mean, he just does everything. And I'm like, that is a NFL football player. So that's ultimately where I settled on him. And again, like he's in that kind of second tier for me. So kind of very similar grade to David Bailey, Arvell Reese, and Mansour Delane. I think all those guys are really, really good. And I think just depending on team need, like they could go in any order, kind of in that between 4 and 7.
So Logan, go back a handful of years ago to, gosh, what would have been? I think it's 2022, if I've got my years right. No quarterbacks up at the top of that board. It's the Trayvon Walker, Aiden Hutchinson, Derek Stingley, Sauce Gardner, Kayvon Thibodeau, top 5 all defensive players. And it reminds me of this year where the best players, non-Fernando Mendoza division, are all defensive guys. And it leads me to my question. Why isn't Mansour Delane up in that top couple range where Stingley and Sauce Gardner were? Because the questions, I think, and you even put this here in your ranking, the only question was speed. Sorry about that mid-4 340. Like, there are no questions anymore. Like, this dude is awesome, and yet it's like, yeah, maybe around 10. There's something that I'm missing here.
Yeah, so, I mean, to me, like, he's in that second tier of players. So I think he could go as high as 4. And again, that would kind of be in your range there for Stingley. Or he goes as low as 7. Obviously, when you number him out, he's the 7th guy. I think for me, that only comes down to, like, a personal bias. I just have a hard time with corners in general, just because, like, there's so few snaps. Obviously, Mansour Delane, like, at Virginia Tech, played a different scheme they did at LSU. There's a lot of flexibility, the cover 3, the man instincts, the competitiveness when the ball's in the air, the feel when the ball's in the air. Like, I think it's all there. This is more of a reflection of me and my evaluation skills. Like, I've always been a little bit up and down on corners. I think he's a heck of a prospect. I just am saying, like, I think it's harder to evaluate corners. That's really all this is. Like, but I do think, to your point, like, that, what was that? Would you say 2022? Was that the year? Yeah, like, I think he's in kind of that same pantheon of guy. I think maybe the length shows up a little bit for me at times, not devastatingly, and I think he overcomes it fine. But if you're looking for a nit to pick, maybe that's the one you look at.
Logan Paulson, big board is out. You check it out on commanders.com. Let's go down to the end of the top 10 for you, and Ruben Bain Jr. He has been all over the place in different mocks over the last month. There's probably not a more polarizing player in this draft right now because of the length of his arms, and then more recently, some of the red flag questions that were raised with his past. first, your thoughts on Bain, and second, where do you actually think he comes off the board?
Yeah, Ruben Bain's going to be tough. I think so. I'll just tell you what I think about him. I think he's a really high floor player, and I think he plays really hard. I think he's got better bend than people think. I think he uses his hands really, really well. I think you can see him shock tackles, shock tight ends. I think he understands how to shed, just does that play. And this is the thing everyone gives him a hard time. He's never been an overly productive, pass rush specialist in college, right? He had 5 sacks. I don't remember exactly. 5 sacks in the regular season last year, which isn't like an overwhelming number. I think he's just a very good football player. And to me, if you're going to come in with the right mindset, the right physicality, and play with your hair on fire the way he does, I think he's just a safe bet. And so that's, to me, why he's in this third tier of prospect, which kind of, to me, could go anywhere between 14 and 8. And so, if you went at 14, I wouldn't be surprised. If you went at 8, that's maybe a little rich for my blood, but it wouldn't surprise me. So I think that's a good range for him because, again, there are questions about his physical stature and some of the off-field stuff that I think are going to push him down boards a little bit.
Logan Paulson breaking down the draft with us here on the program. Going to the offensive lineman, if you wouldn't mind, Logan. This is an interesting year as well. I think we're going to get our requisite number of guys, 5 or 6, maybe even more in that first round. But it's not like it's Trent Williams. It's not, Jordan Mailata. It's not like the bookend left tackles. It's a little bit of variance there. How do you have those guys kind of classified?
Yeah, this was a tough year for me because I kind of went just in terms of players I thought were the most consistent, and they're up higher on the board, right? So Francis Mauigoa, I think, is one of the more consistent players. He's in the third tier for me because, again, there's some questions about whether he can actually play tackle in the league. It's a little top-heavy, kind of definitely a guard build playing tackle. I'd give him a shot at it. Obviously the next offensive lineman is Van Gaioni. I think he is about as safe a bet as you could possibly have. And then you get down to 13, you got Spencer Fano, who is this kid from Utah who is a freak athlete. But when you're watching the Utah tape, they run the ball about 60% of the time. So in terms of true pass sets, in terms of, times where there's not a tight end or a chip help or just a presence there next to him, it's really hard. So you're kind of betting on the upside. He's a guy that I think could kind of progress the guard. I think it gets really interesting in terms of tackle projection when you get down into the 22, 23, 21 range with Caleb Proctor, Monroe Freeling, and Max Van Ankor. They are guys that are traitsy. They have the requisite length, they have the requisite athleticism, and they have the requisite size. And to me, those feel like lottery tickets. So I could definitely see those players going much higher. I could also see them going much lower because there's a lot of inconsistencies to the tape. But as you know, we've covered enough drafts, those guys are going to go because you can't find guys on this planet who move and have the physical measurements that those guys have. So to me, that's where it gets really interesting. And I could see one of those guys going as high as 6. That would be way too high for me, but I could also see them going in the second round.
Logan Paulson breaking down the early part of the first round in the NFL draft. So I'm going to ask you to speculate here. I know this is borderline impossible, but I just want to know what you would think. So put yourself in Adam Peters' shoes. What do you think he would love? What do you think he would like? And then what do you think he would view as disappointing at 7? So let's do this exercise here. Adam Peters would love what to happen in the top 6?
I think he would love it if David Bailey slipped to 7. David Bailey or Sonny Styles. I think either one of those guys he'd be absolutely just in heaven with, right? I think David Bailey, we talked about the upside. I think there is a world where that happens. It's a very small percentage, but I think there is a world where that happens. And obviously if Sonny Styles makes it down there, I think he would. Both those guys are defensive pieces, game changers. I think he'd be just on cloud 9 with that.
All right, what would he really like? Maybe the next tier down from that.
I think he would really, really like it if Jeremiah Love was there. I think, obviously drafting a running back in the top 10 is probably not ideal. He does use analytics quite a bit to make his decisions, but I think, again, like we talked about, he's the best football player in this draft class, and I think he'd also like it if Mansour Delane was there. Like we just talked about how consistent he is. Danny brought up the comparisons to Stingley and some of these other players. I think both those players would be excellent for this team there in terms of Love and
I can't see any reason why Mansour Delane wouldn't be there based on everything we've heard.
I personally think he's going to be the pick there. That's where I'm at the moment.
All right, so I want to double-click on that in a second. But then the last one would be, if what happens in the top 6, Peter's in the war room's going, all right, it just wasn't our day. We didn't get lucky here.
Yeah, so I think obviously, I know people are getting really excited about Carnell Tate, but I do I like Carnell Tate. I think he's a fine football player. I think he's a good kind of 2 receiver in the league. I think that's the moment, like with that kind of player on the board, or Ruben Bain on the board, or even Caleb Downs to a certain extent. Like I think you know how I feel about Caleb Downs, but I think if one of those 3 guys is on the board, you're probably not devastated, but you're definitely looking for calls to see if anybody wants to trade up. And I think that's the distinction between guys you like, guys you love, and then guys you're thinking about maybe trading out the spot for.
This is always so hard to answer, Logan, because obviously we don't know the minds of all the GMs and decision makers of all these teams around the league. But are there guys here that are trade up worthy for somebody else, moving, giving up future picks and extra things that Washington could move back? Every time I talk about myself or talk myself into a scenario, it's always, but who's being traded up for, if that makes sense?
So, we had Jeremy Green on the Take Command podcast, and he is a huge fan of the Jets. He's pretty well connected in the room. And, one of the things he said is like they're kind of starting to talk themselves into loving Carnell Tate. And so if you think Carnell Tate is a difference-making wide receiver, which the Commanders might feel that way as well, I don't know for sure. I'm just kind of giving you my opinion on the pick. Like, I would definitely look at that call and look at the compensation and be like, if they're willing to trade up, we're willing to trade back to 16 and pick up a second-round pick and then draft our receiver with that, whatever pick they have in the second round.
All right, you mentioned a couple answers ago that you're starting to kind of close in on feeling like Mansour Delane is going to be Washington's pick. Is that just because you're the most confident that he'll be there among the guys that you think would make a lot of sense?
Yeah, so of those top 7 guys that I listed, I think he's got the most likely chance of being there for sure. So there was a period of time where I thought Arizona might take an offensive lineman. I think that's going to be Jeremiah Love unless they trade out of the pick. But even if they do trade out of the pick, I think someone's trading up to take Arvell Reese, Jeremiah Love, David Bailey. I think that's how that's going to go. Then I thought, New York has to take an offensive lineman to shore that thing up for Jackson Dart. They can now get that at 10. I think they go Sonny Styles. And I think if there's any chance that David Bailey, Sonny Styles, Arvell Reese is there at 6, I think Dallas would trade up with Cleveland because I think Cleveland desperately wants to trade back to pick up one of those super traitsy tackles that we just talked about, Proctor, Freeling, Iron-Ankor, right? So if that's the case, that's the best opportunity for Cleveland, and Dallas gets a defensive difference maker. If you do the math after that, the player that is remaining is Mansour Delane, and I think the Commanders fans should be ecstatic if that does happen because I do think he's a difference maker at the position.
The one thing that I've said consistently about him, as much as I like the prospect, is that Durante Jones's defenses don't really ask a ton out of the corner position, which shouldn't be a deal breaker to not draft one. But that's the beauty of the scheme they're running. I remember in free agency, you and I were talking to people and kind of heard the same thing, which was it would make no sense for them to spend a lot at corner. Why is that different in terms of the draft and taking a guy in the top 10?
I think it just goes back to draft grade, and this is where, we don't know the minds of the GM. I have no inside baseball on this. I'm just assuming, based on the board that I've laid out, that at this point, the best player available and that fits a need for Washington that's not an offensive lineman is, again, Mansour Delane. And so that's where it comes into, this idea of drafting best player available. Obviously, these guys are tiered out in a specific way with, David Bailey, Caleb Downs, Arvell Reese, Mansour Delane in the same tier. I think a lot of those guys are going to be gone off the board. And so the guy that's remaining is Mansour Delane. And I think if let's say, for example, that second tier was 3 people and you're in the next tier, then obviously you get a little bit bigger. But I definitively think at that moment in the draft, he's the best player available, him or Caleb Downs. And so I think that's going to be the pick.
Logan, I always like to ask smart evaluators about this. Give me a guy that you were higher on maybe than it seems like everybody else is, and give me somebody that you're a bit lower on than what seems to be the consensus.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit higher on Eli Stowers, the tight end from Vanderbilt. I think he's an absolute stud. I think when you look at how he runs routes, I think the thing that comes to the forefront is it looks like, this guy that's got great feel, understands route running nuance, has great stems, is competitive at the catch point. I think he's listed as a tight end. I legitimately think he could play receiver in the NFL. So I think that skill set's high. So I have him at 25. I've seen some people have him as low as 60 or 65. So I'm probably significantly higher. Another guy I'm higher on is Traden Stukes. I just look at the range of him as a player, the length, the height, the speed, the ball skills, and I'm like, man, he's going to make somebody very happy as a post player. In terms of people that I'm lower on, I'm trying to think if there's anybody that comes to mind here. I'm pretty generous here with my. I think Jalen Kilgore from South Carolina would be one. The safety. I think people like the 9.9 RAS. He played true nickel at South Carolina. So to me, he's like in the 66 kind of 70 range. I've seen people have him as high as like 35. So I just think he's projecting to safety. And I don't see a lot of the physicality elements to his game, so that makes me a little bit nervous. I think he's got a lot of athletic upside, obviously, but the lack of tackling, the lack of taking on offensive linemen really makes me a little bit nervous with a player like him.
Looking at your big board in front of me here, I think you're probably going to have higher than a lot of people's Omar Cooper Jr., the wide receiver from Indiana. Yeah. He's in your top 15 overall. What do you love about him?
Dude, I think that one was really, I kind of was late to the party with him. Like, I just started watching him, and the more you watch him, Mike, you're like, this guy's got a great feel. He's a bigger body than Mekhi Lemon, for example. He's really competitive and grounded through the catch point. And then you watch him after the catch, and, like, no one can tackle this guy. And so there are some issues, like how sudden and how fast are you? But then you go look at this 40, he's a 4.42 guy. And you're like, that's plenty fast. And you see all of this route running nuance to him. There is some concern. I mean, he's playing with the number one, the quarterback that's going to go first overall. The ball placement, the accuracy puts him in a good position to be successful. But I think about him with a team like, the Rams, for example, or, Green Bay. And I'm like, he would absolutely murder in those offenses. And I think the skill set is a little bit more transferable than Mekhi Lemon, who I like a lot. But I think his skill set, the size, the speed, again, I think it speaks to more teams and gives me a higher confidence that he goes kind of in that, the fourth tier between 15 and 27.
Logan Paulson, final thought here. So you said 7, Mansour Delane. If that happens at 71, what's Peters thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be really interesting to see how the board falls. Like, I would think offensive playmaker there. And so when I get to 71, like, there's these... I'm having a hard time. Like, I'm hearing that, like, everyone's like, oh, Ted Hurst, Deshaun Stribling. I think those guys personally go in the second round. I think Chris Bell might be there because of the knee injury. How comfortable are you with him in his rehab? That would be something that I would think about there at 71. I also think Malachi Fields would be interesting here at 71. But I think there are receivers. I think they're just going to be different than the ones that people have been projecting here for the last couple of weeks after going back, reviewing the film, and kind of putting this board together.
Logan, you're the best, buddy. Always appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate you.
Yeah, be good, brother. Take Command is where you can check out Logan's work. Take Command drops Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. All of our draft coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Grant and Danny with you on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The NFL Draft quickly approaching. Thursday, the first round of the draft. The Commanders will be picking 7th. Roster news in the NFL today. The Niners signed left tackle Trent Williams to a 2-year deal worth $50 million. And the Cowboys signed their kicker Brandon Aubrey to a 4-year extension, $7 million a year, $20 million guaranteed. NBA playoffs continue on tonight. Raptors and Cavs game 2. Cleveland leads that series 1-0. They're up. That'll tip off at 7 o'clock. Hawks and Knicks, game 2. The Knicks leading the series 1-0. That'll tip off at 8 o'clock. Then Timberwolves and Nuggets in Denver. Denver leads the series 1-0. That'll tip off at 10:30. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game set against the Braves at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. 6:15 pregame with Charlie and Dave. Jake Irvin takes on Bryce Elder. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Double play, a little over 10 minutes out, and we're blitzing today and every day on Grant and Danny at 4 o'clock. Next hour, I want to get into what TJ Oshie had to say about Alex Ovechkin. He was on a podcast, and they asked him, what do you think Ovi's going to do? And then in his answer, he explains that he had spent a couple hours the night before drinking with Ovi. It's like, well, you might have some insight.
Maybe he's loose lips or something like that. Maybe somebody said something.
So let's play some of that audio for you coming up in about 40 minutes. On The Fan. But it is time right now to count down to the NFL Draft. 10 different prospects in the 10 shows leading up to the draft. The march is on. Let's see who we'll be talking about today. It's time to spin the wheel.
They really
Caleb Downs, safety, Ohio State.
T-set. It's intercepted. Caleb Downs. They got 23 out of it, and now Coleman trying to cut it outside. Spun around and dropped by who else? Yeah. Caleb Downs. Down and go to the Southern. Guacamole in the end zone. Intercepted, Caleb Downs. Here comes a blitz, and it's Caleb
Downs. Caleb Downs is a badass.
Yep.
He is a great football player. He was a superstar for Ohio State in college. And think about this. That program, national championship runs, elite play at the highest level last couple of years. And they're going to have 4 guys go in the top 10. He basically ran the defense and ran the locker room. You know, with the guys like Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles and those players. Caleb Downs was the dude getting him in the huddle and giving the final speech, so to speak, as the captain. This was a 5-star recruit out of high school who was a top 15 player in the country when he came out. He's a dog. And one of the great things I heard, I think it was on Take Command with Logan, that we heard this from somebody, but was like, he's your football player's favorite football player. Like, yes. He's that kind of dude, just disruptor. He can live around the line of scrimmage as a safety, blows plays up in the backfield. He takes players on as if he's a lot bigger than he is. He slashes into the backfield against the run. He's a human wrecking ball like a Mike linebacker tackler, and he gets you on the ground. He's not going to miss tackles. My problem with Caleb Downs is the size. And everybody has wanted to make this some kind of like he's the next Kyle Hamilton storyline. He's Nicky Minwari or whatever. And he's just not that big. I think he's Budda Baker, which is a great thing. I'll take that too, by the way. But I think we have to quantify it correctly. I worry a little bit about him dealing with huge tight ends in the middle of the field, although the tape would say against Michigan and others, he's done that against big tight ends in college. But that would be my one concern. But this is a guy last year who had 5 TFLs, 7.5 the year before. Just a physical, willing, dog competitor. He screams to me like a Dan Quinn, Adam Peters player in the way that Mike Sanders still did.
To me, the only complaint, and you just referenced it, is he's not Kyle Hamilton, which is not kind of the new prototype at the position, but there's a lot of Eric Berry, a lot of Buda Baker. There's a lot of guys around that 6 foot, 205 pounds. If you weren't toting the rock, then you were hitting the guy that was, which is the safety spot. He's a who's that type player. In other words, you don't know anything about anything, and you have no rosters in front of you. You got no scouting reports. You turn on the Ohio State University, you notice him within 3 plays. When the other team has the ball, you're going to see Caleb Downs flying to the football, disrupting things, hitting people, laying wood, all over the football field. He's the first guy you notice in a sea, by the way, of players that half the first round is basically Ohio State defenders. Numbers are half the top 10, really. He is a star. I think he's a stud. To me, the knock is he's a safety. Okay? That's kind of it. I mean, so it's a positional value conversation for a lot of folks. He's as good to me as anybody in this class.
That's the thing. I mean, if you're just ranking football players, like that's the list where Jeremiah Love's number 1. If you have Jeremiah Love number 1 in your draft board, you should probably have Caleb Downs in your top 3, definitely in your top 5, because you don't care that much about positional value, obviously, and you're essentially ranking based on the quality of the player in the present. And there's just nothing that he doesn't really do. I mean, he started his college career making 70 tackles in the SEC at Bama before going to Ohio State the last couple years as an All-American. But, like, what can't he do? I think that the very real and legitimate questions are about the size, probably, where he's 5'11 and a half, essentially. But where I've struggled with him, and I'm glad I don't have to do a big board or anything like that, Danny, is like the present versus the projection. I don't know how much there is left in the tank that you don't see. There also doesn't need to be a lot, probably, in that way, if we're being honest. Because how much more do you need than what he's already shown? I think if you want to get super steamed up watching a player, putting on the Jeremiah Love tape is maybe the best way to do that. Caleb Downs might be next. I think if you just want to go, who's the guy that when he plays football, it's how it's supposed to be done. Like it's teach tape. It's what you would want a kid to watch. I think Caleb Downs is right there at the top of that conversation.
Yeah, so one of the scouting reports I've read is, obviously super smart, leader, as you were talking about, but this one quotes, Downs thrives in disguise-heavy defenses that value interchangeable safety, showcasing exceptional coverage ability and physicality against the run. AKA, people go, well, this is a box safety, and you could find a way to use that. That's helpful. This is anything you want done, we can do. Disguise-heavy is music to my ears because can you think of any defensive coordinators that might be doing something like that? Coming here to Washington out of a Brian Flores tree, a lot of disguise, right? You're mugging the tight end. Next thing you know, you're dropping back into a maybe middle or even a deep zone. You're looking like you're backpedaling. The next thing you know, you're flying up, making a play on stuff. Interchangeable parts. This is a football player. Go Scott McClellan.
So I really like Jaden Daniels coming out, and I would always bring up the questions I had about him that I think were fair and reasonable and still think are fair, right? It turned into somehow like you don't like a player. And I think that's probably how people are going to assume with my questions with Caleb Downs. I love Caleb Downs, but I do wonder when he's dealing with a 6'4" tight end in the middle of the field in man, running down the seam, how that's going to go. I feel a lot better about him downhill in the box, blowing things up in the backfield. I think he could be elite at that than like in space in center field or like in the back end of the defense. Not to say he can't do it. Those are just my questions. But I'll say this. If Washington takes Caleb Downs 7, I'll be very happy after the draft on night 1. I think they're getting an outstanding player, a great leader, a guy you'll never have to worry about in the locker room. Your 10 in 10, Caleb Downs, the Ohio State Buckeye. Double plays next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. It is time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Time for our double play on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:15 tonight. As a reminder, Thursday, NFL draft coverage. Junkies, 6:30 to 8, and then 8 to 11 for me and Danny. We're going to be out at Honor Brewing, Loudoun County in Sterling.
So I catch a little joning here and there, and that's fine. As the awkward 46-year-old on the program, I'm happy to take that. I get made fun of a lot because I'm interested in the weather, not any forecasting. I think that's boring and ridiculous, but in terms of like how shocking it is to me sometimes, despite having lived a long time, when you have things like happen this weekend. We were out oot and a boot all weekend long. My kids had 8 combined sporting events this weekend, and it was awesome. It was great. Everything I want as a dad. So much fun. A lot of stress getting people everywhere, but it was fun. We go from 80-some degrees, sunburnt and burning, all day Saturday, and less than 12 hours after the final game on Saturday ended, it's 41 and pouring rain for these poor children the following morning. The parents got soaked too, but whatever. I can't handle it. I can't handle it. This weekend, with all the joy and all the great stuff that was happening with my kids, it was awesome. I felt like I'm not to go full EB on you, just like, now all my kids are going to go to Cornell and get scholarships and stuff. But it was so much fun. It was perfect. It was great. The shocking weather and how irritating it was and how I feel awful basically because of it had me contemplating, let's try again somewhere else. Let's pack up and start over. I'll run a convenience store in a place where we get some consistency. The up and down fluctuation, a 40-degree day-over-day difference is insulting and ridiculous. That's what I have.
Weather Danny.
Weather Danny.
You didn't start the show with your weather report. You waited till the double play for it today.
Yeah. It's all I've been thinking about for 2 days. It went from 80 to 40. I'm doing that thing. You know when there's a call that should have been made and a coach is out of words and his arms are spread wide and his palms are like 45 degrees? I'm doing that to everybody. 40-degree difference day over day. 40-degree difference. 40.
Yeah, yesterday was disgusting. As bad as it gets weather-wise. In terms of April, you got plans. You're playing, as you said, a sport, or you're going to the Nats game or whatever. Because in the winter, you kind of bank on cold. You if it's cold rain, you know that. It's November. It's December. We can figure that out. You're kind of planning for a warmer day yesterday, and you didn't get it. It was pretty nasty, for sure. It's time for your boys. Double play. Daniel, I have still only watched one episode of DTF St. Louis. You asked for an update.
Yeah.
You told me that there's going to be like a lot coming up.
So
basically.
I don't know. I'm just telling you I'm just passing on what I heard.
Right. A couple of other people hit me up and were like, Danny's kind of right.
Yeah.
They're like, there's going to be a lot happening that you're not expecting. I went into this show completely blind, and I was like telling you I thought episode 1 was pretty good, pretty entertaining. I'm still stuck on episode 1. A lot of people keep hitting me up like, what did you think? What did you expect? I don't know, man. I haven't gotten to watch it. The Nats keep playing.
Okay.
Life is happening.
Yep.
I'm in the draft bunker right now, so every minute I have is going into watching more players or whatever for our show. We're doing 8 to 11. It's not that easy to do 3 hours of radio during the NFL draft if you don't know the players in the NFL draft. So I'm doing a lot of studying and stuff, but still only one DTF St. Louis. I've also been binging a couple of documentaries. True Crime Paulson is on the scene. There's some things I'm trying to solve. I got some cases on my desk that I'm working on. But for those of you asking about DTF St. Louis, still only one episode in, and it wasn't as weird as Danny thought so far.
Okay, because the scouting report I got from my friend Johnny Cake Sawville on the Sports Junkies radio program, a lot of full frontal nudity on the way for you. Like you're on the train going, Mach whatever, right down the track to a lot of full frontal nudity.
I guess I could see based on the last 3 minutes of episode 1 how we would get there.
Sure, yeah. There's a path.
There is now a lane. Shall we choose to drive down it? Where there would be some full frontal nudity.
There's a Thomas or a Jalen.
You don't see a lot of that in movies and shows, by the way. The boob to nudity ratio is like, I don't know, 7 to 1.
Pendulum swinging, though. I'll say it's now kind of a thing where it's like I guess now we got to do it.
That's true. There have been, and it's always very jarring and just like no one warns you.
Right.
It's like that is something.
There it is.
And I think you're right about the pendulum. I don't know when it happened, but somewhere along the way, someone's like, let's just crowbar this in and see how everyone feels about it.
I think that's pretty what happened. I remember it was a terrible, and I mean terrible, Bruce Willis movie. It's like either Permanent Midnight or Color of Midnight or Red Midnight or just something awful. It was so dumb, and it was like he did it, and for whatever reason, they're like, watch it. Well, we're going to push the envelope. It's dudity, and it was just not special. The movie was dumb.
Here's my other take on the dudity that you often see in movies and shows. It's normally to one extreme or the other, like hilariously there.
Like Ken Jeong in The Hangover?
Exactly.
Is that what you're talking about? Yes. Getting out of the trunk? Yeah. That's funny dudity.
Really funny dudity.
It's pretty good dudity right there.
Yeah. It's very extreme.
Yes.
Either side of the spectrum.
Uh-huh.
Like, there's an acorn.
Sure.
Just kind of chilling there. Or, something else.
Or the exact opposite.
Exactly.
From the Game of Thrones prequel show.
I guess it's not as interesting if just something a lot more normal.
Well, I mean, it was pretty jarring.
They're looking for a response. So you're going to get one side of the spectrum or the other.
So HBO, early on an episode of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, a story of Sir Duncan the Tall, just kind of a nice little ancillary thing. They decided, for whatever reason, an artistic choice that they made was the opposite of the Ken Jeong scene.
Of the guy named the Tall?
No, it wasn't even him. It was his mentor. Just a regular old dude, a guy that wasn't, it was like a Charlotte on a penny tree, if you're curious at home. Nothing special about the dude except for that.
Yeah. That was special?
That was pretty different.
The Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny.
Dudity.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana Systems. NFL Draft just 3 days away now. Taking a look at some moves in the NFL today, the Niners signed left tackle Trent Williams to a 2-year deal worth $50 million, and the Cowboys signed their kicker Brandon Aubrey to a 4-year extension, $7 million a year for Aubrey, $20 million guaranteed. Hockey playoffs continuing on tonight, 4 games. Flyers and Penguins, Game 2, that'll be a 7 o'clock puck drop. Philly leads the series 1-0. Senators and Hurricanes at 7:30. Game 2 of that series, Carolina leads the series 1-0. The Wild won Game 1 of their series against the Stars. Game 2 tonight, 9:30 puck drop for that one. And then Ducks and Oilers get their series underway. Game 1 tonight at 10 o'clock. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game set against the Braves at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. 6:15 pregame. Jake Irvin takes on Bryce Elder. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana Systems. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The sponsor of our show, Kondorian Murad, a law firm, would like to know.
They can help you with so much, like drafting your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We're going to cover the Nats, the NFL, and the Commanders. Let's start right now on the diamond. Our buddy Andrew Golden of the Baltimore Banner joins us to discuss the Nats. Andrew, they did steal one of the 3 games against the Giants. They didn't play very well in the first 2 games, and it sounds like their manager, Blake Butera, went a little further than Davey Martinez used to. They actually showed some video in the clubhouse and took some guys to task, huh?
Yeah, that's been a recurring theme this year. I think for the first couple of weeks of the Nationals are going to be very set on showing their guys the mistakes that they made, showing them the things that they also did well. I've heard the players saying that they've done it every single game. It's been helpful for them just to understand what it is that the coaching staff is expecting out of them. And I think that's something we're going to see a lot more moving forward.
Yeah, so I've seen that game before for years under Davey Martinez, and doing something about it, I think, is another angle. How often can you go to that well, though, right? On the grind of 162 where it becomes overbearing and then maybe adversarial. It's as early, this is honeymoon time. Everyone's got some good vibes and emotions, but if the losses pile up or some of the bad plays pile up, there are going to be consequences, right? You start benching people, etc. How often can you go to that well, Andrew?
Yeah, I don't think you can go super often, but I do think they're also in the early stages of establishing a culture, and I think that the hope is that if you're doing these things early on in April and May and June, the hope is maybe by July and August, September, you're maybe not doing that. Like, I definitely agree that, like, in the dog days of the season, like, no one wants to have a lecture after you have an error and on July 22nd or whatever it is. But I do think for now, as you're trying to establish a culture of here's what we want, the hope is that, these things won't be happening in July. And, I mean, not that you won't ever make an error, but, like, that they won't be happening, at least in the way they did in that loss on Saturday,
Right.
It also, to me, screams player development over acting as if. I mean, I think Davey's philosophy, and he's not here to say if this is right or not, but, hey, it's the big leagues. We're going to treat everybody like big leaguers. But I get the sense the Nats correctly are saying, we're not done developing yet when we get to the major leagues, and we're teaching you how to do it our way still.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that part of it is that, that none of the staff that was here when these guys were called up are there now, except for Sean Doolittle in theory. So I guess their mindset is kind of like, let's go out there and show them how we want to do it. And so I think that there is a lot more player development in the sense of hey, this is how we want it done. This is how we want it. This is how we want it done.
Miles Michaelis threw okay. That was a welcome reprieve to get 4 innings out of him, where it's been a lot of 3 innings, a lot of crooked numbers there. Any positive steps, or was it just going up against a bad offense in a day game?
I think anything's a positive, right? I do think the fact that they're calling up guys to sandwich him just to minimize how much he has to pitch is definitely a little bit telling about, how they kind of view him. I think obviously it wasn't not so great lineup, and so I think you kind of have to see how that plays out over the course of the season. But I think it's a positive. You just hope he can continue it, but I don't necessarily know. But I do think the fact that they are kind of approaching it, where they're sandwiching him in between two lefties, is pretty much a telltale sign maybe how they view him a little bit.
Andrew Golden of the Baltimore Banner on our Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. James Wood's on pace for 51 homers. He's got 7 bolts after hitting 2 in the 3-game series with the Giants. Your thoughts on the beginning of his season? I kind of feel like this is an okay place for him to be. There is swing and miss, right? But he has cut down on the strikeouts since the first week. He's hitting in the 250s or so, but with a unbelievable amount of power.
Yeah, I mean, look, James Wood's a very tall player. Like, he's going to strike out. I think it's kind of part of his game. I don't think you can avoid that. I think the key is just minimizing the tough stretches. Obviously, he got to a slow start to the year, and obviously that was kind of reminiscent of the second half of last year. But I think what you like is he was able to make adjustments. He's looked like a different hitter in the past 2 weeks, and so I'd expect more of that. I wrote a story about it earlier. I think he's just trying to be more consistent this year and kind of think about things from a mental perspective and less from a physical perspective. And so I think we'll continue to see more of that as the year kind of progresses.
So a lot of roster moves, a lot of shuffling. It's basically like if you pitch well, you get a save, or pitch well, you get a win, then you got to go back down to Rochester. That's kind of been the MO here lately. Andrew, what can you tell us about their shuffling?
Yeah, I think the whole thing with them last year, especially starting with Mike DeBartolo and now Paul Toboni, is they wanted to have as many optionable arms as possible, and so they're going to do that. They're going to find every opportunity they can to move guys around and figure out what fits best and how they can maximize having as many arms as possible. And so that was Orlando Rebalsa getting his first career save and getting optioned, and then that was obviously Andrew Alvarez pitching 4 great innings yesterday and then getting optioned as well. And so kind of tough from a player perspective, like you pitch well and you get sent down. So I'm interested to see kind of how players respond to that. But if the messaging and the communication is good, then I guess it's something they can continue to do. But it's definitely very different from the previous regime for sure.
Home series against the Braves, 4-gamer starts tonight. Atlanta's 15-7, half game back of the Dodgers for the best record in baseball right now. What can you tell us about Atlanta and the series that gets going tonight?
Yeah, they're playing really well. They just swept the Phillies, and so I think it's a telltale sign of maybe how they're playing. There's been a lot of underperformance for some of the better teams in baseball, but I think the Braves have been kind of a surprise, especially given injuries and how they performed last year. But I think it'll be a good test for the Nationals to see where they are and how they can compete with. I know obviously the Phillies was a team they wanted to compete with early on in the season, but I think the Braves are another big test in the first month to see how they perform. So it should be an interesting series.
Andrew, thank you, buddy. See you at the yard tonight.
All right, see you guys.
See you, my friend. Hit that NFL sounder, please. Okay, Ian Hartitz, Fantasy Live, joins us to talk about the National Foosball League. Ian, speed at receiver. How many guys have to run 4.2s that don't really play all that well in the NFL for us to kind of readjust our ideas of that metric? What should we really be looking for when it comes to evaluating a wideout?
I mean, that speed is so provocative, man. How can you not get behind the 4.2 40s? But no, you're spot on, man. You look at the John Rosses of the world and really just, again, that top tier 40-yard dash leaderboard, and obviously, not many of those guys worked out. So I think it's just more so the nuance and kind of the craftsmanship that goes along with the route running. I think deceleration is honestly something that it's difficult to measure, but we all see it and understand that it's a big part of, again, kind of crafting that picture as a route runner. I think it's something, too, when you look at other sports, like also is maybe underappreciated. I remember reading that James Harden, back when he was this complete heyday, dominating the league, winning MVPs and all that. But they were basically saying how even if his acceleration wasn't up there with the Russell Westbrooks of the world, his ability to get back down and decelerate and then get back up to full speed and then go back down just made him, again, a nightmare for pretty much anyone to handle. So, again, I think more than anything, it's just about creating that separation. And, yes, it's going to be a bit, better if you can run past someone as well. But, again, be able to kind of paint that picture, decelerate as well as you can accelerate, really good things for wide receivers.
Ian, so a couple questions on Brandon Aubrey, 4-year, $28 million extension with the Cowboys today. Number one, I saw you were tweeting about the backstory of how he even got into football, had to do with his wife. You could tell people that story. It's pretty entertaining. But secondly, why did no teams try to offer him money or offer him a sheet? Even if the Cowboys were going to match, it was strange to me. Such a weapon.
100%, man. Yeah, just for that story real quick. I mean, Aubrey was trying to be a professional soccer player, but got released in 2018. And then he said, okay, I guess I got to use my Notre Dame degree now, try to be a software engineer. But I guess just in the Aubrey household, they had a regular NFL game on the TV in 2019. Kicker missed a field goal, and his wife just popped up and said, you could do that. So dude went ahead and got himself a kicking coach, started working out a little bit more, and the rest is history. So it is kind of comical to me that, Aubrey obviously has achieved more in the NFL level, more soccer, more in real life than I ever will, so I shouldn't be talking smack. But it is kind of wild that a soccer reject is now just the best kicker in NFL history. Like, I don't know, I kind of wonder if we would actually see more soccer stars try to do their thing in the NFL. What would happen, but that money's always going to be speaking louder anyway. So in terms of no teams offering it out, I completely agree with you, man. I remember hearing Bill Belichick on the Manning cast talking about just what a weapon Aubrey was, because you literally pass midfield and you're already in the guy's field goal range. So I do think we see, any Cowboys fans out there will see the way Schottenheimer kind of calls these games. That it is a little bit concerning, like how willing he is to settle for these 58-yard field goals at the end of the games. I wish he'd be more willing to let Dak get them closer. But, hey, worked out well enough so far, and, congratulations to Aubrey for becoming a very, very rich man.
What did you make of the Dexter Lawrence trade?
I think the Bengals probably looked at their available options at 10 and just kind of concluded that it wasn't going to be a situation where they were going to be able to get one of those marquee defenders. So at this point, I would be very surprised if the Sonny Styles and Caleb Downses of the world are still going to be on the table there. Because, we can always say, like, oh, who could that kind of Family Guy, like, what's in the box meme? Like, oh, who are you going to get at number 10? It could be anyone. It could even be a Dexter Lawrence type player, but we do have to always consider, their rookie contracts and different money that goes along with difference in age and all of that. But end of the day, Bengals obviously have been in win-now mode for the better part of the last 4 or 5 years. Haven't been able to get there because of the defense. And, man, when when Dexter Lawrence is playing at his best, you are better at the nose tackle position. So maybe their defense better. And, if you just kind of just wanted to say, hey, what's the one goal for the Bengals offseason, it would be to try to fortify that interior of their defense, and they did manage to do just that.
How does it change what the Giants are going to do with that at 5 that they got 10 in that deal?
My initial thought was Jordan Tyson, come on down. Obviously had the, dinner going on before, and just obviously Malik Neighbors is an absolute stud, but coming off the knee injury, he's going to be ready for week 1. You can never have too many good wide receivers in the year 2026. I think Tyson or Tate are in play, but I do wonder if they just try to double dip with these Buckeyes and actually go ahead and bring in Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs. So Giants are one of these teams where it was almost shocking how bad they were on defense last year, given all the dudes and these former first rounders that they had in the front 7. So, I'm not saying necessarily losing a great player like Lawrence and trying to add these rookies is going to make them better, but it would at least, heighten the other levels of their defense, because it has mostly been centered around their defensive line players. So you add someone like Styles and Caleb Downs, like you're really making yourself so strong up the middle. I know that's always kind of been a term more so in baseball. You want to have that real strong catcher, shortstop, and center fielder to just be that much stronger up the middle. But, man, I do think that's why Ohio State in large part was so good last year. You had Caden McDonald, who's going to hear his name before too long in round 1 as well, holding down the interior. And then Styles and Caleb Downs, just so much team speed everywhere. And if we do see the Giants, again, manage to do that, I think they're one of those kind of rare defenses where you could be like, oh, man, they really went from 28th in scoring to 5th in 1 year. That's how much talent they already have there and how much more they even could get if they do go ahead and try to use both top 10 picks on the position.
Ian, thank you as always, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
You got it, dude. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. By God, that's our pal Kevin Sheehan of the Kevin Sheehan Show. Kevin, how many guys that could reasonably be there at 7 do you think are, we're not answering phone calls for trades, we're going to stick and pick this guy for this Peters regime?
It's a good question. I did it on the phones the other day with callers. I mean, I don't know, 2 or 3. I mean, of the people that would reasonably be there.
Right.
I mean, for me, I personally trade back even if Jeremiah Love's on the board at 7. But I know I'm in the minority on that one. But if David Bailey fell, I mean, I'm all over that. I wouldn't even mind Reuben Bain, even with his short arms, being picked. But other than that, trade back and get some picks. This is, at least according to everybody, and everybody's usually wrong this time of year on the draft, but this is not a draft filled with blue chip talent.
Kevin Sheehan on our Beltway Blitz. I want to pivot to the uniforms because I know that you had said that you still think there's a path maybe to the old logo. So walk me through that. How would that happen? How would we get there?
Well, I mean, the path would be a long, winding road to it. But there was a quote in Kime's story from, it may have been Klaus, it may have been the marketing guy, about how they're trying to create this new ecosystem of what a commander means. And I think that they'd love commander to somehow tie into at some point down the road, and maybe that's what we saw with the introduction of the spear through the W on the alt helmet, is a tie to Native American imagery. And maybe, with the, introduction and the arrival of the new stadium, maybe something comes back. But you know what? Who knows how everybody's going to feel by the time we get there? I mean, we still have 4 seasons left in Landover before moving back to D.C. I actually, and I think I'm in the minority among my age group, I actually liked what I saw last week. I probably would prefer the spear to have been through the W on all the helmets, the primaries. But for the most part, I'm looking forward to the feeling that I'm going to be able to watch the team that I rooted for my entire life before 2022.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. You've made no bones about the fact that your fandom changed, that you don't have the same passion, I guess, for the Commanders as you did for the Redskins. Like, does that change with the uniforms at all, or is it more of a name thing? How does that work?
Well, I don't know that I'll ever feel the way I used to feel, Grant. I mean, I think you and I have talked about this before, but part of that, by the way, isn't just the name. It was the 25 years of being worn down by a losing franchise and an absolute, horrible shenanigan-filled front office and owner. I mean, it was the embarrassment of the way they behaved and the way they ran the franchise that eventually, as I think you guys know too, chased 2/3 of this fan base away. Now, I think the name was the death knell for a lot of people. But yeah, I don't know that I'll ever feel that way again, but I certainly felt something last year with those uniforms against Seattle, Denver, and the Cowboys. I mean, for the better part of 4 seasons, I felt like I was watching an expansion team that had arrived in 2022. And I think, getting back to the team looking like the team we all rooted for will be a step in the right direction.
So, Kevin, you mentioned there's 4 more years in stupid Landover until the new stadium opens. And that leads me. So this has been my theory about this. I don't want to get your thoughts. There's one more lever they can pull, right? Because they got us RFK 2.0, but we have to wait on that. Here's now your throwback to our era, yours and mine, of when the then Redskins were great. The only other thing they can do is that logo switch, kind of what you're talking about. So whatever they're playing in right now, I don't think they're playing in them in 2 years. I think that's the last domino that's going to fall. And to your point, I don't know what it's going to be, if they're maybe testing the waters with the spear, or maybe there's more spear, maybe there's less spear, because it's like they're going back to the Etruscans and Romans and the Carthaginians, right, and phalanxes and everything like that. I think that's the one more lever they can pull on the business side to kind of dangle something in front of the fans. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we're going back to Westeros, Danny, and we're coming up with something that looks like, and they're going to try to tie back to something approaching, that long ago. I don't know. I think that logo has never been a source of controversy. There's never been anybody that's protested against it or suggested that in any way it was pejorative or insensitive. And if they can get this name, which I don't think they're leaving, to sort of tie into, I think it was Klaus who said, an ecosystem of maybe some imagery of where they want this logo to land, that's how I see it happening. But I mean, it's just a guess.
Kevin, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you. We look forward to chatting soon.
All right, guys. Thanks.
See you, buddy.
Enjoy the draft. Kevin Sheehan Show. There's Kevin on G&D. Beltway Blitz. Next, TJ Oshie had some drinks with Alex Ovechkin. Then he was asked, based on those conversations, what do you think happens? You'll hear that audio next.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. NFL Draft just 3 days away. The first round going to get underway on Thursday. Washington holding the 7th overall pick. Other news in the NFL today, the Niners signed Trent Williams to a 2-year deal worth $50 million, and the Cowboys signed their kicker Brandon Aubrey to a 4-year extension worth $28 million, $20 million guaranteed. 3 games tonight in the NBA playoffs, Raptors and Cavs. Game 2 of that series, Cleveland leads the series 1-0. 7 o'clock tip-off for that one. Game 2 for the Hawks and the Knicks. The Knicks lead the series 1-0. That'll tip off at 8 o'clock. Game 2 also for the Timberwolves and the Nuggets. Denver leads the series 1-0. That'll tip off at 10:30. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game series against the Braves tonight at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch, 6:15 pregame right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Bryce Elder. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This little show right here.
This one right here.
This is the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:15, and Nats baseball. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. Got a very hardworking crew behind the scenes. Money Metal Chris Baresh. Ben Strober doing a great job today. Toby Altizer can kick all the rocks, though.
You and Toby are going through it today.
Toby, there's a few rocks I've got, and he can kick them right around the parking lot.
Is this
whenever
this is
he's
interesting?
ready.
I'm not going to delve into it because nope, it's not fair.
Yeah.
Is this a Toki troll job? Because to me, it seems like
it's Toki.
But it seems like Toby is sort of doing.
I think Toby is in enough that he's like enjoying it.
Yeah.
But Toki is now really
Needling
laying it
you.
on heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Tobes, if you have your water bottle that I gave you, turn it around to Toki for the camera.
It's Toki time.
It's on Toki mode.
It's Toki time.
Toki time.
TJ Oshie spoke about Alex Ovechkin. Apparently, he was drinking with Ovi when he was covering the Capitals this past week. Longtime teammates, best buddies. And it's great timing because he's asked, what do you think Ovi's going to do? And he's like, I was actually hanging out with him last night. We were having some pops. And it's like, who better to ask about Ovechkin's future then? You know how I feel? I thought the question was answered. Alex Ovechkin's already said what he needs to say. He wants to come back. His family wants him to come back. He said all year it's up to his family. He's going to have to make up his mind. And now we know he plans on playing next season. The Capitals have all but said they're going to do whatever he wants to do. So Ovi's going to play. I think you can put it in pen at this point. He's coming back for 2026, 2027.
Certainly what it sounds like. And again, there's the only variable is how hard the team will push to make it more on their terms versus the Lifetime Achievement Award, ownership level. Here's a blank check. Write down whatever money you want and we'll pay it. That's the only variable to me, but I'm with you. I think this is all happening.
How much is he going to make?
Yep.
Will there be a discount? Are they going to pay him basically what they've paid him his entire career? And we got some insight into that via TJ Oshie. Even though he's speculating, you'd think it's pretty informed speculation after he had an audience with Ovechkin. But this was Oshie talking on a podcast.
My last one for you, Ovi, gun to your chin. Is he coming back?
If you would have asked me a week ago, I would have said no. But I did their last game in Columbus, met the boys the night before, had a couple pops. All the other guys took off, and me and O stayed and for probably an hour and just chatted, me and him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he needed to finish out the season, see where his body was. If I have a gun to my chin,
right on your chin,
I'm going to say he's probably coming back for one more farewell tour, like a real one.
Clip that.
I think he needed to step away from the media after breaking him than to the club, maybe just as like a thanks for everything you've done type thing. This is all completely my own opinion. I haven't talked to anyone about this,
right?
Especially with the team. I think there's a chance because his boys are young and they love hockey and they love watching them, they're at every game. It doesn't matter if we play at like 7:30 at night on a school night. Like, the boys are on the glass. I think he wants to play in front of them for one more year. So I think he's coming back.
So I completely agree with everything Oshie said. I've seen and sat near sometimes his family, and his kids will occasionally have like hockey games or hockey practices, and they're getting there in the second or third period, and they still want to be there, and they're jumping up and down going crazy, and they love it. How could you not enjoy playing in front of your kids?
Sure, yeah.
So many times players talk about wanting to keep playing until their kids are old enough to enjoy it. And his youngest son is just kind of at that age now. So another year of hanging around the team and them getting pictures with players and autographs and having those relationships, I'm quite sure that they would want him to keep playing, which he's on record as having said. If Ovi hadn't commented last week, this would be groundbreaking and huge news, I think, on the Home by 3 podcast. But because Ovi said what he said at Breakdown Day, at the final day where the team said their goodbyes, I think this just reiterates what we already know, which is that Alex Ovechkin will come back and wants to come back. But here is what was so interesting about this answer. And this, to me, is the story. This is the takeaway. This is the lead, L-E-D-E lead. This is the lead here. TJ Oshie said he thinks that the contract will be more fair to Ovechkin than the team because instead of the hometown discount, it's actually going to go the other way where they kind of say, thanks for everything financially. So now we're talking about if that's true, and he acknowledged, this is not something I've heard from anybody with the team, it's just my own speculation, but he did say, this was a couple days after talking to Ovi at length, he thinks he's going to be paid maybe not only like what he's made his whole career, but maybe a little more. So maybe it's not $9 million, maybe it's $10 million, maybe it's $11 million. And this has been what you and I keep talking about.
Yes.
There's a world where Ovi coming back and the Capitals being cup caliber can coexist, but it's going to be really hard for those two things to exist together at $10 or $11 million, which is maybe where this thing lands if Ovechkin gets what he wants according to Oshie's expectations.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the pulse from Ted Leonsis when he's spoken, right? Not specifically saying whatever he wants, we're going to give it to him, but again, that's kind of the vibe that I've taken away. And if I'm wrong about that, someone over there can feel free to let me know, but that's kind of the sense I have. Now you've got Oshie saying, and again, he qualifies and says, I haven't spoken to anybody about this. It's not like I'm quoting someone in the front office, but that's the feeling. So that's not something that I'm all that excited about, to be honest with you, right? Ovi coming back is great at a price that to pay everybody as little as possible and still get the same production.
Right.
Duh, right? So if you're not getting $11 million a year, which is what I think is about to happen as the cap has gone up, if you're not getting $11 million a year worth of production, paying someone that is really, really difficult to overcome. I mean, the years that they, as they've only won one playoff series since winning the Stanley Cup, when Oshie, who I love, Backstrom hurt, Oshie hurt all the time, would play once and then have to sit 2 or 3 games as his back is flaring up. These guys that couldn't live up to their contracts anymore, it's damn near impossible for any team to overcome, let alone, this one as they were getting older and kind of on the fly. So yeah, I think that's the story is on what terms it's happening, not if it's happening. That's, I think, where we are.
I want to open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. We have not taken calls really on anything today, but I am always interested. I will forever be intrigued by how people feel about this Ovechkin conversation while we're having it on the show. Because we've talked a lot about, do you want him back? Do you think they can win if he comes back? How do you think this is going to end? Those angles. If it takes double-digit millions of dollars, if there is no discount, if Ovi, like Oshie is suggesting, is going to make high-end money to come back, and there is no half of what market would say for your star player or whatever, what's your level of interest, and how does that work for you? So I guess to have the best conversation, we probably need to put a number on it. I'm going to say like $10.5 or $11 million if that's what it takes, of which, by the way, there are only 17 players in the NHL that make $11 million. I mean, the cap has exploded, so there are now guys like Kirill Kaprizov, who makes $17 million. I think Leon Draisaitl's in the 14.5 range or something. Jack Eichel's a 13.5 guy. You've got Nathan McKinnon making just shy of $13 million. There are some superstars like Connor McDavid, $12.5 million. But you'd be paying Alex Ovechkin a significant enough amount of money that it makes getting everything done that you need to, even with legit cap space, very, very difficult. Like, look at a guy like Erik Karlsson with the Penguins, the defenseman, good player, $92 million contract, though, $11.5 million. I mean, what could you do if you could take that money and spread it around a little bit? And that's what you'd be talking about. But I've been thinking a lot about this. We've talked every day, end of last week, about Ovi. Throughout the weekend, I was like, okay, I want to be so careful because I take this seriously on the air, and I know that a lot of people hear what we say, and he is such an important player in the history of DC sports. And on top of that, in my life, like even just for my own fandom and my own Caps, as I sit here in Caps gear, like interests, I want to do right by Ovi in these conversations. So I think the way that I would put it is, however this ends, I'm going to be okay. As a Caps fan who Ovi has given everything to, and then some, whatever they decide to do, I will roll with. And I'm not going to be upset or angry about it. But the right thing to do, if you're trying to win a championship next year, is not to pay him this money. That doesn't mean that they won't. I think they probably will. And I'm not even going to say that it means that they shouldn't. Although I'd like to tell you that if I was the executive, hopefully I'd be able to operate with a little bit of cold emotion and do the right thing for the betterment of the team. But I think with things like this, Danny, when you're talking about Kobe at the end of his time with the Lakers, we've had some of these conversations over the years. I think ownership's involved. I think the highest ranking people in the building who have very personal relationships with the player and their family, they're involved. And they can tell the smart analytics hockey people, I understand that you're telling me we should only pay him $5 million. This is the time where you go sit in that chair by the vending machine, and I'll work out the deal with Ovi. You saw that with Steven Strasburg and Ted Lerner, and I mean that would happen over the years, and I think that's what's going to happen. So the question as we tee it up to me would be, I'm going to play this clip again, but Oshie had drinks with Ovi. This is one of his best buddies, and he came away thinking wants to play, wants to be in front of the boys, and he said it was his opinion that the contract would be way friendlier to Ovechkin than the team, which I take to mean $10+ million. And even another interesting thing was he said he'll get a real farewell tour, which we were told all year he didn't want. He said he had to get away from that this year because of how crazy last year was with the goals record. So maybe now Ovi would be okay with a farewell tour for a one-year deal at $11 million or something, and he'd sign up for the barnstorming city to city and having roses thrown at his skate blades. But this was Oshie.
My last one for you, Ovi, gun to your chin. Is he coming back?
If you would have asked me a week ago, I would have said no. But I did their last game in Columbus, met the boys the night before, had a couple pops. All the other guys took off, and me and O stayed and for probably an hour and just chatted, me and him. Mm-hmm. And I think he needed to finish out the season, see where his body was. If I have a gun to my chin,
right on your chin,
I'm going to say he's probably coming back for one more farewell tour, like a real one. I think he needed to step away from the media after breaking the record a little bit. So I think he'll sign a 1-year deal. I think it'd probably be a little bit more fair to the contract wise to him than to the club, maybe just as like a thanks for everything you've done type thing. This is all completely my own opinion. I haven't talked to anyone about this,
right?
Especially with the team. I think there's a chance because his boys are young and they love hockey and they love watching them. They're at every game. It doesn't matter if we play at like 7:30 at night on a school night. Like the boys are on the glass. I think he wants to play in front of them for one more year. So I think he's coming back.
That's TJ Oshie on a podcast talking Alex Ovechkin called Home by 3. It's going to be harder to win a cup if they pay Ovi a ton of money. And doing right by Ovechkin is probably going to make things harder next year in 26 and 27. You hear people say they've got to do what Ovechkin wants them to do. I don't subscribe to that. I think they've got to be respectful to him and try to thread the needle into trying to win big. That's what they should be doing as an NHL organization. But how do you land that plane? I mean, how do you satisfy both the career and farewell of Ovechkin while also not trying to take a step back when you've built this thing so well? You've got these kids ready to win if you can have a big offseason. 800-636-1067. And the question really, Danny, I guess, is about the money they'd be paying him. Are people willing to do that?
That's the pivotal thing, is that where's the walk-away point? I think that's what the organization has to figure out, and that's what we as a fan base do as well.
Next on G&D.
Window Nation, Grant. What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for our pals at Window Nation. The spring is here. Oh, it's such a nice time to open those windows. If your windows don't open easily, though, they leak, they're broken, or they need repainting yet again, the pros at Window Nation can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a fantastic price. The Window Nation's more you buy, the more you save sale is going on right now. You could save up to 50% off all windows for your home.
We love Window Nation. We've worked with Window Nation at our homes for years. A+ rating, Better Business Bureau. 50-point inspection of every window before it leaves the factory. 20-point inspection of every window when it's installed. New windows can be installed in a day, which is amazing because they're not going room to room and they're not taking up the whole house. 96% customer satisfaction rating. 45,000 5-star reviews, including mine and Danny's.
Window Nation's windows come with a lifetime warranty. I'm going to say that again, a lifetime warranty. They've installed millions of these bad boys, and they'll do a great job for you, just like they did for Grant and I. So hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems, rather. Schedule a fast, free consultation now at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
TJ Oshie went on the record to say that he thinks Alex Ovechkin plays next year, and he assumes that the contract will be way more favorable to the Great Eight than to the team, which has us thinking, speculating, fearing maybe they're going to pay Ovi $10 or $11 million. Now, the Capitals have a ton of cap space, as we've talked about the last couple of weeks. Depends on the site you're looking at or how you kind of see it. But they're going to have $36 million or so in free agency with the cap exploding in the NHL. You pay Ovi $10, $11 or so million. You re-up with McMichael, who's an RFA. That's going to take, who knows, $5, $6, $7 million, whatever that is, whatever that looks like. Depends on how they want to pay him. But there's still going to be money to go around. The question is not about free agency as much because there's not a ton available. To me, it's about inheriting contracts and trades and the flexibility, you think basketball-wise, to bring in a stud, someone who's disenfranchised elsewhere. This is crazy, but just as an example, like the Maple Leafs and Austin Matthews, or somebody pops up you don't know is going to be available, or Nylander there, or whatever, and it's like you got less flexibility the more you pay Ovechkin. And the fact is, I think if you watch every single game, you get a pretty good idea. That's not a player necessarily you want to be paying $10 or $11 million to right now. If you're doing that, it's just a thank you. It's a lifetime achievement keeping him around. My point has been that I think you got to do right by him. You got to be respectful to him and responsible, but not at everyone who just says, what does he want? Write the check. What's the next thing to solve? I don't agree with that because I think you have to do what's right for the organization too. This is not just an Ovechkin thing. There's so much bigger than this.
So
I know that's hard for people to hear.
Yeah, but for some it's not.
I know that.
And it's sentimental, right? It's sentimental and it's fandom, and I don't begrudge that necessarily, but to me, what's the point of this? I've kind of done and I had a great time too. I had fun with you guys also, counting down to that to the gold record. It's his. Every new goal is the new record. It was great and it was phenomenal. I did the stop building, cater everything to Ovechkin thing since the Stanley Cup. I've done that. I've gone down that road. Now, they've started slowly but surely. You kind of look up and you go, damn, they got younger and faster. They did this for a while.
Rebuilding while competing at the NHL level.
But one playoff win since they won the Stanley Cup, was it 8 years ago now? One series win, missed the playoffs a couple times, a lot of first-round exits. That's not what we're supposed to be doing here.
Well, I also feel like this past season, and this is a disconnect I have with the whatever Ovi wants to do it, like he deserves a year crowd, if you will. I kind of viewed this year as the year. Now, we didn't communicate well, me and him, I guess, right? Because this was that year. This was the year where I was willing to roll out the red carpet and do whatever you wanted and throw the parties, and you chose not to do that, obviously. But everyone says, well, if he wants 1 year, give it to him. This was that year. I understand he was under contract already. It's not like he got a 1 year extension. And that's what people will argue is this was part of the 5-year deal originally. But this was the year, to me, where the swan song was set up and you were able to kind of skate off into the sunset. And now to do it again, to push all my plans a year into the future, I'm sorry, that's frustrating.
What's the number where you'd go, okay, this is now makes sense and worth it to me?
I think at $5 or $6 million, even at $7 million, because they've got unbelievable cap space. I think going to him, like Sidney Crosby makes, I think around $9 million at this point, and he's still a complete player who's one of the better players on the Penguins most given nights. If you told me you had to pay him $9 million, I would not love that. I think it should be less than that, but I would say like 7 is probably the number where I would go. The team is doing him a solid because he's Ovi. And also, it's not debilitating because of all the space that they have. I've said all along I would offer him like $5 million. I don't know what, like the money shouldn't matter to him really, to be honest. He should want to win another cup.
It matters in the how you value me thing.
There's a little bit of a Tom Brady thing here, though, where like, do you want to win? Help me help you.
Right.
You're making really good money. We're putting you on every poster. You're going to make a lot of money all season long and all the other ventures and things that we're going to have you doing. Help us. Let's go to Carlos in Savannah Park. What's up, Carlos?
What's up, guys? Hey, in a perfect world, in my opinion, they should follow the Bergeron rule from the Bruins. Bergeron's base pay was $8 million a season. His last season, he took a pay cut, a massive pay cut, $2.5 million that season. And that season is when I think they broke a record for the most regular season wins, 65. wins that season because they built up. That roster was stacked, even though they didn't even win the playoff series that season. I think if Ovechkin sees the clear plan that we're going to get this player, we're going to go strong in this position, we're going to be aggressive in this position, and we promise you that we're going to compete in the playoffs, we're going to make the playoffs, and we're going to get a deep run in the cup. He's going to guarantee them to accept the discount. That's my opinion because that's all he wants to do is be in the playoffs.
Hopefully, but Oshie, who a couple nights earlier had some drinks with him and hung out with him, said his guess is that they're going to pay Ovi-friendly money more than team-friendly money. By the way, Bergeron was still a 25, 30 goal guy at that time. Ovi's coming off of that type of season this year. I think he scored 27 goals at that time. So it's not like he was cooked. He was a team captain who was a fringe 30-goal guy and took a lot less money. Now, you could make the case the cap was a lot lesser then, so you'd have to do some math on percentage of cap. Let's go to Nathan in Centerville. What's up, Nathan?
Hey, boys. I've been big Ovi come back one more year, but I kind of always assumed it would be on a discount, whether it was him saying, hey, I want another shot and to go out on top. So I've made all the money with everything over the years. I made all the money with all my Russian endorsements, just kind of come back. I felt like the Caps need to kind of internally have a plan A if Ovi comes back, plan B if he doesn't. We kind of can scrap that second one now, and I think you have to talk to him and say, look, if you want to come back at the price you've been or an increase or whatever, this is what we can do. But if you're willing to go 4.5, 5, even $6 million, we can try to go get an Austin Matthews, a Jason Robertson, and really give you that chance to go out on top. But it really comes down to kind of having, I think, that tough conversation with him too. Obviously, they're going to do whatever they want and honor him, but you got to say,
isn't the bottom
what's
line,
more
Nathan?
important to you?
Do you disagree with this? If he says, I want 11, they're going to give him 11.
No, 1,000%. And that's where you kind of, in that conversation, go, okay, but this is just a farewell Ovi thing, and you don't really get a chance to kind of cement the legacy and go get a second ring. You're kind of just comfortable doing the tour.
Yeah, I think people are lying to themselves. Thanks as always, man. Good call. I just think Caps fans are lying to themselves a little bit if they think that Ovi at $11 million and making a run to a Stanley Cup. I'm not saying it can't happen. Of course it could. They're going to be fringe playoff team and good. My philosophy is you get into the playoffs, anything can happen. But I just think if you're saying, oh, let's pay him 10 or 11 million, yeah, of course, if everything's great, Ovi gets his money, the Caps are still great, they win the Stanley Cup. I think you're looking through Caps colored glasses to say that.
The thing that I don't believe, and maybe some fans do, but I don't know if you do or not, is I don't think the team is going to say no. You know what I mean?
I know they're not going to say no.
Well, meaning,
because I think Ted Leonsis, and I'm not telling you he's wrong. I'm just telling you I think it's his decision essentially, right. And he's going to say whatever you want, babe.
Yeah, I think there's no hard line, and I think there's no walk away point. Whereas Danny Patrick over here would say, "Hey, this is what we can do. This will make sense because here's what we'd like to do is try. I'd actually love to have him back. That's the part that I think people are missing. I just can't do it at the same price that 50-plus goal Ovechkin was scoring 2 years ago. That doesn't make as much sense.
Patrick would like to have him back too. He's a 30-goal scorer.
Right.
They don't grow on trees. But it can't be that he has to be on the power play all 2 minutes and doesn't leave the ice. It can't be that he's playing top-line minutes and getting 17, 18 minutes a night or whatever. Like, there should come with this decision some rules to say, hey, here's how we're going to use you. I think a general manager like a Patrick or a president like a McClellan, the hockey guys, the analytics guys, would be able to look at that and say, here's how we're at our best. The question is, if you're Ted Leonsis and the personalities and the relationships and the 20 years matter a little bit more, Mac will be gone soon enough, right? Patrick will be gone soon enough. The Leonsis, they own this thing. They run this thing. This is their baby. And Ovechkin's the face of this thing for all time. The relationship with him, see Strasburg. He's not even going back to Nats Park to celebrate a World Series championship because he's at odds with ownership. Like, you got to be careful, and you got to treat people the way that you feel they deserve. And the Leonsises have treated their players with utmost respect since day one. And now this is the player of all the players that's ever deserved anything. So I think whatever he says he's going to get, I just hope that he understands the difference between him making $11 million or, I don't know, $12 million, I'm just throwing crazy numbers out there now, and $5 million is a couple really quality players to help you make a run. And we just found out today, by the way, Rasmus Sandin, they didn't say he tore his ACL or anything, but it sounds like he has a really serious knee injury and won't be back until deep into next year. So you can add another legitimate puck-moving defenseman to the pile of needs going into the offseason now. Phone lines are full. Want to hit them next? We'll go rapid fire. 800-636-1067. TJ Oshie says Alex Ovechkin will play next year, he thinks. And he also thinks he's going to get paid very well. More Ovi-friendly, he said, than team-friendly. What do you think of that? This is the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. In the NFL, the draft just 3 days away. Coming up on Thursday, the first round, rounds 2 and 3 on Friday, and then the rest of the draft on Saturday. News today, the Niners signed Trent Williams to a 2-year deal worth $50 million, and the Cowboys signed kicker Brandon Aubrey to a 4-year extension worth $28 million, $20 million guaranteed. NBA playoffs continue on tonight. 3 game twos in action. The Raptors and Cavs at 7 o'clock. Hawks and Knicks at 8 o'clock, and then Timberwolves and Nuggets tonight at 10:30. Baseball, the Nationals beginning a 4-game series against the Braves. 6:45 first pitch from Nationals Park. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 1-2 with a 6.16 ERA. He'll take on Bryce Elder, who is 2-1 with an 0.77 ERA. Nats and Braves, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Baseball season is back. Celebrate with Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We were talking earlier about the NFL rumors ahead of the NFL draft. We'll get back into the draft coming up in about 15 minutes on the Fan. Our draft coverage today is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Grant and Danny with you, taking you up to 6:15 ahead of Nats baseball. The topic of Alex Ovechkin has come back up. TJ Oshie was on a podcast. He was asked about the future of his good buddy, Ovechkin, and actually acknowledged that he had been hanging out with him, having some drinks recently. And his opinion was that he was going to keep playing. More specifically, though, he also said he thought that the contract Ovi would get would be more friendly to the player than the team, which if that's the case, we're looking more at the $10, $11 million range than half that on a discount of the $5 or the $6 million that a lot of people were hoping for. But this was Oshie.
My last one for you, Ovi, gun to your chin. Is he coming back?
If you would have asked me a week ago, I would have said no. But I did their last game in Columbus. Met the boys the night before, had a couple pops. All the other guys took off, and me and O stayed and for probably an hour and just chatted, me and him. Mm-hmm. And I think he needed to finish out the season, see where his body was. If I have a gun to my chin,
right on your chin,
I'm going to say he's probably coming back for one more farewell tour, like a real one. I think he needed to step away from the media after breaking the record a little bit. So I think he'll sign a 1-year deal. I think it'd probably be a little bit more fair to the contract wise to him than to the club, maybe. Just as like a thanks for everything you've done type thing.
He goes on to say more, but that's the important part of this conversation because it's one of the few angles we haven't covered yet, which is if it actually does take a significant amount of top-of-the-market type money, he's one of the highest paid players of the offseason, is your interest the same in saying thank you and going that route? 800-636-1067. Do you agree with me, Danny? We talked about this with Adam Schefter a few weeks ago when he gave this take on the Commanders and Jeremiah Love. And I said, when Schefter says it, it means more because he's the most plugged-in insider in the sport, even if he's just giving an opinion, which is what Oshie's doing here. He's not reporting something. He's just saying, this is what I think is going to happen. You're using the information you have if you're Schefter. And in this case, Oshie's talking about an intimate, like we spent an hour just by ourselves.
How much more informed could you be with like the most interested party in this case? That's who Oshie's having beers with.
So if one of the great NHL insiders who breaks all the news said this, or if someone on NHL Network, EJ Radick, our guy, or Bruce Boudreau or whatever, who's just giving a take from afar, maybe I'd buy into some things. But Oshie, on the last day of the season, it's not like there was a month left, by the way. It was the night before they played in Columbus on the final day of the season, and he sat down, just him and Ovi, having drinks for an hour. So when he says, I think he's going to play, it means something. I think we already know he's going to play because he has subsequently said it to the media that he wants to play. But the next part is, he's going to make a bunch of money to play. Well, that got my attention. So I'm not that excited about paying him all that money. I think it will hurt their chances of being one of the top teams in the East, which I think there's a very good chance they could be if they have a great offseason. But Could they still be very good? I think it's a little more like the last couple years where you spin your tires. They were and should have been a playoff team this year. You look at regulation wins, 10 more than the Flyers, up 1-0 on the Penguins right now. A lot of teams that made the playoffs that didn't have the minutes that they led by and all the other metrics the Capitals had. So I view them the last 2 years as, one of the 8 best teams in the East, a playoff team that could win a playoff series or two. We saw them win a playoff series last year. I think they'll be that again, even if they pay Ovi next year with all the cap space. The difference is if you're paying him $5 million and you make another significant move for another top 6 guy or another legit defenseman, maybe you are one of the best teams in all of hockey. So that's kind of what I'm hoping is. It seems like a lock he's coming back. You can put that in Sharpie. All right, let's do it in a way that damages the cap situation the least. And the only argument against that is a lot of people screaming at me about how much cap space they have, as if that's a good reason to use your money not that well. That's never a good argument, by the way. To buy a car that should cost you, $20,000 for $60,000 because you've got $100,000 in the bank is not a good reason to do that. So if your argument is, dude, they got all this cap space. If they give Ovi $10 million, they'll still be fine.
They won't in a hurry.
That's how you stop having good cap space. That's how you stop having the best chance possible.
Yeah, it's also you need more. I mean, being the 8th best team in the Eastern Conference, that doesn't butter my biscuit.
Rasmus Sandin, we found out in the final days of the season, probably tore his ACL. Is out for the majority of next season. That's another significant need you've just added to your pile.
Yeah, to me, there's a lot of work to be done. I'm a little less bullish than you are. I think reasonable minds can disagree there. But the thing we'll always come together on is it's not play money. It's not monopoly money. It's not frivolous. That cap matters. So, there are workarounds. I mean, a lot of people are going to bring up an incentive-laden deal. If I don't know that Ovechkin takes anything like that, to be honest with you, just because, again, that's we don't think you're going to get there kind of implication, right? Again, how the team manages this, if it's anything other than, yes, sir, here's a blank check, I don't know how we get around that.
Let's hammer the phones. We'll go rapid fire here. Start with Andrew in Warrenton on the Fan. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man.
So, first, Crosby's a terrible example. He took 8.7 because he's superstitious for his jersey number.
That also shows, though, that he wasn't trying to get all he was worth. I mean, he makes less than he's worth.
That is true. The last contract that Ovi took him from, he went from being 16% of the cap hit to this year being just under 10. Doing the math, looked at a couple of places. Team friendly would be $6 million. So even keeping him at 9, which would be 8.6% of the cap, is not bad. If they give him what he wants, which is 2 years, as long as they keep it even, they don't even take a dead cap hit for him retiring in the second year.
So you're saying 2 years and $18 million?
2 years, $18 million, yeah. And he generally took about 50-50 with signing bonus and base cap.
Right. So are they a better team or not if he doesn't keep playing or if he gets a 2-year deal at $18 million?
I think that they are not going to be able to get anybody that is going to be able to get them 30 goals in the free agent space.
It's not free agency, it's trades.
It'd be trades.
I mean, so you don't have to look at the free agent market. It's also trading for stars all over the league.
The day they trade Ovi is the day that I don't think can actually exist.
Sorry, they're not trading Ovi. I'm saying everyone says that those free agents that there's not a 30-goal guy out there. I'm saying you could trade for Austin Matthews potentially. Like we could go around the league and find star players, not Ovechkin in the trade, but just they have more picks in the first 3 rounds in the next 4 years than anybody. They've got young players in the system, Andrew Crystal and others that you could trade. They could trade for a 30-goal guy. They don't need to sign that guy.
But then instead of having the money for this year, you're giving away the future for this year. It's sort of like we're playing with money that we don't have, and I'd rather just give Ovi $9 million again, since that's what he's had pretty much his entire career, and just give him his flowers.
Appreciate you, dude.
I mean, I don't know how you'd be mortgaging your future if you're trading for a 28-year-old 30-goal guy or something.
Well, his point would be you want to use all those draft picks for the future. I guess my point is that sounds great, but when you go, I want to pay Ovi fill in the blank, aren't you in effect giving away this year? See what I'm saying? Like what years are valuable? You know what I mean? When did we decide, okay, now this is a valuable year versus otherwise? What they've done is rebuild on the fly in a way that I didn't really think is possible. I think you should go all in one way or the other because they don't do the thing where you miss the playoffs for a couple of years, get bad, and then get good. They just kind of get into the first round and go home early. But they've retooled this roster. So If you go 9, I guess that's a little bit past where I'd have to hold my nose a little bit, but percentage of the cap wise, I guess it makes sense. You still have some flexibility there to add some pieces.
I'm Team Tom Wilson, where Wilson believes they're a player or two away. It's kind of how I feel, if it's the right player or two. So what they're going to do is what they've always done. It was a tier down because they didn't have the money, but like with TJ Oshie, with Dylan Strome, you go get players that are in the prime of their career that'll give you better hockey here than they gave at their previous stops, or they're going to be able to do some big game hunting potentially money-wise. So you go out and you get your new top line 30-plus goal scorer who's going to be a more complete player, very likely, than Alex Ovechkin, and you give that guy the money that you need to. Or, by the way, you inherit a massive contract like they did with Pierre-Luc Dubois or somebody like that. Let's go to Shane in Fairfax. What's up, Shane?
Commander Dan is Lieutenant Grant. How you boys doing today?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, look, if he's asking for 9 to 11 million, he's got to go somewhere else. We got to look. I love Obi, what he's done for his city, but I'm a Caps fan first, and let's go over there. I love what he did for this city, but can we get a 30 go like you were saying, Graham? Yeah, we can trade for that, and so that way we're not building for hurting the future of this team. I'm not paying $11 million for just a guy to come in and get me 30 goals and only not a two-way player. He's not a two-way player no more, and that's the issue. He's not. Yeah, he can. He's just not a two-way player no more. And the minutes, if you saw last year, he declined big time. And there's a lot of times when I went to the game, he wasn't even on the ice. And then that's the part that sucks when you take your 5-year-old kid out there and nobody's out there skating because they're trying. I don't know what they're doing. But look, he's not the same player. Can he still score? Of course you can. But are you going to give $11 million to a guy that's going to get you 30 goals a year? No, not me. I'm not. I'm trying to build this team, get younger and faster.
Appreciate you, buddy. Let's go to Jonathan in Rockville on the Fan. Jonathan, TJ Oshie thinks Alex Ovechkin's going to get a contract friendlier to him than the team to come back and play for the Caps. You heard a caller a couple calls ago talking about how Ovi joked in his press conference he'd love a 2-year deal. I don't know if that's true or not. We'll see. What do you think? How's this going to end?
Well, as a season ticket holder, I'm thrilled at the idea of him coming back for at least another year. I don't know where everybody thinks it's that easy to cover for the 32 goals you're giving up when he leaves. I mean, I don't know. Is that coming from Ethan Frank or Andrew Cristal or Sonny Milano? No. You've made a lot of good points, and at various times throughout discussing this. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't want to overpay for a guy, but at the same time, for $9-10 million for a guy who can pot 32 goals, that's fine. I get he doesn't. You're giving up something defensively. He gets one defensive zone start a year, but it's not that easy to get these guys. They wanted Panarin. Panarin didn't want to come here. He went to L.A. They wanted Ehlers. Ehlers didn't want to come here. He ended up in Carolina.
If they had more money, they could have gotten Ehlers, I think. And yes, you're right. Carolina was a better option because they're further along and they're better. That's true. But I'm just going to throw the name Jordan Kyrou out there from the St. Louis Blues as an example, who this past season played in 72 games and scored 18 goals. But in the last 3 years before that, 37, 31, and 36 goals. He was a 2-time 35-goal guy. I was looking at a list of possibilities that was from last month. No idea the legitimacy, but it was just a list of possible trade candidates. That's a guy who is 27 years old, who has scored 35 goals 2 of the last 3 years. If you're able to bring a player like that in here, there's your 30-goal guy. That's how it works. I mean, it's not that crazy. You don't need Ethan Frank to do it.
This is the awkward part here for me. The evaluation of Ovechkin this year was, who's going to score you 30 goals again? This is, I'll use a basketball analogy because that's kind of where I come from. It's my O.J. Mayo corollary. There are a lot of guys that could score 20 points a game for bad teams where it's your shot, they're running plays for you, you got fast breaks, you got the offense. For a team that's going to lose by 20 a night, you can get 20. What can you do on a competitive team, on a good team? To me, my eval of Ovi this year, and this doesn't change his incredible career, the impact, all the normal stuff that everyone should keep in mind as I'm about to say something here. Everything offensively catered to him, put in the best possible situations to the point that you kind of scratch your head going, could we do a power play where he just sits down, please? The amount of offensive zone draws and the offense catering to him, every empty net situation, he probably shouldn't be on the ice as a poor defender, but he is, and they're feeding him. everything possible for him to get as many goals as possible. We did it the last couple of years. And again, it doesn't change the achievement, but that's what it is. That 32 to me, it ain't 32 on a standard team that's operating with a normal guy. Like if he's 27-year-old nice player, I don't think he's got 32 goals this year. I think everything catered to him beefs that total up a little bit, right? I mean, I don't know how to say it better than that. It's more of a true 25-26. Now, that's valuable, but not at $11 million.
Well, I would also ask, does it have to be the same number of goals if you get better in other areas? I mean, there are more ways to do this necessarily. Yes, I'd like to replace him with a guy that could score as many goals. I think it's possible that if you bring Ovi back, he could score 40 goals. And this is where I keep coming back to, by the way, it's not like I don't want Alex Ovechkin on the team. I would like Alex Ovechkin on the team, on my terms, so to speak. I'm not saying Grant Paulson's terms, although that'd be nice. But I'm saying on the Capitals' terms. Yes, come score your goals. Come help me on the power play. Come do all the things you do well. I'm just turning the faders down a notch or two in terms of minutes and opportunities and chances. You're going to be pushed down the depth chart a little bit. But instead of 33 goals, hopefully it's 26 goals and more efficiency or something like that. But I am happy to have him around and on the roster. I cannot subscribe to, I just don't agree with the idea that they can't, based on either what the names you see available in free agency or something else, with all the money they're going to have, they are a winning organization. I think they're second in wins during the Rock the Red Ovechkin era because of Ovi. They're absolutely a destination organization. When they call around, when they try to acquire players, players are going to want to come here. I think they're going to be able to land a player or two in a trade that can help spin this thing in the direction of scoring. Let's go to Dan in Rockville. Hey, Dan, how are you?
Good afternoon. I totally agree with you guys that the team building will be hurt if he signs at the larger amount. I think it's a systemic problem with the Capitals organization of not making the hard decisions it takes to winning. I think if we look back, there's a bunch of players we could have said they probably kept it a little longer than they should have. They almost need to get more Belichickian, to use a phrase, to cut players earlier to do team building. I understand the quandary, but I would like to focus more on winning like you're talking about. And I agree that he sort of had his victory lap this year. Lower fee, Caps minutes would be great, but it's been a problem with the Caps all along, trying to be more fan-pleasing than making those hard decisions that sometimes it takes to build winning consistently. That's sort of my take. Thanks.
And I will say, as a Caps fan, to kind of balance that out or play devil's advocate, there has been something really enjoyable about it. Our guys have been around for a long time, the core of the organization. We've seen them grow up and become dads and parents. And, when Carlson got traded as an example, that was kind of the beginning of the end, it felt like, of him, Ovechkin, the core. But there's something romantic about the fact that they do treat their players really well. They have prioritized those relationships. They've paid guys like Carlson handsomely, $8 and $64 after the Cup. Ovechkin, $9+ million at a time, year after year after year. And they should. Those guys were still productive, still helpful, could still be key contributors. So I never had a problem with that per se. But eventually there's a tough decision that has to be made. Like the rubber meets the road, and it does feel like we're coming up on that at this point. Let's go to George in Waldorf. What's up, George?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, I think that I heard there's been a lot of numbers thrown around throughout the segment, but I think whatever happens, it needs to be some type of incentive deal. And I know, Danny, you said earlier that you didn't think maybe Ovechkin might take that, but I think that that's just got to be the win-win for everybody in the situation. Like, it's got to make sense hockey-wise for the team, but also, of course, you want to give the man what he deserves and the tip of the cap and all that stuff. I just think that's the best way possible. And whatever that shakes out to be, like, if it's 9.5, incentives to 10, that's cool, whatever. Or if it's a little bit less and it's incentives to 9.5 if he's making 7 or 8. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. It's a great call. Yeah. And I appreciate you making it. It's a good point. I would love that. That makes perfect sense to me because here's what happens. If he plays great and reaches those incentives, how that's awesome. Everyone's happy. You get more money. I got, whatever incentive you reach, 35 goals, 40 goals, or 80 points. Who knows? Whatever you want to put in there, that's all good. Everyone got what they came for. It's a thing with pro sports, though, where you could sign a guy that's coming off a bad injury or something, regardless of sport, where we go, listen, we'll do a small base, but we'll make an incentive laden where if it works out for you, it works out for us, and that's awesome. And a guy, if he's at that spot of his career, can do that. I'm the all-time goals leader. I just played 82 games. All I've done is this building we're playing in is because of me. Everybody gives a damn about the team because of me. You're going to ask me to do an incentive-laden contract, but it's not like I'm coming off a knee injury. You know what I'm saying, dude? Like, all I've ever done is the right thing for you. The building's packed because of me. No, thank you. If he'll accept that, let's do it right now. I'll do it right now.
It's a great conversation. Really good feedback and calls on this. We'll continue to do it, by the way, in the days and in the weeks ahead, because, frankly, it's something we care a lot about. I think it's one of the most important questions in DC sports right now, and it is important that the team does right by him. I acknowledge that, and I think that's completely necessary, and it's not even something they need to do. It's something they should do, and they're going to. Ted Leonsis will always take care of his guys. But I really, really, really want to see a deep playoff run again. It's been a long time, man. 2018 was a long time ago. And fans that pay a lot of money, season ticket holders, even though they're OV crazed and they love Alex Ovechkin, they deserve that too. So that they got to find a way to try to do both. Hard to do, but so is rebuilding on the fly, and they crushed that. And I don't know that anybody has ever done a better job in hockey of kind of rebuilding and having the top prospects and the kids to come up while also winning at the NHL level. All right, let's continue our countdown to the NFL draft on Grant and Danny. It's just 3 days away. That's next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. What if? This is a what if now. Selling your home felt more predictable, more controlled, and a lot less stressful. The right strategy in place. Serious buyers walking through your door and confidence in how it all plays out. Well, that's exactly what Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team with Keller Williams, bring to the table. They don't just put a sign in the yard and hope. Nope. They build a strategy designed to get your home sold. From pricing it right to creating demand to negotiating the strongest possible offer, every single step is intentional. I'm going to pause here and tell you, I saw all of that firsthand. They sold our place a few years ago. It was unbelievable. The interest was real. We got multiple offers, all cash, well over asking price. The whole thing was done in a weekend because they're excellent at this. It's why their sellers net 4.27% more on average for many homeowners. That means over $30,000 more at closing. More money, more control, and more assurance in your next move. So sell with certainty. Your home sold guaranteed, the winning strategy to sell your home. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, the Power Home Team now to find out more. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD or DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
This update is brought to you by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Niners signed left tackle Trent Williams to a 2-year deal, and the Cowboys signed kicker Brandon Aubrey to a 4-year extension worth $28 million, $20 million guaranteed. Hockey playoffs continuing tonight in the NHL. Flyers and Penguins, Game 2. That'll be a 7 o'clock puck drop. Senators and Hurricanes. Bryce Elder. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Back live from our Navy Yard, Half Street Studios in D.C., 4 blocks from the center field gate at Nationals Park, where the Nats host the Atlanta Braves tonight. Grant and Danny with you 3 days out from the NFL Draft. The countdown continues. Let's get you closer to Pick 7. I've got 5 things I think NFL Draft edition. Danny, I'm going to throw these out there, and I want you to react. So the majority of these are very Commander specific, but there's a couple that are more generic top 10. Thing number 5 I think right now about the NFL Draft, I think Jordan Tyson goes number 10 to the Giants after their trade.
Wrote mine down. Jordan Tyson goes top 10. I think this is the new pulse.
They have the 5th pick. They've always had the 5th pick. And then they traded their defensive tackle, Dexter Lawrence, for pick 10 from Cincinnati. Their general manager was at the Tyson workout. They have been all over Tyson scouting. It's the worst kept secret in the sport the last 2 weeks that the Giants like Tyson. But everyone kept saying, well, it just doesn't make a lot of sense because there's 0 chance they take him at 5. There's not really any scuttlebutt they're going to move back. So he's not going to be available when they pick again. Whoopsie daisy, now they have the 10th pick. I think Jordan Tyson 10 to the Giants makes a lot of sense.
Is there any danger? I haven't seen this anywhere. I don't think there's a buzz for it. Is there any danger that he goes to Kansas City, who are always starved for weaponry? And it's a lot of Xavier Worthy and Tyquan Thornton, who had a couple nice moments, but it's like there's no alpha. There's no number 1 there. Rashee Rice is always in trouble. A weapon for whenever Mahomes comes back? I don't see that anywhere, but could they surprise the whole world? Because you're 100% right. The Giants are panting like a tired St. Bernard after Jordan Tyson. I'm wondering, is there any possibility he might go somewhere else?
I mean, they need a weapon, so I'm not going to say no to that. I haven't seen him linked to them.
I've never seen it, but I always wonder why.
Wouldn't surprise me. Number 4, thing I think, 3 days out from the NFL Draft. Jeremiah Love is not going to be there when Washington picks at number 7. This one hurts. This stings a little bit. But I think the dream is dying on the vine in front of my eyes here. I have been going hard in the paint with the Cardinals at 3, being immensely interested against my better judgment because they signed Tyler Algier from Atlanta. They still have James Conner, and they have Trey Benson, so they're 3 deep with starting caliber backs already. It makes no sense for them to take Jeremiah Love. But I'd heard something about a week and a half ago from somebody I really, really trust that they're all over Love. You're starting to now see that talked about all over the country within the last 48 hours as well. I don't know if he goes 3 or not, but I think if he doesn't, 4 to the Titans could happen. 5 to the Giants is possible. The Browns are a possible trade-out spot at 6. They're not going to take Love, but someone else could come up and get him. I think the chances Love is there for Washington are like 10% or something, and it's a bummer.
So I'm not going to tell you you're wrong because I have no idea. We're in the whichever way the wind blows, the windsock is pointing a certain direction. I think he is there, and I think that's who they're taking. That's not a...
How does he get there?
The key to it is the Cardinals go, oh, that's right. We already have a bunch of running backs. We could have a tackle bookend for the next decade and be solved there. We could go defense because it's not like we're special on that side of the ball, etc. The Titans with the new defensive head coach go, yeah, we could probably help Cam Ward out, but we could also play some ground and pound and get ourselves the best pass rusher in this class in David Bailey if Arvell Reese goes to. Or Reese is at 4. Oh, my God, how do we pass Micah Parsons 2.0 in that division? The Giants take Sonny Styles. Cleveland either stays put and takes Carnell Tate or, moves off it and someone comes up and wants a wide out or something else, wants another lineman there. All of a sudden, you just did the math. Caleb Downs hasn't gone in this scenario. Jeremiah Love is there at 7.
Yeah, you need 2 linemen to go, basically, I think, for that to happen.
Do you think 2?
Probably. I have a hard time imagining 6 players go with only 1 lineman.
So hear me. I'll do it real quick. Raiders Mendoza, done. Jets Reese. Cardinals Maui Noah. There's your first. Bailey 4. Styles 5. Tate 6. Love 7.
I just don't see Tate.
You
going
don't see
6.
it? Okay.
If he goes 6, then yeah, now you need 1 lineman. I have a hard time believing that. I know he was mocked to the Browns a lot. Maybe. It makes sense.
Yeah.
If they stick and pick, that's an interesting one.
You mean Browns?
To the Browns,
right?
6.
Yeah.
What did I say?
No, I'm just saying. You said they stick and pick. You're talking Browns.
If they stick and pick at 6, Tate makes as much sense as anything else. I'm kind of leaning O-line for them if they stay at 6. And that would be Proctor.
Fano,
Freeling, one of those guys. But I think there's a best case scenario, or I should say best chance, is that they actually trade out. Then it would be line. I think number 3. There is a way better chance that Mansour Delane is the pick for Washington than we have been thinking and or letting on, surmising. We heard Logan Paulson on the show today. If you missed him, he was outstanding. You can podcast that when we're done. I'm going to throw that up in the Take Command feed for the morning. But Logan said right now, this second, if he had to guess, he thinks Washington takes Mansour Delane. Now, that doesn't mean he's the top of their board. I think based on what Logan thinks is happening in front of them, who they like and who's left available, Delane versus Bain versus Tate, those types of guys, he thinks they'll go Mansour Delane, the corner out of LSU, by way of Virginia Tech. He's the guy of all the options at the top that we've spent the least amount of time on, picturing in burgundy and gold on this show. We've done a lot more Sonny Styles talk, a lot more Jeremiah Love, even Caleb Downs, honestly, who I think is going to be available later. We have not talked a lot about Mansour Delane, and it's all based on Durante Jones' scheme. But there are some winds a-blowing in that direction right now. Charlie Campbell was on the station today with B. Mitch and Finley. He thinks Washington's all over Mansour Delane, thinks they want to trade back a couple of spots and grab him. I don't even know if they need to. And I don't know how much you can trade back. Delane's going early.
I've not quite understood he'll 12, 13 range, and we'll see. I think New Orleans could snatch him up at 8 if he doesn't go at 7. I think I would have said maybe the Giants were candidates. I don't know about that. Or the Bengals would have been candidates at 10 potentially. The Chiefs just acquired a bunch of cornerbacks. Point is, nobody could not use that guy, right? In the top 10, 12, 13. He's really, really good. The tape is really good. And also he ran a 4.3. So any questions were put to bed and they are resting comfortably under a quote down comforter.
It's a great point. Nobody could not use him. And you draft him, you're having a great press conference and going to sleep easy that night.
Oh no, we got a star corner. You know what I mean? Like, there's no issue there. Other guys, it's like well out of position or well positional value. That's a high positional value, a really good player that I don't understand why he isn't being mocked even higher.
So those are my first 3 of 5 things I think. Jordan Tyson goes 10 to the Giants. Jeremiah Love is not going to be around and available when Washington picks at 7. And there's a lot better chance than we've been thinking for an extended period of time that Mansour Delane is Washington's pick when they're on the clock. I got 2 more for you. We'll do those next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. The Spurs last night in the playoffs beat up on the Trailblazers. David Robinson and Tim Duncan were sitting side by side courtside at midcourt watching Wemby hang 35. What a passing of the torch, so to speak, in San Antonio.
That was pretty cool. That was neat. Yeah, they're really, really good. They could go to the finals.
They could. And it took this. This is what had to happen. Drafting Wemby. That's basically. They did some other things pretty well. Like, that's a good roster. That's a good team. Wemby. That's what it took.
Do you remember what team had 7 of the 10 ping pong ball possibilities that would have netted them Wemby? Do you remember that? Who that was?
Let me think. It would have been the Wizards.
It was. Yeah. It was. Isn't that fun? Isn't that neat?
The way they do it, I don't remember. It's like 11 numbers in some order.
Right.
And they had the first 10 of them, and the last one just had to hit.
Yeah, the bingo card was like, oh my God, this is all us.
And then it all came crashing down. All right, so 5 things I think NFL draft version here. The last 2 things I've got for you. 2, if Sonny Styles is there, he's the Commander's pick. I say this for 2 reasons. So I've kind of been thinking this for a while. Todd McShay went really hard with this on his podcast. I think yesterday, one of those. But he's been hearing Sonny Styles, high on the Commander's board. Dan Quinn loves him, thinks Peters loves him. I have a hard time imagining anybody in that building likes him more than Adam Peters. Adam Peters is an RAS monster. Adam Peters wants athletes. There's never been an RAS guy like Sonny Styles while Adam Peters is drafting players at that position. So if you can go out and you can get this 9.999 repeating RAS guy who is maybe the most athletic linebacker in terms of testing that we'll see in the next 15 years or whatever. He's just designed in a laboratory. I could just see him and Dan Quinn just doing chest pumps every morning as they hand notes back and forth about Sonny Styles or nobody. What was the note that Cliff Kingsbury left on Dan Quinn's desk?
Offensive tackle from Oregon.
Yeah,
no matter what or whatever. Yeah,
it was basically the draft day bit where he wanted Connerly, and he's like, "Get me my O tackle from Oregon." That's what Dan Quinn and Durante Jones are going to do on Adam Peters' desk, I think, for Sonny Styles. I also think because the edges aren't there, he's just possibly the top player on the board. Bailey's not getting to them. Better chance, it sounds like, than Reese. Reese isn't getting to them. No chance. So if Styles is there, whether it's Styles and Love or Styles and Tate or Styles and Bain or Styles and Downs, I think it's Styles. And he's definitively a stick and pick where you don't now worry about answering the phone if it's ringing to move back.
So the big speed bump there is the Giants at 5. That's your main obstacle there.
I think you sleep on the Titans at 4. Why wouldn't Robert Saleh want a Fred Warner 2.0?
I don't know.
Robert Saleh has gotten 2 head coaching jobs based on the San Francisco 49ers defense being exceptional. And that defense has mostly been exceptional because of Fred Warner at Mike linebacker. And to your point, nobody talks about the Titans and Sonny Styles. I don't really get why. You have a defensive-minded head coach who coached linebackers at one point and D-line, front 7 kind of guy, drawing things up, who has benefited so immensely from Warner. Why wouldn't he want Sonny Styles? I don't get why no one ever links the 2 together.
Well, they've got an established star and former Washington player, Cody Barton at middle linebacker.
They do have Cody Barton at Mike linebacker.
So they do have Cody Barton. Yeah. Dude, that's a good fit too. You're right. I do sleep on that because I haven't seen it mocked there at all.
Nobody
at all
suggests that. And I've just not understood why. And smarter people than me are talking to a lot more people than me.
Right.
I'm not telling you anybody said to me, Titans and Styles. But I just don't. This is one of those where you just go, you're just pointing Leo meme. You're going,
don't you think you could? Right there. You guys.
Warner.
Yep.
You had him. You know what that does when a guy goes sideline to sideline and wrecks worlds. You don't want that again?
Seems like he might. That's a good point.
Number 1. Now, this is my hottest take. This one is going to burn a little bit when you touch it.
Here we go.
I'll tell you who's going to hate this is Toki Altizer. Okay? I think either Reuben Bain or Caleb Downs fall out of the top 10. And I would imagine it's Bain of the 2. I think Downs is too good a football player. But I'll bet you one of those 2 guys does not go in the top 10 of this draft. Better chance of Bain.
It's the grand hot take bell. Just went off. I think Reuben Bain, if Dallas stays put, I think he goes there at 12.
Could see it. They need a lot of help on defense.
Yeah.
They pick at 12 and 20, by the way. They're seen, according to Adam Schefter today, as the most likely team to try to package picks to go up.
So I see Dylan Thieneman, the safety from Oregon, mocked to them pretty much everybody's mock for whatever reason. To the Cowboys at 12. Sorry, I should have been clear about that.
That's early. 12 for Thieneman?
I see that everywhere. That seemed like Besides
I would say
Mendoza.
20.
Besides Mendoza, that's
Yeah.
the most common thing I see is that one.
I wonder where that's coming.
I don't know. I have no idea, by the way. No clue as to why that's I don't want to say consensus, but
That dude
close
can
to it.
run,
Yeah, he
by
can
the
fly. Maybe that's why it is.
He's like Troy Apke on steroids, though.
Uh-huh.
There's just a little bit of like, how amazing is this guy? How much can he run? It's like, he's really, really good player.
He can run. He can run.
Better player at 20 than 12.
But yeah, so if the Chiefs don't take Bain at 9, because they go, oh, you got a little wrinkle, we don't care. We'll find something for you to do, whether it's edge or not edge or some part of the package. You're disruptive. You can play next to Chris Jones for a little bit. You'll be fine. If he doesn't go at 9, then yeah, he's out of the top 10.
Could both fall out of the top 10? That would seem pretty unlikely. But if we have 2 tackles,
if 2 tackles go and
tackles and Tate,
at least one of the receivers goes, and then Tyson. If Tyson's at 10 to the Giants, there you go. There's your math.
yeah, I got Tyson 10.
Yeah.
Tate and Tyson going in the top 10 is hard to envision. You know what would be amazing? It's not going to happen, but I'm just spitballing here. The Giants take 2 wideouts. What if they took like Tate and Tyson to go with Neighbors for Jackson Dart? Now, they're not going to. They're going to go defensive starter and probably Tyson or a weapon or whatever. But what if they came out of this thing with the 2 best receivers they like the most in the country to pair with Malik Neighbors to just, for the first time in 15 years, now have weapons
Have
out the
forward
wazoo?
passes, yeah.
They haven't had good receivers in forever. That would change it.
That would change things right there.
G&D on the Fan will get you ready for Nats baseball coming up in 20 minutes.
NFL draft is 3 days away. NFL news today, the Niners signed Trent Williams to a 2-year deal worth $50 million, and the Cowboys signed kicker Brandon Aubrey to a 4-year extension worth $28 million, $20 million guaranteed. Playoffs going on in the NBA and in the NHL. Let's start on the hardwood. 3 game twos going on tonight. The Raptors taking on the Cavs at 7 o'clock. Hawks taking on the Knicks, in game 2 at 8 o'clock, and then the Timberwolves taking on the Nuggets at 10:30. Game 2 in that series as well. In hockey, 3 game twos. The Flyers taking on the Penguins at 7, Senators and Hurricanes at 7:30, and the Wild and the Stars at 9:30. One series getting underway, game 1 between the Ducks and the Oilers at 10 o'clock. Nationals begin a 4-game series against the Braves at Nats Park tonight, 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin set to take on Bryce Elder. Nats on deck, getting underway with Charlie and Dave at 6:15 right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny. Brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. Let them to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. There's actually been a lot of NFL news today, so let's go around the league quickly here before we get you ready for Nats baseball. Couple of storylines worth tracking. Jimmy Garoppolo's considering retirement, according to sources with ESPN. Garoppolo, the Los Angeles Rams quarterback, the last 2 seasons, has not started games consistently since he was with the Raiders back in 2023. Of course, before that, 21 and 22, he was starting in San Fran. But he's gone from the Patriots to the Niners, to the Raiders, to the Rams, bounced around, 12 years in the league already, 34 years old. He's older than I would have thought.
Yeah, man, I would have guessed 30, kind of right on the nose. But yeah, you're right. He's been around forever. He's been the backup, been the starter, been the backup that could really do it at a high level. But then we realized maybe he couldn't, and was carried by Kyle Shanahan and an excellent 49ers team all the way to a Super Bowl. But yeah, I don't know who's in the market for Jimmy G to start a bunch of games for them.
Odell Beckham Jr. was working out today for his old friends in New York, the Giants. He was in their facility, and that's one thing. Maybe he's doing something, video or whatever, for a throwback kind of appearance. Nope. He was actually working out, trying to get a gig. He did not play in the league in 22. He did not play in the league in 25, so he's missed 2 of the last 4 seasons. He was with the Ravens and caught 35 balls in 2023. He caught all of 9 passes in 9 games with the Dolphins in 2024. Odell Beckham Jr. is 33 years old. He'll turn 34 in November.
2016 was the last year he had an Odell Beckham-like year. He went, as a rookie, 1305, 12 touchdowns, 1450, 13 touchdowns, 1367, 10 touchdowns. A start to a career unlike many we've seen in the history of this league. Injuries took hold, never the same again. Couple 1,000-yard seasons, but not anywhere near Odell Beckham. I don't know, man. I don't know what I was doing in 2016, but it feels like this would be a great signing then.
Is it fair to say Odell Beckham Jr. is viewed the way he is based on one catch? I know he was an incredible player in his first 3 years, as you just pointed out.
He was great.
He caught 91, 96, and 101 balls, and he went for 1,300, 1,400, and 1,360.
And he'll play 12 games as a rookie, by the way, 1,300 yards.
So he was great. I'm not saying he was not. But what if he didn't catch the pass he caught? How is he that different from, Josh Gordon, as an example? 2016 is a decade ago.
Yeah.
You just said that was his last spectacular year. Now, he was a 1,000-yard receiver his last year with the Giants in 18, his first year with the Browns in 19. So he's had some good years since then. But even then, that's 6 seasons ago when he was last good. He's had nothing better than 500, 550. That's third receiver type stuff. What if Odell Beckham Jr. didn't make the one-handed catch? How different is the narrative,
how different is he viewed,
the legacy, the conversation about him? Because he's won a Super Bowl, did it with the Rams.
Had some great moments, huge games with the Rams in that postseason, not the regular season. He was just a guy in the regular season.
He tore his knee in the Super Bowl. I think he got off to a crazy start. He had 3 for 50 in the first quarter.
50 plus catches and a touchdown. But he was really good for that championship team for the Rams, and that was kind of all she wrote.
Are you agreeing or disagreeing with my take, though?
I think I agree. I mean,
the
listen.
catch that he made is the what do they call it? Like between the commas on your bio, the first sentence, like Danny Rouillet,
The topic sentence?
the
Yeah.
stand-up comedian and radio
Right,
host,
yeah,
comma.
yeah.
I think the first sentence for Odell Beckham Jr. is not a multi-time Pro Bowler. It's who made an incredible one-handed catch,
One of the great catches of
in
all
prime
time.
comma. Like that's his career.
Those first 3 years were just so transcendent. But yeah, I mean, the legend lives on because of that catch.
Brandon Aubrey will always be one of my favorite stories. He's watching an NFL game with his wife in the late 20 teens. He's got a desk job wearing a shirt and tie. He's a soccer player. Field goal kicker misses a kick, and his wife says, "You could make that kick." And he laughs it off, and then she keeps going and keeps going. And the next day, he goes out and kicks some field goals and tries to train a little bit. Next thing you know, quits his job. He ends up kicking in the spring league as a former soccer player. He was great in the United Football League, I guess it was, or the AAF, whichever one he was in, the Alliance of American Football. Gets a shot with the Cowboys and becomes the best kicker in the NFL. Today, the highest paid kicker of all time, 4 years, $28 million.
There have been so many who failed in this way where it's the same and it's not. I remember it was the biggest story was USA goalkeeper Tony Meola, who would kick goal kicks 3/4 of the length of the field in the highest levels of soccer. He was going to be the Jets kicker and he couldn't do it at all. And it was a disaster and it was a PR thing and it was embarrassing and everybody should be ashamed.
He never kicked in games, did he?
I don't know if they actually got to a regular season, but it was like preseason or something. It was much hyped and it was going to be the big deal, and it couldn't happen. But there have been a number of guys who have soccer backgrounds. It makes sense. Josh Lambo, Matt Gay, Jan Stenerud historically did it. And, of course, Aubrey's one of the best to ever do it in that regard, making that transition. But I love stuff like that. Like unfortunately, rest in peace, but Tim Wakefield, as a kind of a plotting minor league infielder. Hey, look at this when I screw around and I throw a knuckleball that's pretty good. How about a double-digit, decade MLB career with some amazing moments? Just trying something out. I love that.
Are we talking transitions like a Rick Ankiel, or are you just like, whoops, I just
Amazing.
became a pitcher. Oh, now I'm an outfielder. Now I'm going to go hit 30 bombs in the show.
And just showcase my hose when people try to run on me from the outfield.
Extrapolate that out. Cut that audio.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We talked about it a lot today.
We have talked about that in multiple
segments. A lot of
today.
dudity today on the show.
So much dudity. Trent Williams, a new extension with the 49ers, 2 years and $50 million. Contract includes 37 in guarantees, 22 signing bonus. He will be the first non-quarterback in league history to surpass $400 million in contracts, and more importantly, $225 million in guarantees. Trent Williams is going to be one of these dudes who's like minority owner of teams. He's got $250 million. He's on his way to $1 billion. How about Trent? If he invested his money well, he's going to be a billionaire.
He should be. Yeah, one of the great left tackles of all time. I mean, that's the kind of conversation we're having. I mean, this is, we always kind of give deference to the players that came before, the Ogdens, the Basellis, even before that, the Willie Roafs of the world, guys that were around forever, Art Shell. This is among the greatest left tackles ever to play the game. And he was here for a long time, and then he wasn't because something happened off the field. It's not important, but at least Bruce Allen won the argument, I guess. But, man, he's going to have a chance to play now at the end of this deal for as many years in San Francisco as he did in Washington. It's a shame.
I told you, he's my one that got away.
Yeah.
My time around the team. My first year on the beat was his rookie year and just getting to know him. Just a guy you want on your side, man. A guy you want in your locker room. Nobody's ever been in the middle of more fights than Trent Williams. Takes all of his teammates back. I used to do this bit every year where I would do this story right before the start of the season, just jokingly, but it turned into a fun thing, and people looked forward to it, I think. Hey, you got to take one guy with you into an alley. You got to fight 30 people. Who you bringing with you? And Trent Williams was always the first answer.
Like besides Trent now. Yeah.
I love him. I will always have nothing but good things to say about Trent Williams. There you go. Your trip around the NFL with the news and notes of the day on Grant and Danny. We are getting ready for Nats baseball tonight. They take center stage in DC Sports with the Caps done, the Wiz season in the rear view as we count down to May 10th and finding out what pick they're going to get in the lottery. Of course, the Commanders are getting ready for the NFL draft, but middle of the offseason. So it's all Nats all the time. They are hosting the Atlanta Braves tonight, 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Pregame starts in 6 minutes. Bryce Elder against Jake Irvin, your pitching matchup. This kid, Bryce Elder, for the Braves has been marvelous. 2-1 with a .77 ERA Elder's 26 years old. The Braves do this.
Whatever this is.
Than anybody. He was a high draft pick, top 5-round guy, but I should say a highly regarded prospect. He was not a particularly high draft pick. But he was a highly regarded player in the minor leagues, and it was pretty clear they had struck gold again out of Texas with Bryce Elder. And sure enough, after a couple of years where he really struggled at the major league level the last 2 seasons, 38 starts and an ERA of about 5.5, this would be the equivalent of like Jake Irvin getting off to this kind of start where he's got an ERA under 1. He's got a 205 average against. Seems like they've unearthed another gem here. Nats going to try to take their hacks at him. This is the number 3 lineup and the number 4 lineup in scoring in all of baseball so far this season.
Yeah, the Braves are really, really good.
They're great.
They were my pick to win the division for the season. I'm not patting myself on the back because we're still in April, but they certainly look the part. You already said it. Whatever this is, they do this. They find another Spencer Strider somehow out of the pile. But you mentioned Jake Irvin. This is a big start for him. So he's still climbing out of the hole that the Dodgers put him in terms of some of the numbers. It doesn't quite look like we want it to look, but outside of that has been pretty much a 5-inning, right around 2, just over 2 runs per start. Not setting the world on fire, but the strikeout numbers have been there, right around 1 per inning. He's, with sort of the retooled stuff, has been pretty impressive. Again, the Dodgers are going to do that to a lot of people this year, but outside of that start has been pretty solid.
Well, he's also had bad first innings in a couple of the solid outings, and he's been really good otherwise, where he'll go like 5 innings and give up 3 or 4 runs or whatever, and then you look at it, and it's like, oh, everything was in the first inning. So I would say the grand total of his season, he's been pretty good. It's been a couple of bad innings, and then the Dodgers start in a small sample. All of a sudden, your ERA is going to be pretty inflated at 6, but now he's taken on the best lineup he'll face all year other than LA.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to get through this one, and he's going to face them a bunch of times. Notably for the Nationals in the lineup, James Wood is going to lead off and play right field. He's got 7 homers to lead the team. You know who's been hot for them and hitting the ball pretty well is Jose Tena. He gets another start as a lefty against a righty as a DH on the season, hitting .360 with an OPS over 800. He is 7 for his last 12 at the plate this week, a .580 batting average. I like how this staff does this. It's very much hide the hot hand kind of ride the hot hand, I guess, if I could speak. Kind of philosophy where if you are able to string together 2 or 3 games, you're going to become the guy until you're not hot anymore. They did it with Weimer. There have been some other examples of that, and right now, Tena's become that guy at DH.
I think you're right. It's the acknowledging what's happening instead of just saying this is who we are, right? Because, again, James Wood is in the lineup every day hitting first, rightfully so. Everyone else has kind of moved around a little bit, right? Where there are other guys.
They also don't know yet where they're going to do with Abrams. It seems like he started at 6.
Yeah.
He's been up to 3. He's batting cleanup today. He's kind of been asked to do a lot of things.
And he's been swinging it well, so he's heading in that direction. And so he's been in the lineup more often than not, obviously. But for the other guys, I'm sorry, I don't just because you're Joey Weimer doesn't mean you get 600 at-bats from me. There's nobody else that's sacrosanct for them, and including the guy that hits third tonight. Brady House has had to sit a couple different times, or whether it's Jacob Young or Keibert Ruiz, and it's not just the way that the old regime did it. You're right, because you don't have Turner, Schwarber, Harper at the top of your order making $1 trillion, you go, we're going to play matchups, and sometimes that matchup is just a guy that's swinging it well, and there's Tana back in the lineup.
You're going over to Nats Park tonight.
I am indeed, doing a little postgame.
Be over there as well. I would imagine that means a 2 ice cream night for you.
I did it Friday.
You're averaging 2 ice creams per game.
Yeah.
Have you had any games where you didn't eat 2 ice creams?
No.
Have you had any games where you had 3 ice creams?
Yes.
How many? Do you think your average then is over 2?
Yes.
It's got to be 2 point something.
It's over 2.
You've done like 2. You've probably been over there at least 2 or 3 times.
Yep.
You've had sounds like 7 ice creams.
Yep.
I can tell you what your average is. They've been 3 games?
4.
4 games?
Yep.
And how many times have you done 3 ice creams?
2.
Oh, God.
Yep.
And you've done 2 the other 2?
Yep.
So that's 10 ice creams.
Yep.
And 7. Okay. So
don't do the math. Don't say that. Don't say the number.
You're averaging 2.5 ice creams per trip to Nationals Park.
Yep.
What are you thinking for tonight?
I want to have discipline. I want to refrain. Do you hear me? Look at my eyes. I want this. I want to not do it. But what's going to happen is, sit right next to me. Toby, I'm telling you, Wednesday's going to be hell if you do that to me. Hell. He's not listening.
I think you're going to eat one ice cream.
I don't. If I have one, it's going to be two. I
one.
have just do one.
Just a
I
light one.
have no discipline. I'm a sheep.
Maybe eat light dinner then, so you could do your 2 ice creams.
Yep. Then 3's on the play again. The only reason I stop is because I'm too full.